I became a teacher in another world, but Volume 1. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. Transported to another world. I died. In the hazy state where not only my bodily sensations but also my thoughts and consciousness were unclear, I perceived this fact. I don't know why. I just understand that I have died. In my vague consciousness, as if drifting in the sea, I faintly felt something like a shadow weighing on my heart. This shadow gradually grew heavier, deeper, and wider, making its form clearly recognizable to me. This is sorrow and regret. I never became the best in Japan at Kendo. After my mother passed away, making me the best in Japan was all my father had left. Having lost my own goal, I became a school teacher to carry on my father's will. I had always aimed to be a teacher, but that desire seemed to eat away at me like a curse. However, although I tried to raise my students to be ideal swordsmen in my place, it didn't go well. The more desperate I became, the more resistance I faced from the students. Conflicts with other teachers were also troublesome, and as a new teacher, I was overwhelmed by unreasonable demands from seniors and difficult parents. Above all, the fact that I couldn't live up to my father's expectations. This regret is deeper and heavier than anything else. If only I could start over. If only I could become the ideal self I wish to be. The moment I thought this, with feelings that made me want to cry, my consciousness faded and blurred like it was dissolving and thinning out. When I woke up, I was looking up at a ceiling of lined logs, like a log cabin. The ceiling was lit red, with deep shadows falling here and there. I could hear the sound of crackling fire and smell the sweet scent of wood. There was also a slightly wild smell of leather. I didn't have much sensation in my body. Looking around with just my eyes, I realized I was lying on something like white fur. I seemed to be in a room about the size of 6 tatami mats, with walls made of stacked logs, the middle part hollowed out to serve as a window. The sky I could barely see was dark, indicating it was night. You're awake. Suddenly hearing a voice, I turned my eyes to the side. From beyond a simple door appeared a person wearing a large robe. They were tall and slender. Wearing an oversized white robe, they approached me, dragging the hem. The hood was pulled low over their eyes, but as they came closer and took it off, the face that appeared could only be described as beautiful. However, I couldn't tell their gender. They looked like they could be either male or female. With hair long enough to reach their back, they appeared even more androgynous. The beautiful, glossy white hair and green eyes were impossible to ignore. But what caught my attention most were the long, pointed ears. Is your consciousness clear? How about speech? Hearing the voice, I finally realized this person was male. But even when asked, I couldn't produce a sound. It seems you don't understand the situation either. I found you collapsed in a field near my house. It's a prairie far from any village or even a main road. The grass was as high as my waist, so finding you collapsed there was truly a coincidence. After saying this, the young man sat cross-legged next to me and looked down at me. I am Owen Millers, the sage of the forest. I don't know why a young child like you was in such a place, but I'll take care of you for a while. The young man who introduced himself as Owen Millers said something strange along with his self-introduction. Who did he mean by young child? No, more importantly, this Owen doesn't seem to be an ordinary human. If those aren't accessory ears, could he possibly be an elf, a creature of fantasy? Like in stories, are elves so long-lived that someone my age would still be considered a child to them? Your name? Suddenly asked, I answered unconsciously. Kanominato, Aoi. Kanominato, Aoi. An unusual name. Could you be? I felt like he said something more, but my vision blurred and I could no longer hear any sound. I was unbearably sleepy. Various questions floated and disappeared vaguely in my mind as my consciousness gradually faded away. 12 years have passed since then. My physical age has now surpassed 20. I never imagined I had truly become younger. I was 24 when I died, so I still haven't reached my original age. I learned that this is not Earth, and I have been transported to another world. There were various conflicts. I'm still not satisfied with myself as a teacher who ended without accomplishing anything while still immature. Above all, I'm worried about my father whom I left behind. However, continuing to dwell on these thoughts doesn't change anything. The situation doesn't improve. So, I decided to learn about this world, even if it's to find a way back to my original world. Owen, who calls me a traveler, seems to have had his curiosity greatly stimulated. He has given me various magical knowledge and made me study it. Apparently, those who possess knowledge from another world, appearing only once every few hundred years or so, are called travelers. It's said that they have brought about major reforms in countries, cultures, academics, and magic in the past. Perhaps because of this, even though Owen lives alone in the forest, he leads a surprisingly modern life. First, there's a refrigerator. It seems to emit cold air from an ice magic stone, but its purpose is the same. Similarly, there's a fanless electric fan using a wind magic stone, and if you place ice or fire magic stones in a box inside, it becomes an air conditioner. That alone was surprising, but at the end of the second floor, there are storage tanks for cold and hot water, allowing us to take baths without difficulty. There are also slightly orange-tinted lights, a stove, and a flush toilet, all collectively called magical tools. Owen seems to be a magical tool enthusiast, apparently owning all sorts of magical tools. It's like being a home appliance geek in Japan. For now, I try to show little interest in magical tools, as it's annoying when he becomes talkative if I bring up the topic of magical appliances. By the way, Owen is beautiful like a sculpture, but is unexpectedly quiet and particular about details. When I cook, he mutters a single complaint like the taste is too bland. Even if I tell him not to eat it then, he silently finishes everything. In the worst case, he might even ask for seconds. His contrary nature is like that of a mischievous child. However, when teaching magic, Owen is careful. Well, maybe it's because of his particular nature that even small inconsistencies bother him. No, AoE. If you're using advanced magic, mana control is crucial. It's not about output. Concentrate more. No, don't reduce the amount of mana you're infusing while concentrating. It's like taking a mana rod thinner than a needle and kneading more mana into it, making it harder and harder without changing its thickness. Hey, be quiet. I'm trying to concentrate. Indeed, when using magic, are you always in a quiet environment conducive to concentration? No. Such situations are rare. In most cases, when the need to use magic arises in crucial moments. Enough. It's fine that he becomes talkative about magic too, but it's annoying. This is just repeating what Owen said, but I understand magic as the process of drawing a magic circle in your mind. Breaking down how to create this magic circle and speaking each step out loud becomes what's called incantation. In other words, it's the blueprint for magic and an important ritual for its manifestation. But Owen is obsessed with omitting this incantation process. In ancient magic, which is said to have died out 200 years ago, there was apparently magic that actually drew magic circles. Owen investigated and researched this alone, eventually unraveling it. It's said to be a feat that goes beyond genius to abnormal for ordinary magicians, but Owen wasn't satisfied with just that. While understanding the method of drawing magic circles and infusing appropriate amounts of mana, he eliminated the trouble of drawing by flowing mana into already drawn magic circles. When flowing mana into an already drawn magic circle, the path for mana to flow is already established, so mana control becomes extremely precise. If it's even slightly too much, it explodes, and if it's not enough, the mana is lost and nothing happens. However, Owen has indeed succeeded in making magic incantationless without drawing magic circles. For now, only Owen and I can use this. When he first started this research, everyone apparently looked at Owen with suspicion. Because of this, Owen continued his research all alone. What a waste. Alright, it's done. The gem in this ring has a 3-dimensional magic circle for fire magic engraved in it. Even if you fail, it won't burn out. Wasn't a 3-dimensional magic circle supposed to be above special class? That's right. I'm probably the only one in the world who can compress magic circles to this extent. That's amazing, but you might not want to say that about yourself. Section. It seems like this blue gem is easier to work with. I see. Recordite, is it? It has a high magical conductivity rate. However, it's not very hard. Why don't we make it into a sphere to prevent it from breaking easily, and attach it to the inside of rings or armor? It doesn't need to be exposed, right? Was Aoi a genius all along? As we conversed like this, I realized I had mastered almost all the magical tools, and nonverbal secret techniques that Owen had taught me. Now, rather than teaching me, Owen felt like he was collaborating with me on magical research. One day, after finishing dinner and settling into his favorite comfortable chair, Owen quietly began to speak. 12 years. Just 12 years. In that short time, you've made my 100 years of knowledge your own. Murmuring this, Owen narrowed his eyes and gazed into the distance. You can't compare yourself, who researched everything from scratch alone, with me, who just learned the finished results from you, can you? Thinking he might be feeling down, I tried to reassure him, but Owen brought a glass of wine to his lips and took a small sip. I'm not feeling down. I just find it uninteresting. See, you're sulking. When I pointed this out with a troubled look, Owen snorted and gently swirled his glass. No, I'm not. What I find uninteresting is the stagnation of Aoi's growth. If I could keep teaching new things, I wonder how powerful a magician Aoi would become. Perhaps she might even truly master magic and reach the abyss of sorcery. Owen spoke with a slightly excited demeanor. The abyss of sorcery. This is a term that appears in ancient magic books. It's said that by mastering magic, one can completely unravel the source of magical power and the theories behind magic circles and incantations needed to use it. However, since no one has ever reached it, most people probably think it's just a made-up story. But Owen claims to have discovered the possibility of reaching the abyss of sorcery during his research on magic circles for nonverbal magic. This central continent is said to be superior in both civilization and magic compared to the Western and Eastern continents. The world's largest magic academy, created jointly by the 6 great nations of this central continent. That's the Fidic Magic Academy. What are you talking about? Don't tell me, I'm going to. When I asked this, Owen exhaled through his nose. Of course, teachers and students from many countries gather at the academy from the 6 great nations. Among them, there must certainly be magic that even I don't know about. Moreover, magical research is actively conducted within the academy, and there's even a saying that new magic is born from Fidic Academy. So, there's still more for me to learn there, right? When I asked for confirmation, Owen gave a slight nod. Whether you'll encounter new magic or not, we won't know until you go. But at Fidic Academy, I happen to have a friend. Things should move quickly. Hearing this, I was momentarily stunned. Owen tilted his head at my reaction. What's wrong? Owen has a friend. Are you making fun of me? When I voiced my doubt, Owen's face contorted. Ah, sorry. It's just that, Owen, you've been living alone in this forest for 30 years. Indeed, I hadn't considered whether he was still alive. Well, he's the kind of guy who wouldn't die even if you tried to kill him. He's probably fine. Owen sighed with a troubled face and muttered. So, what's this friend's name? Glenn. He should be the head of the academy. He's a half-elf, but he's only about 130 years old. He should still be alive and well. Owen said casually. The head of the academy. Then he should indeed be fine. So, I just need to ask him to become a student, right? When I answered, Owen burst out laughing. What are you talking about? There's no point in you being a student learning basic and applied magic. Instead, it would be better for you to become a faculty member, get to know teachers from various countries, and learn the magic they're independently researching. Owen said this as if it was nothing out of the ordinary, which made me furrow my brow involuntarily. In Japan, I only have bitter memories of myself as a teacher. Due to my inexperience, I often faced unreasonable demands from senior teachers and students' parents. Wouldn't Owen be more suited to being a teacher? I'll go with you as an assistant. I can't be bothered with such troublesome things. I left civilization because I disliked being told what to do from the sidelines. He replied with disgust. How unreasonable. Still, becoming a teacher so suddenly. When I voiced this concern, Owen closed his eyes as if thinking for a few seconds, then tilted his glass. It should be fine. Aoi, you're well suited to teaching others. Besides, what students learn is the basics and applications of incantation magic. We've thoroughly dissected and examined these when creating magic circles. It'll be too easy for you. Owen said this while chuckling. The sight of him laughing with narrowed eyes and shaking shoulders was somehow reminiscent of his age. All right. But how do we get to the academy? When I asked, Owen replied nonchalantly, I'll guide you to the main road. If you go straight through the forest, you'll reach it in about 2 days. After that, just follow the road. On foot. If someone used flight magic near this forest, we might be attacked by dragons. 1 would be fine, but 2 or 3 might be tough even for Aoi. Well, I could handle 5 with ease. I didn't ask about that. I sharply retorted to Owen's subtle boast and let out a small sigh. So, we keep walking even after reaching the main road? I guess there's no convenient magic like teleportation, right? When I said this with a sigh, he looked at me with a startled expression. Teleportation? You mean moving through magic? What a thing. Such magic. No, there's definitely a possibility. There's magic that creates spirits out of nothing. When the magic ends, the spirits disappear. This could mean they're being summoned from another space and then returned. Which means I had said something unnecessary. Before I knew it, Owen had completely entered research mode and had forgotten all about me going to the academy. Section. We walked through the forest for 2 days, taking breaks along the way, and then continued south along the main road. The magical beasts are strong here, and the security is poor. You won't easily encounter normal horse-drawn carriages. Why do you live in such a place? I replied in exasperation as we continued along the road together. We defeated magical beasts when they appeared and drove away bandits when they showed up. While it would normally be a harsh journey, it wasn't particularly difficult for the 2 of us. And so, we finally arrived at the trading city of Highwood. The townscape, reminiscent of Eastern Europe, was interesting, and I felt excited seeing a big city for the first time. Owen's house was, in a sense, too modern to be impressive. Also, the fact that Owen himself was a disappointing elf obsessed with research and magical tools was a significant factor. You're thinking something disrespectful, aren't you? It's your imagination. After this exchange, Owen shrugged and spoke. Well, this is where we part. I've put 30 gold coins and 30 silver coins in here. It's enough for you to travel leisurely for several months. Go to that merchant guild and ask to join a group of merchants heading to Fidic Academy. Are you going back already? You could at least stay for 1 night. I have a new challenge of researching teleportation magic. All right, that's enough. I smiled wryly at Owen's typical response and then let my gaze wander for a few seconds. Owen isn't a parent, and it's hard to call him a friend. The relationship that fits best would be that of a master and disciple or research partners. So, I wondered what to say as a farewell greeting. Thank you for everything up until now. I'll do my best. That's why I said this with a smile. I thought this was the most fitting for us. However, Owen nodded expressionlessly and placed one hand on my head. The same goes for me. It might be presumptuous, but I think of Aoi as my only daughter. If anything happens, come back. Those words, spoken with an awkward but sincere voice and attitude, resonated deeply in my heart. I realized for the first time that Owen's body heat was gently transmitted through his palm as he patted my head. Tears welled up naturally, and my nose stung. When you gain knowledge that might be useful for research, come back immediately. You idiot. In the end, we said our farewells with Owen's usual words. Chapter 1, Fidic Academy. So this is Fidic Academy. I muttered as I gazed up at the enormous structure that could easily be mistaken for a castle. Stone walls and spires lined up, with a massive Gothic-style building towering in the center. A river flowed, splitting left and right in front, and including the spires, the expanse of the grounds was beyond measure. I had never seen such a building, even on Earth. Genuinely amazed, I walked along the cobblestone path. Looking around, I saw people with animal ears on their heads, some with tails, others with long ears, and even child-sized individuals sporting full beards. While the attire varied greatly, what stood out were those in armor and helmets, and others in robes that concealed their entire body. It seemed like a joke, but I had grown accustomed to seeing demi-humans, beastfolk, and elves. In large cities, the presence of diverse races was commonplace. Giants, merfolk, and fairies were rare, but they were said to exist somewhere in the world. Looking up at the majestic gate that exuded an intimidating aura, I sighed and took a step forward. Suddenly, a voice called out from within the gate. "Excuse me. Beyond this point lies Fiddick Academy, hailed as the world's finest magic school. We haven't received any information about transfers at this time of year. What brings you here?" I was warned in a melodious voice, as if someone were singing a gentle song. Looking up, I saw a breathtakingly handsome young man with blue hair. He wore an outfit that seemed to be a mix between a noble's military uniform and a business suit. It had a rigid atmosphere based on black, with silver patterns embroidered here and there, and even at a glance, it was clearly of high-quality tailoring. I was told to work here. I'd like to request an audience with Headmaster Glenn, if possible. Upon hearing this, the young man smiled gently and shook his head. "I apologize, but do you have any identification or a letter of recommendation from someone of similar status that could substantiate your claim? As you may know, the headmaster is a person who rose to the rank of Marquis not by bloodline, but through overwhelming magical power and various great achievements. He's not someone you can meet easily." As he said this with an appraising gaze, I furrowed my brow. "That's problematic. I'm a commoner, so I don't have any identification proving my status. I do have a guild card from the Magicians Association, though." Hearing my response, the young man's expression clearly lost interest. "Then, please take your leave. I'll be excusing myself as well." As I watched him turn on his heel after that curt dismissal, I called out one last time. "Couldn't you at least deliver a letter for me?" The young man quietly turned back, folded his arms, and tilted his head. "A letter?" Hearing those words muttered with suspicion, I took out a single white paper from my leather shoulder bag. It wasn't sealed with wax or anything, just a single sheet folded into thirds. Seeing this, the young man regained a hint of interest. "What's this letter?" "I was told it's something like a greeting. Of course, there are no tricks or traps. If there's no problem, would you deliver it to Headmaster Glenn?" "Deliver it? I believe that decision is ours to make." While saying this mockingly, the young man took the letter from my hand. This handsome fellow had a roundabout and sarcastic way of speaking. Dealing with him straightforwardly seemed troublesome. He held his palm towards the folded letter, slightly narrowing his eyes. A shadow fell across his well-proportioned face, and his long eyelashes fluttered. His picturesque appearance was somewhat irritating. Indeed, it doesn't seem to have any magical traps. Now, for the contents. The moment I heard him say this, I activated the non-elemental magic, Little Palm of the Void. Cast without incantation and using minimal magical power, the void hand wasn't even detected by the young man, who appeared to be a high-ranking magician, and snatched the letter back. "To save you the trouble, I'll deliver it myself." Saying only that, I activated a new spell. As if realizing there wouldn't be a second chance, the young man quickly moved to deploy defensive magic. "White passing bird, air male." As I murmured this, the letter floated up gently and then flew towards the highest floor of the castle. Its target was the top floor of the building. As if pulled by strings of magical power, the letter fluttered away. The young man watched this scene, half dumbfounded. It's troublesome, so I might as well escape while unnoticed. Thinking this, I left the scene with a nonchalant expression. Space-eyed. She was a strange woman. A girl with glossy black hair, rare in these parts. Her age seemed to be in her late teens. However, her atmosphere felt older than myself. Though slender, her gaze was sharp, and her posture was like that of a soldier. She carried herself so confidently that I mistook her for a noble, even though she hadn't arrived by carriage. But when asked, she said she was a commoner. While anyone can take the entrance exam for the academy, and the same applies to faculty regardless of background. Realistically speaking, as it's a school for top-tier magicians, most are of noble birth. The faculty consists of only first-class magicians, with the majority coming from marquis or count families. Therefore, it was an unheard-of oddity for a commoner to seek an audience with the headmaster outside of the enrollment period. Was this woman a con artist, or perhaps a madwoman? While thinking such things internally, I conversed with her, intending to brush her off and send her away, but she desperately produced an odd piece of paper. It was pure white paper. Seeing such high-quality paper that even I had rarely encountered, I couldn't help but be intrigued. Then, while I was distracted by the paper, the woman activated a spell and snatched the paper from my hand. When did she chant? What spell did she cast? More importantly, never before had I only noticed after the fact. My mind was in chaos, and my heart rate spiked. My relaxed vigilance instantly tensed up. I lowered my center of gravity to move quickly while opening my mouth to begin chanting for defense. To save you the trouble, I'll deliver it myself. In that instant, the woman activated another spell I had never seen before, sending the letter flying into the sky. Even though it was the second time, I couldn't perceive either the preparatory movements for the spell or the moment of activation. Surely, it couldn't be non-verbal casting. If so, I should consider it a short chant with the incantation reduced to the extreme. Even I can use shortened spells for some of my specialty water magic, with reduced incantations. But even so, the activation was too fast. The preparation was too imperceptible. Why you? Who exactly? After staring blankly at the sky, I muttered this as I lowered my gaze to search for the woman. However, all that entered my vision were the familiar cobblestones and stone walls. The woman's figure had vanished suddenly. Sighed Glenn. Walls made of patterns of stacked pale-colored stones. High ceilings and thick wooden plank floors. The only lighting came from old-fashioned magic stone lamps, and all the furniture was made of old wood. Everything in this room had been used for a long time and held deep memories. The window offered a panoramic view of this large academy, and the space had become as familiar as a second home. In such a space, sitting at an old, large wooden desk and chair, I glared at documents and groaned, just as I did every day. Why do problems keep occurring? I muttered with a sigh, hanging my head. If there were no problems, I'd like to enjoy some tea while working leisurely in this comfortable office. However, mysteriously, problems arose every day. Well, I knew the cause, but these were issues that couldn't be easily resolved, so I kept putting them off. One was the problem of overly strong-willed faculty members. After all, they were responsible for instructing talented magic apprentices. They had to be first-class magicians with a track record of researching the mechanisms of magic. In other words, there were many eccentrics and stubborn individuals. To make matters worse, some aimed for the privileges of being a teacher at the academy and treated classes as a bothersome side job. And then there was the problem of overly strong-willed students. Since ancient times, having talent as a magician has been seen as a guarantee of a promising future. Because of this, royalty and nobility sought magical talent for various reasons, such as social climbing or preventing decline. As a result, after many years, the majority of those who could become high-level magicians were of noble birth. It's not an exaggeration to say that almost all of those with the talent to become top-tier magicians were born into nobility. Born as nobles, with magical talent sufficient to enter Fidic Academy, which itself was a status symbol upon graduation. It's no wonder some would become overconfident, especially when they're still young students. And when conflicts arise, whether faculty or students, they resort to using magic. Despite strict disciplines and punishments in place, they declare it's for the sake of noble pride, and neither side backs down. The surest way to resolve this would be to govern strictly with impartial punishment regardless of status, but the Academy's funding comes from the royalty and nobility of the 6 major countries in the surrounding area. If we're too strict, our patrons would become angry. In other words, it's a system that structurally generates problems. In such a situation, I was holding my head, staring at a report that seemed unbelievable to have been written by a grown adult. The content, which wastefully used 4 sheets of high-quality white paper, could be summarized in 3 lines. A faculty member, despite being only the 3rd son of a baron family, has been disrespectful to me, the 2nd son of a duke family. What do you intend to do about this, as it could affect the Academy's continued existence? After finishing reading the report, I sighed again. That's none of my business. Just looking at the report, this second son of a duke family hadn't done anything wrong. However, considering his previous evaluations and observed behavior in classes, the content was the complete opposite. Well, it's true that the faculty member, Strath, has a stern face, is unfriendly, and has a sharp tongue. But he has a personality that doesn't discriminate or differentiate, and he straightforwardly points out both good and bad aspects of others without changing his attitude. He's not the type to value relationships with others, but he's certainly not a bad person. On the other hand, Beryl, the second son of the Duke's family in the Kingdom of Karvan, has a bad reputation. Although he's required to attend a minimum number of classes, he tends to skip those he deems unnecessary. If he receives any warnings or scoldings, he loses his temper. To make matters worse, Beryl has a talent for magic and is top of the class in some subjects. Combined with his status, more and more teachers are becoming unable to scold him or are keeping their distance out of trouble. Should I expel him? Even royalty has been expelled before when their behavior was too much to bear. However, without exception, such cases always lead to a fuss. It's clear from past experiences that it'll become even more troublesome. Of course, the royal family and duke's family are at the top of the hierarchy. This is troublesome. I leaned back in my chair and exhaled through nose. Really, it's just one problem after another. At that moment, I sensed an unusual magical power. This is non-elemental magic. How rare. As I muttered this and looked towards the window, I saw a white paper fluttering like a small bird outside. Without moving from my spot, I waved my finger to activate non-elemental magic and opened the window. The white paper fluttered in. It landed on the desk, and I realized it wasn't just a letter, but a letter of introduction. Seeing the familiar sender's name, I couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, Owen Miller. Well, it's been a while." Still writing in that terse style of his, I said with a wry smile as I traced the lines of the introduction letter. The originally short text could be summarized even more concisely in 3 lines. I've taken on a disciple for the first time, but they're such a quick learner that I've run out of things to teach. Try hiring them as a teacher. Is this his way of bragging about his disciple? I muttered, half exasperated, as I stroked my chin beard. The more I read, the more unbelievable the contents seemed. My friend and fellow magician from Homeland, Owen Miller, is a magician of equal caliber to myself. No, being a rare pure-blooded elf unlike me, a half-elf, Owen's magical power and skills are probably superior to my own aged self. And this disciple that Owen had personally tutored, Owen, who was purely a researcher and explorer, was never one to spare time for others. In other words, this person must have been talented enough to pique Owen's interest. The last time we met was about 40 years ago. So, this disciple has managed to make Owen's knowledge and experience their own in just over 30 years. Interesting. Despite running the academy and encountering various individuals of all races, he had never met such a prodigy. If Owen has already declared them fully qualified, they must indeed have more than enough ability to be a teacher. If a teacher with overwhelming ability were to take up the post, even the most troublesome students might settle down. I'd certainly like to meet them. Are they already on their way to the academy? No, the letter says this person. If he had them bring it, where exactly is the sender? As he was tilting his head, turning the paper over, and checking for any hidden magical seals, he heard a knock at the door. Who is it? As he called out, the door opened from the outside, and Spaceide, one of the water magic teachers, poked his head in. Excuse me. With a deep bow, Spaceide took a step into the room and began to speak. A moment ago, a suspicious woman sent what seemed to be a letter flying this way, so I came to check. A suspicious woman. You saw the sender of the letter. Where did this person go? Thinking that if it was just one person, it must surely be Owen's disciple, I asked in return. Spaceide shook his head. I don't know. She had no identification and just said she wanted to meet the headmaster, so I asked her to leave. Spaceide replied with a chuckle. Oh no. I couldn't help but let out a groan of dismay. Spaceide's attitude and way of speaking, which seemed to mock the sender of the letter, gave him a bad feeling. Surely, he hadn't driven her away. Did I do something wrong? Seeing my reaction, Spaceide's expression tensed. Spaceide has a somewhat elitist personality. It's unlikely that he treated someone without identification with respect. Usually, the gatekeeper would handle visitors, but Spaceide must have encountered her while he was out on some errand. What bad timing. That person is my friend's disciple and an important guest. She's probably still in the city. Find her and bring her here. As I said this, Spaceide's back straightened sharply. Perhaps my tone had become slightly stronger due to my anxiety. Spaceide's face quickly paled. I'll find her right away. Saying this in a flustered manner, he dashed out of the room. Watching his retreating figure, I looked towards the window. It would be troublesome if she knows flight magic. She might leave immediately. I sighed, hoping that the woman in question would be found quickly. Sighed, Aoi. Walking along the well-maintained cobblestone street, I feel excited by the shops lining the way. Wintervale, a major trading city and a special autonomous region of the Kingdom of Vert, is under the protection of the 6 great nations due to its top-tier magic academy. There's little fear of being caught up in wars, and with many students from noble families of the 6 great nations, it's an economically prosperous city. Merchants from various countries flock to Wintervale with their goods. This, in turn, has further increased the city's luxuriousness. Being popular as a tourist destination as well, this main street is particularly vibrant. There are food stalls selling grilled meat on skewers, fried dishes, and fruit juices, as well as stalls selling precious spider silk clothing and precious metals. Some even sell weapons, shields, and armor. Not only are there many shops and a variety of products, but the people walking about are also diverse. It's undoubtedly one of the busiest places I've seen so far. I recall seeing shops dealing with slaves, wagons, and trained magical beasts at the city entrance. I've heard there are underground casinos in the back alleys of the city, so there must be many mafia-like entities as well. Everything has 2 sides, I suppose. I mutter to myself, nodding as I continue down the street. Suddenly, my eyes are drawn to a side alley. Compared to the main street, it's dirty and dimly lit. In the depths of this alley-like path, I see something lying on the ground. It looks like a pile of rags. I focus my eyes and quickly realize, no, it's not something lying there. It's someone collapsed. I immediately rush over, preparing healing magic. Are you all right? Are you conscious? Just as I reach out my hand while calling out, the woman wrapped in rags spreads both her arms. In each hand, she's gripping a curved sword. Don't move, she says in a voice unusually low for a woman, as the tip of the blade is pointed at my neck. From what I can see, she doesn't seem to have the skill or motive to hurt me, but I stay still and ask in return. Who are you? I've just arrived in this city, so I don't remember earning anyone's grudge. In response, I hear a mocking laugh. You still don't get it. There are no injured or sick people here. The only one here is a fool who's been tricked. As the woman laughs with a distorted face, trying to suppress her voice, 2 men appear from the depths of the alley. Oh, looks like we've got a good one. A reward from the gods for us hard workers. With frivolous smiles, the 2 men approach and look at my face. I don't have much money on me, though. When I say this, the 3 of them burst into laughter, and the 2 men each take out something. A chain and something that looks like an iron ring. Are you stupid, country bumpkin? You'll turn into gold coins when we sell you. We might even get 2 gold coins for you, if we're lucky. The men approach, laughing raucously. I sigh and open my mouth to counterattack. At that moment, a gust of wind rages through. The wind that blew with a sound seemed to freeze everyone in place, as if sewing them to the spot. It's probably a wind bind, a restraining wind spell by a wind magic user, but judging from the state of the 3, it's quite precise. Normally, one would be able to move their hands, fingers, or neck a little, but it seems they really can't move a finger. Are you all right? I hear a low male voice. Walking leisurely past the 2 men who are sweating profusely while unable to move, a tall man appears. Despite the dim back alley, his shining silver hair catches the eye. He's wearing black magician's attire that looks like a mix between a suit and a robe. There's an academy crest on his chest and right shoulder, but it's embroidered with gold thread, which means he's not a student but a teacher. I had heard from Owen that while teachers' dress is basically free, they often wear this academy-issued outfit in formal settings. I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. I answer, pinching the blade of the curved sword at my neck with my fingers and pushing it away. Glancing at the teary-eyed woman who's frozen in fear, I stand up, brushing off my knees with my hands. As I look up, I see the face of the man with his brows furrowed. He seems confused, but his features are well-defined. However, his eyes are too sharp. Combined with his black outfit, he gives off an assassin-like aura. He looks to be in his early 30s. As I'm thinking this, the man slightly tilts his head and opens his mouth. It's a surprisingly cute gesture. Did you resist the effect reduction of my magic? Are you a magician? Yes. I tried to go to Fiddick Academy today, but I was turned away at the gate by someone with blue hair. Blue hair. Space-eyed, her. That guy. Well, can't be helped. I'll have you admitted. Follow me. The man nods to himself as he says this and turns on his heel. Ah. Wait a moment. I call out to his back, and he turns his face sideways towards me. Ah. It's them. I'll inform the guards about these guys. Until then, leave them be. Oh. No. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Aoi Kanominato. And you are? As I asked, the man raised an eyebrow and turned around. I see. I'm Strauss Clyde. I'm a wind element instructor. The academy is large, so we might not meet often, but feel free to rely on me if you need anything. After saying this bluntly, the man who introduced himself as Strauss started walking again. Though awkward, he seems to be kind on the inside. Smiling as I watched his swaying silver hair, I silently followed behind. Section. Upon returning to the academy, I was led through the gate. Passing through the thick castle walls and gate, the enormous castle and spires came closer, filling my entire field of vision. Wow! I couldn't help but let out a gasp of admiration. It was majestic and splendid. Truly a spectacular sight. Light shining through breaks in the clouds illuminated the academy. As I was admiring the scenery, a voice called out from behind. "Aren't you going to check in?" When I turned around at those words, Strauss was standing in front of a house-like building on the inside of the gate. A small elderly man was beside him. I went over to the old man, straightened my posture, and spoke. I was told to come work here as an instructor. My name is Aoi Kanominato. Would it be possible to meet with Headmaster Glenn? Oh, young lady, are you sure you're not a student? I'm already 20 years old. As I said this, Strauss turned towards me with a shocked expression. I am 20 years old. It happened often during my journey to Winter Valley, but being mistaken for my age is a common occurrence. As I replied with a sigh, Strauss spoke without changing his surprised expression. What? You're only 4 years younger than me. You don't look anywhere near my sister's age. What? 24? You, Strauss? I was surprised by Strauss's comment as well. I thought he was around 30, so this is quite awkward. As we stared at each other in silence with wide eyes, the old man nodded with a laugh. I understand the reason now. Actually, I just received word from the headmaster earlier. Sensei Strauss, could you please escort her to the headmaster's office? At the old man's words, Strauss and I nodded in unison. Section. We proceeded down hallways that truly looked and felt like those of a western castle, heading towards the top floor of the castle. Thick carpets, intricately crafted stone walls and ceilings, and countless magical stone lamps lighting the way. Considering the extraordinary size of the academy, it's a very luxurious construction. Both the hallways and staircases are unnecessarily wide. If the classrooms and other facilities are built in the same way, I can understand the reason for the academy's size. There might be gymnasiums, dojos, and practical training buildings under the numerous spires. In any case, it's my first time in a school in about 12 years. It's quite emotional. Well, Not only the school building but also the students and teachers are very different from the school I knew. Here we are. As I was sightseeing around the academy, Strauss stopped walking and said that. It seems we had arrived while I was walking in a touristy mood. When I looked ahead, there was a huge double door behind Strauss, who had stopped and turned to face me. Due to the high ceiling, it was quite a massive door. The door was made of black metal with silver decorations. Despite looking very heavy, when Strauss knocked, it opened automatically from the inside. Beyond the door, which opened surprisingly lightly, was a large room with an unexpectedly calm atmosphere. The ceiling was high, and bookshelves filled with numerous volumes and large windows adorned the walls. While the previous areas had a strong smell of stone and leather, this room smelled of wood and books, like a library. At the far end of the room was a large desk that seemed to be about 3 meters wide, and behind it sat an old man with a white beard. The old man looked up at me, spread his arms, and smiled. "Oh, so you're the one from the letter. What a charming young lady. I'm Glenn Malt, the headmaster here. It's nice to meet you. My name is Aoi Kanominato. Thank you for meeting me despite my sudden visit." As I replied, Headmaster Glenn raised one hand and nodded. It's fine. So, how is Owen Millers doing? I haven't seen him in decades." Glenn asked, seeming somewhat pleased. I replied to his question. "He's doing almost too well." When I answered, Glenn laughed happily and nodded several times. "I'm sure he is. Unlike me, a half-elf, he's a pure-blooded elf. He must still look and have the magical power of a young man." Laughing cheerfully, Glenn picked up the letter and held it up in front of his face. Without me noticing, small glasses had appeared on Glenn's face, and he adjusted their position with his finger as he began to speak. "Now then, the letter says to make you a teacher at the academy. This isn't a mistake for make her a student, is it?" "No, I'm very sorry, but even at this academy, there's apparently nothing left for me to learn. However, I was told that working as a teacher would be faster to fulfill my wishes. Also, considering my age, being a student would be difficult." "Oh, may I use an appraisal spell on you?" "Yes, that's fine, but..." As I answered, Glenn immediately used an appraisal spell. I felt the unique discomfort that comes when being appraised by magic, making me slightly itchy. Although it's only a slight discomfort, those with strong magical power can sense it. By the way, if there's too much difference in magical power, the appraisal will be deflected. The fact that the appraisal succeeded is proof that Glenn is also a considerable magician. Glenn narrowed his eyes as if reading a book while looking at me and muttering, and finally his face became dumbfounded. "Well, this is surprising. Not only does your magical power surpass mine, but there are parts one can't even read. It's like one of the 6 heroes." Glenn muttered with an astonished face. At those words, even Strauss, who hadn't said a word until now, opened his mouth with a shocked expression. "The 6 heroes? This young girl?" Strauss said, as if he couldn't help himself. Glenn sighed in response. "This is also shocking, but apparently Aoi is 20 years old. Not much different from your age." He said something rather rude. "That's hard to believe." And Strauss said something even ruder with an impolite attitude. "It had happened many times before coming to this academy, but everyone treats me like a child. Even I couldn't help but have the corners of my eyes twitch. Is there something wrong with my age?" As I muttered this, both of them jumped and held their breath. "No, there's nothing wrong, nothing at all. Sorry. I didn't mean anything by it." The two hurriedly made excuses and apologized. For some reason, I sensed something similar to Owen in this headmaster Glenn. Perhaps because of that, I ended up responding to him as I would to Owen. I knew they meant no harm, so I decided to forgive them. "So, will you hire me as a teacher?" When I asked this, Glenn nodded while his face twitched. "Why yes, of course. However, being able to use magic and being able to teach it are different things. First, could you try teaching me a type of magic you think you're good at? By the way, even if you can't teach magic, we also have teachers for mathematics, languages, geography, history and culture, magical tools, and so on. Then, is water magic okay?" "Oh, that's fine. Water magic users are among the most numerous teachers, along with fire and earth. If you can teach a few advanced spells, that would be enough to hire you as a teacher. Glenn said this with a smile and looked at me with expectant eyes. Finding his excited face, like a young boy's, amusing, I considered what to teach first. Perhaps a spell that's easy to explain the theory behind would be good. Then, let's start with the water bullet, Aqua Ball. That's an intermediate level spell. Nodding at Glenn's words, I first turned my palm upward and floated a water sphere in the air. For a moment, both of their expressions changed, but I went ahead with the explanation anyway. When dealing with water magic, we first have students memorize the properties of water. The amount of water, its shape, and the speed at which it flows. These are the three basics. By increasing the amount, shaping it according to the purpose, and maintaining a certain speed, it becomes a versatile spell useful in various situations. I see. As Glenn and Strauss nodded, I changed the shape of the floating water sphere. From the bottom of the water sphere that had been just floating, I created a tube of water as if extending a line, gradually making it thinner. If you can change and maintain the shape, and increase the flow rate to its limit, this spell can rival advanced magic. Furthermore, by mixing powdered abrasives, it becomes a special grade magic called the high-pressure water blade abrasive cutter, which can even cut through orichalcum shields and armor. Wait a minute. Just as I was giving what I thought was a good explanation of the magic, Glenn interrupted. Yes. I furrowed my brow and asked Glenn, who raised his voice with wide eyes. And no. You were casually explaining some incredible content, but I've never even heard of a spell called the high-pressure water blade abrasive cutter. Moreover, who would think of mixing abrasives into a manifested spell? It's an original spell I created. You created it. An original spell, you say? The two were surprised again. My teacher, Owen, said that first-class magicians usually develop one or two unique spells, but... Well then, for now, let's teach you how to create the water sphere, which is the basis of the intermediate-level water bullet spell. Wait a moment. Why are you moving on to explaining intermediate magic as if nothing happened? Please, I beg you. Teach me about the original spell. Glenn was greatly agitated, standing up and pleading. Perhaps, as expected of an academy headmaster, he has a keen interest in new magic. But this is a test to become a teacher, right? First, let's explain intermediate magic in a way that's easy for students to understand. Great. You pass. You've passed. Quick, show me your original magic. Glenn shouted with bloodshot eyes, and just like that, my teacher certification test was over with an easy pass. Section. After giving a brief lecture on original magic and promising to teach the practical aspects another day, I was finally released. Glenn, looking pleased, declared that I would be welcomed with senior faculty status and immediately instructed Strauss to show me to the faculty dormitory. Senior faculty refers to teachers who serve as grade leaders or subject heads, and they receive privileges such as priority use of school facilities and personal research rooms. Apparently, their salaries and dormitory room assignments are also better. In the past, only those recruited from other countries' court magicians or famous magic book authors were appointed as senior faculty immediately upon hiring. In my case, it seems the reason was my demonstration of original magic above the senior level. I thought that special treatment might cause troublesome situations, but when I heard that the privileged facilities included a special library and a personal research room, I found myself nodding without thinking. Lost in thought, I realized we had already arrived at our destination. Strauss stopped in front of the entrance of a medium-sized tower, turned back to me, and pointed at the tower behind him as he began to speak. This is it. This building is the female faculty dormitory. The first to third floors are for general faculty. The fourth floor and above are for senior faculty. Ask the dorm head for anything else. As Strauss was about to leave after saying just that, I furrowed my brow and called out to him. Wait a moment. If possible, could you introduce me to this dorm head? Hearing this, Strauss frowned in displeasure. Men aren't allowed in the girls' dorm and female faculty dorm. Even if I shouted from here, the dorm head wouldn't come out. Just as Strauss was making this excuse, a petite woman appeared from inside the tower. She was a woman with a childlike face and green hair braided into 3 plaits. Her oversized glasses were cute. Her ears were pointed, but she was likely a dwarf, not an elf. Her clothing resembled traditional folk costume, primarily red and white. It's not common to see here, but it's similar to Swiss folk costumes on Earth. She looked about 15, but dwarf women are generally petite and youthful looking. She's probably not as young as she appears. Ah, Mr. Strauss, what are you doing here? The dwarf woman came towards Strauss, shouting loudly. Strauss completely ignored her and turned to face me. You came at a good time. This is Eliza Woodford. She's an earth magician. Despite her appearance, she teaches intermediate and advanced magic. Ask her for the rest. By this, do you mean me? The dwarf woman, Eliza, raised her voice in protest at part of Strauss's speech. But Strauss just sighed and shook his head. She's noisy, but not a bad person. Really noisy, but she means no harm. You might want to cover your ears, but it'll be fine if you ask her for the rest. As Strauss repeatedly called her noisy, Eliza jumped up and down with her small body, complaining. Noisy. Your treatment is terrible. I'll file a complaint for better treatment. Besides, it's because Mr. Strauss is so quiet that my voice seems loud. In the dwarf country of Grandsans, I was known as a refined young lady. I never want to go to Grandsans. What are you saying? And so, the two of them started arguing, completely ignoring me. It was lively and a bit amusing, but this wasn't getting us anywhere. I cleared my throat once and turned to face Eliza. Excuse me. My name is Aoi Kanominato, and I'll be in your care from today. I'd like to meet the dorm head, if possible. Hearing this, Eliza frantically waved both hands. I am sorry. I didn't realize you were a faculty member. You're so young. I wanted to say, you're one to talk. I almost said it, but instead, I kept my composure and tilted my head. Eliza then lost her previous energy and started to smile sheepishly. Hee. I'm late in introducing myself, but I'm Eliza Woodford of the dwarf race. You're human, right, Ms. Aoi? Nice to meet you. Well then, I'll guide you to the dorm head's room. Please, this way. As Eliza began to guide me, bowing her head repeatedly, Strauss let out a deep sigh and raised one hand. Well then, see you later. Yes. Thank you very much. After briefly saying goodbye, I watched Strauss leave, suddenly looking exhausted. Then, Eliza came to my side, looking very interested. Ms. Aoi, are you perhaps a member of the royal family? No, I'm not. Why do you ask? When I asked back, Eliza looked surprised and explained. Even when someone from a ducal family became a teacher, rumors about the hiring test circulated beforehand. Also, in most cases, they stay at general accommodations rather than the dorm before and after the hiring test. Could it be that you have an amazing background, Ms. Aoi? I don't have any particular background. I've just devoted myself to training as a magician, that's all. Really? The only vacant room on the general floors of this dorm is next to mine, so you can teach intermediate magic and above, right? What kind of magic do you use? Water magic. Wow, that's popular. Fire and water are the most popular among students. That's great. Earth magic is kind of plain. And so, led by Eliza, the talkative dwarf, I finally entered the dormitory. Section. I'm the dorm head, Glenora, Nova Scotia. I just received a call from the headmaster. You're Aoi Kanominato, correct? Why yes. I'm Kanominato Aoi. I couldn't help but falter in my response, intimidated by her presence. Looking down at me, the tall woman with brown hair furrowed her brow. She seemed to be around 40 years old. Despite her slightly plump figure, her imposing presence made me wonder if she was all muscle inside. This woman, who could be mistaken for a female pro wrestler, was Glenora, the dorm head. Glenora surveyed my body from top to bottom with sharp eyes. I see. Well then, I'll show you to the last remaining senior faculty room in our dorm. Follow me. Understood. Just as I responded to Glenora's words, a high-pitched voice rose from beside me. Senior. Ms. Aoi, Are you a senior faculty member? Even though you're new? As Eliza screamed, Glenora silently approached her and dropped her fist on Eliza's head. There was a dull thud, and Eliza was slammed to the ground. You're noisy. Why yes. I'm sorry. Ignoring Eliza, who was responding in a mosquito-like voice while lying face down on the ground, Glenora entered the tower. As I hurried to follow her, I sensed Eliza wobbling to her feet behind me. I secretly decided never to defy this dorm head. Section. As the three of us walked through the dorm, I was shown shared facilities such as the dining hall, toilets, large bath, and library before we boarded the elevator. This was my first time seeing an elevator in this world. Although I knew of their existence, the ride was quite different from Earth's elevators. The smooth ascent made me momentarily feel as if I was weightless. Since entering the academy, I hadn't seen many people, but inside the dorm, I occasionally spotted women in black clothes. Most people were looking at me curiously. Here we are. Before I knew it, it seemed we had arrived at my room. Looking up, I saw a ridiculously large door. In the white stone wall, there was a black door with gold decorations. Wow, this is my first time entering a senior faculty member's room. For some reason, Eliza, who had been following us with the highest enthusiasm, said such a thing from behind. You can open it, Glenora said. As instructed, I grasped the door handle. It was a bit heavy, but the door opened smoothly. Light streamed from the room into the hallway, and my view suddenly expanded. Amazing. I found myself nodding in agreement with Eliza's exclamation. The room had a large glass wall facing forward, offering a beautiful view of Fiddick Academy's spires and the blue sky. Moreover, it was spacious with a high ceiling. As I entered and looked around, I noticed 3 more doors in the room besides the entrance. Passing by a round table and a single armchair, I opened the door closest to the entrance. Inside was a changing room, with a Western-style toilet and shower room further in. Do you have these even for personal use? When I asked this, Glenora shook her head, and Eliza raised both hands and shouted. Of course not. Only senior faculty have private toilets and showers in their rooms. And why are there 2 more rooms? A bedroom and a study. My room is just 1 bedroom. Eliza muttered with a face that looked like she might cry. Snorting at this, Glenora folded her arms. If you're jealous, become a senior. Or stay at an inn in town. Inns are expensive. Besides, Miss Glenora's cooking is delicious. Glenora's mouth curved slightly upward at Eliza's honest lamentation. She had a lovable personality. Seeing this, I turned to face Glenora. I'd be fine with just a bedroom, or even the room next to Eliza's. Hearing this, Glenora glanced at my face once and turned on her heel. The headmaster assigns the rooms. If you have complaints, tell the headmaster. Well, deliberately choosing a general room might seem like you're rubbing it in the faces of staff who are desperate to be promoted to senior status. With just that, Glenora left the room. Watching her back as she left, I looked at Eliza. That last part was advice, wasn't it? Yes, Miss Glenora is strict but kind. Mr. Strauss is the same. Oh. And I'm actually known for being kind too. Now then, let me teach you the rules of this dorm. Having seemingly switched gears, Eliza said this in an energetic voice and began to explain the dorm rules to me. Chapter 2, Faculty. While being shown around the dormitory and receiving explanations, we used the cafeteria together for dinner. Before I knew it, night had fallen, and I said goodbye to Eliza, promising to meet again tomorrow. Apparently, there's no curfew in the faculty dormitory since many magicians tend to shut themselves in their research labs. Taking advantage of this, I decided to take a stroll around the academy at night. In the center stands the castle-like school building, with the men's dormitory on the right side and the women's on the left. The town spreads out beyond the academy grounds, with 4 entrances located in the cardinal directions. However, only the south gate is normally open for regular use. By the way, it seems the research labs are concentrated on the north side. The academy grounds at night are mostly deserted, with no shops open, but streetlights everywhere create a fantastical atmosphere. The air is crisp, making the walk very pleasant. As I walked, looking up at the spires illuminated by countless lights and wondering if this was what the Sagrada Familia I'd seen on TV looked like, I suddenly heard what sounded like sobbing coming from behind something. At first, I froze, thinking it might be a ghost, but it seemed that wasn't the case. When I looked towards the source of the sound, I saw a small figure. Fluffy white hair, black clothes, and a white tail. A tail. As I muttered this, the fluffy head twitched. The figure turned around fearfully and looked up at me. It was a beastkin girl. Her face and body were like a normal person's, but she had animal ears and a tail. The fluffy appearance of her head was due to her animal ears being flattened. She seemed to be about 14 or 15 years old. She was small and slender, with slightly droopy eyes that made her look cute. The beastkin girl, her cheeks wet with tears, tried to move away with a frightened expression. As she tried to distance herself while still sitting on the ground, I consciously softened my voice to speak to her. "What's wrong?" At these words, the girl held her breath. "I won't do anything to you, so come out." Hearing this, the girl timidly came out into the light. And when I saw her fully, I was shocked. Part of the girl's skirt was scorched, and she wasn't wearing any shoes. On her left leg, I could see several fresh wounds. Her expression showed both sadness and shame. The way she averted her gaze from me was familiar. Was this bullying, perhaps? Involuntarily, my brow furrowed. "Don't move." Saying this, I reached out towards the girl's leg. I felt her flinch, but I ignored it and used my magic. The rare light attribute, healing magic. Cure Kale. As I spoke these words, a sensation like being wrapped in warm, soft air appeared at my fingertips. The girl looked up at me with wide eyes, then quickly returned her gaze to her own leg. The wounds healed rapidly before our eyes. The blood left on the surface dried and hardened, finally crumbling into dust. What remained was a leg with beautiful, unblemished skin. "All right, it's healed. As for the shoes, there's nothing we can do about that." Muttering this, I lifted the still frozen girl onto my back. I smiled at the girl who let out a surprised voice and turned my steps towards the dormitory where my room was located. "Since you don't have shoes, we have no choice. Be good and stay still, okay?" As I said this, I realized that my actions might seem suspicious. Would it be scary to be suddenly taken away by a stranger? I thought this, but surprisingly, the girl quieted down at my words. Though still timid, she placed her hands on my shoulders and entrusted herself to me. Now, did I have any clothes or shoes that would fit such a small child? While I'm not particularly tall myself, I'm certainly not as petite as her. As I was pondering this, I thought of just the right person. There's Eliza, isn't there? I could borrow clothes and shoes from her. Eliza seemed kind-hearted, so she would probably lend clothes and shoes to the girl. I thought it was a brilliant idea. And so, I found myself visiting the room of someone I had just met today, in the middle of the night. I headed towards Eliza's room, trying to hide while carrying the beastkin child. There were some close calls along the way, but once we reached the second floor, we stopped running into people. When we arrived at the intended room and I knocked on the door, a relaxed voice came from inside. "Yes, who is it?" Eliza, who poked her head out saying this, had a goofy smile on her face and her steps were unsteady. She was clearly drunk. I wondered if it was okay to show such a state of a teacher to a student, which the beastkin girl probably was. No, in this situation, it might actually be helpful. If she's drunk, she might lend us clothes without thinking too deeply about it. "I'm sorry for coming so late at night. I was wondering if I could borrow some clothes." When I said this, Eliza looked at me with unfocused eyes and noticed the girl hiding behind me. Instantly, her expression changed. Furrowing her brow, Eliza opened the door to her room while looking at the girl. "Come in." "Ah. Why yes." At Eliza's serious tone, the girl's shoulders trembled slightly as she replied and entered the room. "You come in too, Aoi." Overwhelmed by the atmosphere, I obediently followed. As we entered, a waft of distilled spirits and floral scent greeted us. Surprisingly austere furniture was arranged in the room, which was about 8 to 10 tatami mats in size. While the lamps and trinket boxes had cute designs, The table in the center of the room had alcohol in wooden containers and snacks laid out, giving an ambiguous impression of whether this was the room of an old man or a young woman. Eliza seated the girl in the only small chair set at the table and sat down on the floor herself. What happened? When Eliza asked in a gentle voice, the girl looked down with a face on the verge of tears. Aoi-san. Hearing my name called, I explained the situation of how I met the girl, being careful not to upset her further. After listening, Eliza looked at the girl with a pained expression. You're Shenli from the high school division, right? I heard you were a serious student studying magic diligently. Can you tell me what happened? As Eliza gently inquired, the girl called Shenli remained silent, a single tear rolling down her cheek. Was she unwilling to answer, or unable to? If she was unable to answer, Eliza seemed to have reached the same conclusion as I had, her face momentarily turning grim. But she quickly softened her expression and patted Shenli's head. Well, for now, let me lend you some of my clothes. How about this one? Changing the subject, Eliza let Shenli choose some clothes and helped her change. While Shenli was changing, Eliza came next to me and spoke in a low voice. Aoi-san. My room doesn't have a shower, and the faculty dormitory is off limits to regular students. So, is it okay? Eliza said this in a joking manner, but she couldn't completely hide the underlying atmosphere. I could sense that she was genuinely worried about Shenli, which made me let out a small laugh. We moved to my room, where Shenli could properly take a shower. When she first entered my room, Shenli's eyes widened in surprise at its size, but after looking around 2 or 3 times, she seemed to settle down. It seems she was used to large, luxurious rooms. By the way, Eliza silently watched Shenli's back as she went to take a shower. She seems to be living in the dormitory, so is it okay if she stays in my room tonight? All regular students share rooms with one other person, but since there was an odd number, Shenli seems to be using a double room by herself. So it should be fine. After answering with a wry smile, Eliza's expression darkened again. Shenli advanced to the high school division a year early. While this isn't uncommon in a merit-based magic academy, the problem seems to be that Shenli is a beastkin and her family is of Viscount rank. Problem? I felt anger rising at Eliza's words. Was it racial discrimination, or stemming from elitist ideology? It wasn't clear, but there shouldn't be any hierarchy among fellow students. It happened in Japan too, but just seeing instances of bullying makes one feel indignant at its insidiousness. Noticing that I was quietly getting angry, Eliza hurriedly waved her hands in front of her face. I don't think that way. It's just that inevitably, a hierarchy forms based not only on magical ability, but also on noble rank, country of origin, and birth. Even I get called names behind my back for being a dwarf. Some researchers believe that dwarfs and beast men have difficulty with magic because they constantly use magic circulating within their bodies. It's just that they have less magical power to release. However, Eliza's expression seemed to be one of resignation. There are indeed people who say that, but the overall impression doesn't change. She replied quietly but firmly. This was probably an issue she had agonized over and thought through for a long time. As a result, Eliza seemed to have given up. I see. But I think we should at least eliminate such discrimination within this academy. I think that would be quite difficult. Eliza sighed, dismissing my words. The current high school division is a rare environment in recent years. After all, we have royalty from the 6 great nations gathered here. Whether they intend to or not, factions naturally form, she explained. Factions. Just as we reached that point in our conversation, we heard Shenli's footsteps coming out of the shower, and we fell silent. After that, we had a light meal with Shenli and tried to distract ourselves with small talk before Eliza left the room. By late evening, Shenli had calmed down considerably and was able to talk with me. She spoke enthusiastically about things she liked, such as classes, the academy's facilities, and the well-stocked library. Feeling that we had become somewhat closer, I decided to make a bold request. If you don't mind, can I touch your ears a little? What? She recoiled. Apparently, that wasn't something to say upon first meeting. I had been curious about her twitching ears, but I couldn't force her. I sincerely apologized. Perhaps because of that, Shenli seemed to warm up to me even more. Having cheered up, Shenli agreed to stay in my room, and my first night in the dormitory unexpectedly ended up with me sleeping alongside a student. The next morning, I woke up early, unaccustomed to the new room and bed. Regretting not having gone shopping earlier, I took out ingredients from my master's handmade magic bag. I sautéed rockwurst meat with leafy vegetables, salt, and pepper. Then I fried an egg on one side, sprinkled it with salt, added some herbs for fragrance, and sliced some baguette to accompany it. A simple breakfast was complete. As I was considering preparing some homemade jam, Shenli woke up. "Ah, good morning," she said, approaching awkwardly. I offered her a chair. "Good morning. Come on, eat." Shenli sat down hesitantly and, following my suggestion, ate some meat with her fork. Her eyes widened. "It's delicious." I smiled and started eating my breakfast too. The meat was tender even when seared on the surface, releasing its umami with every bite. The spiciness and aroma of pepper, along with the saltiness, were a bit strong, but when eaten with the vegetables, it balanced out nicely. The fried egg provided a good contrast with its sweet flavor. After eating, "Shall we go to the academy together?" Shenli seemed to consider for a moment before nodding in agreement. Section. Good morning. I greeted every student we passed on our way to the academy. About half of them returned the greeting. I couldn't help but feel that the education here wasn't very good. Greetings are fundamental. As I was thinking this, Shenli, walking next to me, looked up at me. Will you be teaching in the high school division, sensei? Today is my first day, so I'm not sure yet." "What? First day?" I laughed at Shenli's confusion as we entered the school building that could be mistaken for a castle. For now, I headed towards the principal's office. Since we still had time, I allowed Shenli to accompany me. As we progressed through the building, it seemed to be divided into sections, and we started encountering more and more faculty members. I greeted everyone we passed in the hallway, but most of them gave me strange looks. "Excuse me," I said, finally standing in front of the elaborate door. I knocked and waited for a response. Sensei Aoi." Shenli called my name anxiously, tugging at my sleeve, but I heard a response from inside the room, so I decided to open the door. "Oh, Aoi-kun. Good morning." Glenn greeted me, raising one hand as he sat comfortably in his chair. "Good morning, Principal. I was thinking of observing classes starting today, if possible," I said. I see. It would have been fine to just tour the academy today, but if that's what you want." What about that child?" Glenn noticed Shenli hiding behind me. I placed my hand on Shenli's back and brought her to stand beside me. Glenn raised his eyebrows. "Oh, Shenli Lu Rosenstiel, the rare beastman who skipped grades. Good morning. Are you acquainted with Aoi-kun?" Despite his gentle demeanor, a hint of complex emotion flickered in Glenn's eyes. Shenli bowed her head timidly. Observing this from the side, I fixed Glenn with a sharp gaze. "As I become a faculty member, there are some things I'd like to request." Hearing this, Glenn visibly recoiled, leaning back in his chair with an overtly displeased expression. "Oh no. I don't want to hear this. I have a terrible feeling. Yes, it reminds me of when I was young, summoned by the king of Karvan Kingdom for dragon slaying. Owen, who went on the quest with me, in the audience chamber. First of all, you won't even listen to the end. Aoi-kun, you've inherited the unnecessary parts of your master. No, I'm sorry. I apologize, so please don't look at me like that. I'm just a feeble old man, you know? A kind-hearted and timid super senior. Please be gentle with me." As Glenn rattled on, not wanting to hear my requests, I crossed my arms and glared at him. He then straightened up and assumed a posture of attentive listening. Confirming this, I uncrossed my arms. I dislike discrimination. Racial discrimination or discrimination based on royal or noble status should be completely unnecessary in the academy. Students should purely learn about magic, how to use power, knowledge, and life skills, while teachers should be good mentors and role models for the students. Why yes, that's the ideal. Nodding in response to Glenn's agreement, I stepped closer. For this reason, when I witness discrimination or bullying, I will scold the perpetrator, regardless of who they are. In particularly severe cases, a scolding might not be enough. Eek. Glenn let out a strange cry at my words. He had probably agreed. Now, for the second point. Oh. My heart is still unable to hide its agitation, but it might be difficult with many students coming from other countries, but I'd like to hold open classes. I'll announce to the students' parents that their children will be scolded if they misbehave. Oh, Glenn exclaimed, putting a hand to his head and looking up at the ceiling. I thought for a moment before sighing and speaking again. I think that's about it for now. No, that's plenty. I'm filled with anxiety. Glenn laughed exasperatedly. I smiled back and confirmed once more. Is that all right? If not, I'll make home visits independently of the academy. At this, Glenn burst out laughing and let out a big sigh. Indeed. I used to have such spirit in the past, but lately, I've been avoiding troublesome matters. With your abilities, Aoi-kun, it might be good. All right, I'll leave it to you to correct the academy's atmosphere. Saying this, Glenn stood up and walked towards us. He crouched in front of Shenli, who was standing next to me, and placed a hand on her small shoulder. With a gentle smile to the confused Shenli, he began to speak. This is the first time we're talking directly. I'm Principal Glenn Molt. Why yes. I know. It's an honor to speak with you. Seeing Shenli's tense reaction, Glenn furrowed his brows sadly and bowed his head. Shenli's eyes widened in surprise, but she froze at Glenn's next words. I'm sorry. I had heard about the bullying from some faculty members. But, considering the family backgrounds of the students involved in the bullying, I couldn't intervene. The apology was sincere and filled with regret. Shenli, seemingly moved by these words, bowed deeply with tears in her eyes. No. Just knowing that the headmaster was aware of me, just saying such things about me, Unable to find words, Shenli sobbed. Glenn raised his face with a sad expression and nodded slightly. I looked at the two of them and then said to Glenn, "Is I'm sorry all you have to say? That leaves you still guilty, headmaster." Guilty. Glenn jumped up with a scream-like voice at my words. Shenli also looked surprised while still crying. Am I guilty? I nodded firmly to the anxious Glenn and put my arm around Shenli's shoulder. I'm sorry, but if you knew about the bullying and did nothing, you're just as guilty. I don't want you to think you're forgiven just because you apologized to Shenli. As a responsible adult, you need to clearly state how you'll improve to prevent similar situations in the future. That's what true sincerity means. Oh. Dejected, Glenn's shoulders slumped. So, headmaster, please don't betray me even if I go too far. I understand. Really, Aoi, you've inherited all the troublesome parts of your master. Seeing Glenn say this with a wry smile, I raised the corners of my mouth in a smile. Section. Following the faculty member introduced by Glenn, I came to observe a class in the high school division. The class was intermediate level fire magic for high school students. The teacher in charge of fire magic, Famous Grouse, was apparently one of the more nobility-minded faculty members in the academy. He was a man in his 40s with short blonde hair and an elegant air about him, but knowing this, his appearance and attitude suddenly seemed very aristocratic. Perhaps having me accompany this teacher first was Glenn's way of challenging me. Maybe he wanted me to experience firsthand the world of noble privilege and the academy's inability to break free from it. As I was thinking this, Famous, who had entered the classroom ahead of me, said a word or two and then glanced at me before speaking. Now, we have a special guest today, another teacher. Surprisingly, it's Aoi Kanominato, who became an advanced instructor on her very first day as a teacher. Everyone, pay attention. Famous introduced me with quite an insinuating tone. I sighed and stepped into the classroom. Until now, I had only smelled wood, stone, and fabric, but the classroom was filled with a complex aroma of mixed scents similar to aromatic wood and herbs. I moved to the podium and stood next to Famous. Turning to the side, I saw the tiered classroom and the students filling the seats. There were about 20 of them. As most were nobles, both boys and girls appeared composed. Looking at each student's face in turn, I opened my mouth. I'm Aoi Kanominato, starting today as a teacher. My specialty is water magic. Feel free to approach me. It was my first day. I had planned to give a safe greeting and observe the situation, but for some reason, Famous turned his palm towards me and said, Ms. Kanominato holds the very rare position of advanced instructor from the start at the prestigious Fidic Academy, but surprisingly, she comes from a commoner background. Surely, she must have achieved her current position through blood, sweat, and tears. Everyone, give her a round of applause. The students gave sparse applause to this additional explanation that didn't even try to hide its hostility. As Famous alone applauded enthusiastically, a student in the top row spoke up. He was a small but chubby-looking blonde boy. Although he appeared young, being in the high school division, he must have been around 15 years old. The boy looked at my face for a moment as if appraising me, then turned back to Famous. Isn't this some kind of mistake? Senior instructors are supposed to be a special position reserved only for the academy's year heads and the most excellent teachers of each magic discipline. I don't think a teacher of commoner origin could possibly take such a position. The boy spoke in a mocking voice. As if he had been expecting this, Famous shrugged dramatically and shook his head. Indeed, the position of advanced instructor is usually awarded to the most excellent magicians from among the high-ranking nobles who have produced outstanding magicians. He paused there, and about half of the students nodded vigorously. Raising the corners of his mouth at this, Famous looked at me. In other words, she must possess enough skill to become an advanced instructor, surpassing even talented high-ranking nobles. Wonderful. I would very much like to see this power, wouldn't you all? As Famous said this, several students clapped their hands excitedly and cheered. Nobles, who have incorporated talent from within and outside the country into their bloodlines, indeed tend to have many individuals gifted in magic. Conversely, families that have been commoners for generations rarely produce individuals with great magical talent. This has probably led to the nobles' elitist mindset and unnecessary pride. Therefore, my existence as a commoner in a high position is not interesting to them, and some might even suspect that I'm falsely claiming my abilities. I sighed deeply and raised my face. First, there's something I should say. I believe that titles like noble or royalty are unnecessary in the academy. Of course, I also dislike creating hierarchies based on racial differences. Looking around the noisy classroom, I raised my voice. So, I intend to scold equally anyone who treats others unfairly for such reasons. I started by stating this important policy. Immediately, the blonde boy from earlier clicked his tongue obviously and looked at Famous. This delusional woman is saying something, but what do you think about this, Sensei Famous? As I was thinking how childish he looked saying this with an irritated expression, the middle-aged man standing next to me also showed a strained smile with a somewhat annoyed look. Beryl. Even if it's true, she is still a teacher. Such language might make others question your dignity. However, I will properly teach Ms. Kanominato about her position. His face was smiling, but his eyes were burning with anger. I looked at Famous with a straight face and asked, by position, do you mean between you, a general instructor, and me? The moment I asked this, all emotion disappeared from Famous's face. He took out his staff from his waist, pointed it at my face, and began chanting an incantation. It was fire magic, and an offensive one at that. Using offensive magic inside the academy, in front of students, and against a fellow teacher. In any normal academy, you'd be fired without question. Action seal, freeze. Just before Famous finished his chant, I cast my own magic. Immediately after, Famous was restrained as if wrapped tightly by invisible ropes. Fixed straight from head to toe, he looked like a single pole. Famous turned eyes of shock towards me. Glancing at the frozen Famous, I turned back to the students. Beryl also had a shocked expression, but he didn't make any move to approach. The other students were looking at each other as if they didn't understand what had happened, or directing hostile gazes at me. I met their gazes directly and opened my mouth. Magical ability doesn't determine everything. Without comparing titles or abilities as magicians, please cooperate with each other as students to become more excellent magicians. Of course, among teachers as well, There are no titles or positions. We will sincerely help with your studies. If you have any concerns, please rely on the teachers. You are likely to reach better results than if you worried alone. My voice echoed in the silent classroom. The students seemed unsure how to react, but I think my message got across for now. Seal release. When I dispelled the magic, Famous's restraints were lifted. Goo. What just? While warily glaring at Famous, who was turning the tip of his staff towards me in confusion, I opened my mouth. Now then, please proceed with the fire magic lesson. I expect you to give a lecture that anyone can understand. Of course, if there are students who can't keep up, it's due to the teacher's lack of ability. I made sure to emphasize to Famous the importance of eliminating prejudice and discrimination based on class or race. However, Famous clicked his tongue and averted his gaze from me. This is Fidic Academy, the world's top magic school. Those who can't keep up with my lessons simply don't belong here. With just that, Famous began his magic lecture. I wondered what kind of class it would be, but it turned out to be relatively easy to understand. Or perhaps it's because he's teaching from the basics while calling it intermediate fire magic. Maybe he actually listened to what I said. I stood behind Famous, arms crossed, nodding to myself. Section. The rumor that Famous, a candidate for senior faculty, had been bested by a newcomer spread like wildfire. For some reason, Eliza came running to me. Aoi-san, did you do something amazing on your first day? Eliza cried out in a voice that sounded almost like a scream as she clung to me. When the petite, baby-faced Eliza hugged me with teary eyes, it stirred my protective instincts. Why are you patting my head? I couldn't help it. Geez, even an angry Eliza is cute, so I pat her head one more time. Eliza puffs out her cheeks and steps back. Stop playing around. This is serious. The angry Eliza starts explaining while waving her hands around. Sensei Famous is from the Grau's noble family in the kingdom of Karvan, and is about to become a senior faculty member. Yet you crushed him so thoroughly. I didn't exactly crush him. Aoi-sensei, may I have a word? Eliza began talking without lending an ear to anything I had to say. According to Eliza, this academy serves as a proxy battlefield for the 6 great nations. When a student completes advanced or special classes, it raises the prestige of their home country. The 6 nations constantly monitor the academy's affairs, and noble teachers and students strive to increase their influence within the academy with a sense of tension. Famous had been raising his status within the academy, which in turn had significantly elevated the reputation of the Grau's family within the kingdom of Karvan. But apparently, I had insulted this Famous. Fundamentally, I wish they wouldn't turn an educational institution into something like this, and moreover, I'd rather not be dragged into such ridiculous power struggles. I didn't insult him. If anything, I was the one who was insulted. Ah, I can easily imagine that. Eliza made a sad face at my words. However, she quickly returned to normal. But you mustn't fight them head-on. Some people from noble families, especially high-ranking ones, will stop at nothing. You might even be killed if you're not careful. I understand. I'll be careful. As I said this, I smiled wryly, thinking that Eliza herself might be one of those high-ranking nobles. After that, while calming Eliza down, she guided me to the cafeteria, and we had an early lunch together. The food was delicious and luxurious. Since it was free for faculty members, I enjoyed the meal without hesitation. In the afternoon, I was able to accompany a wind magic class. To my surprise, it was Strauss who came to pick me up. Nice to see you. Pleased to see you. Exchanging somewhat awkward greetings, I followed Strauss outside the school building. We arrived at a place that looked like a large arena behind the school building. It was about the size of a 400-meter track field. The surroundings were enclosed by walls about 3 meters high. Around 50 or 60 students had already gathered and were standing in line. I will now take attendance. Saying this, Strauss began checking off names on the roster. There was no greeting to start the class or introduction of me, but I wondered if I should just wait. As I crouched down to feel the reddish-brown earth with my palm, Strauss, having finished checking everyone's names, looked at me. Now, before we begin the beginner and intermediate wind magic class, I'd like you to give a greeting. Ha! Caught off guard by the sudden request, I unconsciously responded. I stood up, brushing the dirt off my palms. I've become a faculty member starting today. My name is Aoi Konominato. It's nice to meet you all. If you have any questions about magic, please feel free to ask. After introducing myself and bowing, I received scattered applause from the students. Confirming this, Strauss nodded with satisfaction. Now, let's begin the class. Form a line and cast the basic wind magic wind touch towards this side. At Strauss's instruction to start the class, the students hurriedly did as they were told. The students began their incantations, raising their hands to face level. The quicker ones immediately executed and activated their magic. The skilled ones could produce winds strong enough to push against their bodies. On the other hand, those who struggled could only manage winds slightly stronger than a gentle breeze. While the group had varying levels of skill, I wondered how Strauss would teach them. As I watched with interest, Strauss began rearranging the students' positions one by one. He arranged them so that those skilled in wind magic stood alternately with those who struggled, and had them cast their magic again. As a result, the overall strength of the wind increased. Observing this, Strauss began to speak. Wind becomes stronger when bundled together. You should be able to sense the shape, movement, and strength of magical wind with your own senses, even if you can't see it. Right now, you should be feeling a different sensation as you're influenced by the wind created by those standing near you. Don't forget this sensation. After saying this, Strauss cast the same wind magic as everyone else. The wind blew fiercely with the force of a gust. Wind might seem like something impossible to grasp, but I think of it as similar to water. If you want to create strong, sharp winds, you should first release the wind widely, then concentrate it at the tips of your palms in one swift motion. Saying this, Strauss gradually concentrated the wind, increasing its pressure. The moment its force exceeded a certain level, a sharp blade of wind cut across the red earth. It left a gash as if a dragon had clawed at the ground. The students let out gasps of admiration, and several nodded in understanding. It's a very easy to understand lesson. At this rate, everyone should be able to properly learn up to intermediate magic. As I was smiling at this thought, I noticed Strauss looking at me. Sensei Aoi, do you have any advice to offer? Once again caught off guard by the sudden question, I hesitated for a moment before casting water magic. Mist, I muttered, creating a dense fog in front of the students. Looking at the surprised students and Strauss, I began to speak. By incorporating the mist into the wind, we can make it visible. Let's have each person cast their magic in turn in this situation to learn how to use it. Upon hearing this, Strauss put a finger to his chin and mused. I see. Indeed, this would make it easier for the instructors to teach. Moreover, it would facilitate understanding of more complex magic as well. As he spoke, Strauss also cast magic towards the dense fog. The students exclaimed in surprise at the wind magic that spiraled upwards diagonally. The students, who were genuinely amazed, suddenly became aware of my presence. We'd like to see Sensei Aoi's wind magic too, someone said, and everyone's eyes turned to me. I thought Strauss might stop them, but even he looked interested. It can't be helped. Since they won't settle down otherwise, I'll demonstrate an interesting magic spell for the students to learn from. Very well, everyone. I'll show you the progression from beginner level, so watch carefully. Changing tornado. I activated wind magic towards the center of the dense fog. The wind swirled inwards as if being drawn in, gradually rising. Gather the wind to increase its mass. Use all the momentum to create an inward pulling force, while minimizing the upward escaping force. As I spoke, the wind that had engulfed the dense fog formed a wind dome, accumulating power with a roaring sound. As the students held their breath and stepped back, I raised one hand. You can freely choose where this wind is directed. So, this time, let's release it upwards. The moment I said this and released the magic, the wind dome became a tornado with a thunderous roar. The raging tornado rose as if piercing the heavens, leaving the students' expressions utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 3: Rumors of the New Teacher. The sudden tornado that occurred was apparently caused by magic from the new senior faculty member. Unaware of such rumors spreading, I was pleased that the first day had gone better than expected. Aoi-san, you look happy. It's self-praise, but I feel like I did well for the first day. I replied with a smile. Eliza laughed in response. Indeed. Strauss-san also said you were very good. Fire, wind, and now water and earth. Maybe you'll come to my class tomorrow, Eliza said happily. I nodded and ate the pasta with minced meat. Despite its brown, heavy appearance, it was surprisingly light and delicious. The salad and bread were quite tasty too. I enjoyed the dormitory meal while chatting with Eliza. The morning sun shone through the window as I turned over in the soft bed, gradually becoming aware of my surroundings. The room's interior resembled a luxury hotel. Through the window, I could see a view of Western-style castles and spires that looked like World Heritage sites. As I gazed at the surreal scenery, I sat up. I must have been unknowingly tense yesterday, as I had slept surprisingly well. Still in my thin nightwear, I drank a glass of water, washed my face, and changed clothes. The comfortable underwear and crisp uniform made me feel more focused. When I went to the dining hall, Eliza was already waiting. Good morning. Good morning. We exchanged greetings and had breakfast together. Along with bread and vegetable soup, there was surprisingly a meat pie, which was delicious enough to finish even in the morning. We went to the academy together, where Famous was waiting at the entrance. Good morning. A message from the headmaster. Ms. Kanominato should observe Mr. Ord's intermediate water magic class in the morning. In the afternoon, it's Mr. Woodford's earth magic. That's all, he said before leaving. But I don't know where the classrooms are, I muttered, wondering if this was harassment. Eliza, who was next to me, hurriedly pointed towards the back. The intermediate water magic class is at the back of this floor. Go straight down the right corridor to the end. Oh, let's have lunch in the school cafeteria. I'll be waiting. See you later, Eliza explained before running off. I was suddenly alone. I had no way to check the time, but I might have been on the verge of being late. Looking around, I realized there was no one on the floor. Right corridor, to the end. I repeated Eliza's instructions and walked quickly towards my destination. However, the school was too large. Even though I just needed to go to the back of the corridor, it was quite far. As a result, I ended up opening the classroom door while the low bell signaling the start of class was ringing. I'm sorry. I'm late. I apologized as I entered, and the students' and teachers' eyes turned towards me. Standing at the podium was the handsome young man with blue hair I had met on the first day at the academy. It's you. I'm Space-eyed Ord. I'm in charge of this class, he said, then paused before continuing with a furrowed brow. Yesterday, a sudden tornado appeared behind the school building. It was probably a special class magic called Aerial Gaze, the Spear of Gale. Was that your magic? As Space-eyed spoke, the students began to murmur. I shook my head from side to side, denying it. That was an original magic modified from intermediate magic. It's not special class. Hearing my answer, Space-eye's eyes widened slightly, and the students exchanged glances. Then, one of the students spoke up. I'm Court Hedge Butler, a third year in the upper school. While original magic alone suggests great skill, it's hard to believe that intermediate magic could be elevated to special class level. I'd love to hear your explanation. The student spoke with a gentle demeanor, but strangely, everyone listened to his words in silence. He was a boy with pink-tinged vermilion hair, probably around 16 or 17 years old. He wasn't tall and was slender, but he didn't give off a weak impression. Nodding at Court's words, I turned my palm upwards. This is a water magic class, right? Then, let me show you water magic. Saying that, I demonstrated the original magic I had shown to Glenn and the others. The classroom erupted into chaos upon seeing it, and Space-eyed looked at me with a stern expression. Meanwhile, Court nodded with interest. Magnificent. Court's words could be heard clearly, somehow. After that, Space-eyed regained control, and the class finally began. It was a good lesson, simple yet capturing the essential points. Although there were some roundabout explanations here and there, it seemed that everyone would be able to understand. As I finished observing the entire class, Spaceyed concluded the lesson without incident. I see, so this is how everyone teaches their classes. As I was thinking about this and about to leave the classroom, that student named Court walked up beside me. Sensei Aoi, are you going to lunch now? Yes, I'm planning to eat with Eliza in the cafeteria. Hearing my answer, Court nodded with a gentle smile. If it's all right, may I join you? I'd love to learn more about magic from you. Faced with such a request, I felt I couldn't refuse and agreed. Court-kun. Eliza's first words in the cafeteria made Court laugh awkwardly. What's wrong? Don't tell me Aoi-san did something again. I didn't do anything. I replied, feeling offended. Court chuckled in response. Demonstrating original magic equivalent to special class as a new teacher and then saying you didn't do anything? That's quite something. Hearing the laughing remark, Eliza put her hand on her head. Aoi-san, there were rumors about you. Creating original magic is something you'd be lucky to accomplish after years of research, you know? Why did you have to stand out so much? I didn't think it would stand out. Of course it would stand out. Well, what's done is done. Let's try not to attract any more attention from now on, okay? I understand. Hearing my response, Eliza sighed in relief and nodded. That's good. Now, let's eat. Seemingly reassured, Eliza said this with a smile. As we started eating, I enjoyed the dishes laid out before me. This time, it was cutlet with salad, onion soup, and bread. I'm very happy that this academy always serves such delicious food. As I was thinking this, Eliza looked at me with an indescribable expression. Aoi-san, aren't you bothered by the stares around us? I feel like I want to run away right now. Despite her words, Eliza was still nibbling on her bread. I looked away from her and surveyed our surroundings. The cafeteria had high ceilings with several skylights, giving it a spacious and open feeling. However, the current atmosphere felt more oppressive. This was because we had been receiving stares from around us ever since we sat down in the cafeteria. Interestingly, most of these stares were from female students. It bothers me, but I'm not going to worry about it. I answered, then turned my gaze to the person I suspected was the cause. Court laughed awkwardly as he met my eyes. I'm sorry. Usually, I eat in a private room, so this is probably a rare sight for them. As Court spoke in a half-joking manner, Eliza's cheek twitched. I think it's because Court-kun is very popular among the female students. Eliza muttered with a dry laugh. I learned later that Court Hedge Butler was the eldest son of a great noble family from the Court Highland Federation, one of the 6 major countries. He excelled in both academics and sports, and was by far the most approachable among the children of great nobles. As such, he was known as the most eligible bachelor in this academy, which was attended by many children of nobility. The sight of Court dining with others in the cafeteria was extremely rare, and it became a major event among the female students. In the end, we decided it would be petty to move, so we enjoyed our lunch while enduring the jealous and angry stares of the female students. Eliza was trembling, but Court seemed to be watching my behavior with amusement. By the way, our discussion about magic was brief, and half of it was filled with Court's trivial chatter and questions. I heard that the afternoon class is about earth magic. I said as I stood up after finishing my meal. Eliza puffed out her chest and looked at me. I just heard about it too. It's my class. How exciting, she exclaimed, raising both hands high with enthusiasm. As I watched her with a warm smile, Court let out a disappointed sigh. I have a different class in the afternoon. What a shame. I hope we can join together for the next class. Well then, see you later, he said as he left. It was almost like a ball or something, but this is a school after all. What an unusual boy, I said with a laugh. Eliza shook her head with a tired expression. You're the first person I've met who had that impression of Court, she said with an exasperated smile. Section. When we arrived at the classroom, I spotted a familiar face. It was Shenli, the adorable girl with white hair and a white tail. When Shenli noticed us, her ears on top of her head perked up, and her eyes sparkled. She looked at us silently, but her tail was wagging back and forth. "Hello everyone. Now, let's take attendance," Eliza said with a smile as she began checking names one by one. Shenli responded in a loud voice when her name was called. As the class began, Eliza started with simple earth magic and gradually increased the difficulty, finally demonstrating intermediate level magic. As you can see, earth magic becomes more diverse as you progress from beginner to intermediate levels. What was once just about shaping earth now involves changes in size, hardness, and properties. The effects and applications become entirely different. Eliza explained while looking at Shenli. "Now, Shenli, what happens when you create a wall using earth magic?" "Why yes. At the beginner level, you can make a wall about waist high and as thick as a fist. At the intermediate level, you can create a wall taller than a person. I've heard that at the advanced level, you can even make walls over 3 meters high." Shenli answered hurriedly but confidently when suddenly called upon. Eliza smiled and nodded. "That's correct. Also, the height and thickness can vary depending on magical power and skill level. The same goes for hardness. While there isn't much difference between beginner and intermediate levels when it comes to just making something hard, advanced and special grade magic are completely different. A special grade magician can create a sand wall as strong as a castle wall." The students let out sounds of amazement at Eliza's words. Earth magic is sometimes considered plain, but it's an incredibly versatile type of magic. Let's strive to improve from beginner to intermediate, and from intermediate to advanced levels. Eliza encouraged, receiving positive responses from the students. Just then, I heard male students talking behind Shenli, who had been looking at me happily. They seemed to be chatting with a large blonde boy sitting next to them. As the two laughed and talked at a volume unsuitable for class, Shenli's expression clouded over. Apparently judging it as a disturbance to the class, Eliza spoke up. Rox and Felter, could you please keep it down a bit?" The surrounding students' expressions changed as Eliza gently admonished them. But the two boys didn't seem to care. "Boys, your voices are a bit too loud," Eliza said meekly, finally getting their attention. "Are you talking to me?" the red-haired boy asked, pointing at himself. "Who else would it be?" The large boy next to him snorted in response. The red-haired boy stood up, scratching his head vigorously. "This isn't middle school, you know. Starting from the basics is a waste of time. So it should be fine if we chat during that time, right?" Despite his absurd logic, he seemed quite serious. Eliza looked troubled but tried to reason with him. "I understand that you, Rox, might already be able to use and understand intermediate level earth magic, but not everyone is at that level. Some students are taking an intermediate level class for the first time, so please don't disrupt the lesson." Just after she said this with a smile, the boy called Rox clicked his tongue and slammed his desk. The loud noise startled some students, making them flinch. "Then separate the students. There are 2 teachers here, aren't there? I'm sure you can at least handle beginner-level earth magic, woman," Rox said, looking down at me. It seemed he had complaints about how the class was being conducted. However, that's no reason to disrespect a teacher. I met Rox's half-smiling gaze and spoke. "I'm Aoi Konominato, a new teacher. Indeed, I'm new, but I've been recognized by the academy and stand here as a teacher. Do you understand that?" Upon hearing this, Rox's eyes widened for a moment before quickly narrowing in displeasure. "Are you mocking me? Let me ask you this. Do you understand who you're talking to? Who am I? Tell me." As Rox glared at me, I nodded in response. "A poorly behaved student who brandishes the mentality of an elementary school child or younger. Your name is Rox. Am I wrong?" The moment I said that, Rox jumped onto his desk, kicked the top, and lunged at me. "I'll kill you, woman," he shouted as he came at me. I stepped aside to dodge him and spoke. "Action seal, freeze." As I turned around, I saw Rox trying to throw a punch at me. But since I had already activated the magic, Rox straightened like a rod and fell to the ground. "Ooh," he grunted as he rolled on the floor, causing an uproar in the classroom. Even the large student called Felter looked shocked. Well, it's a classic approach, but mischievous students who go too far will be punished," I said as I grabbed Rock's belt and lifted him by shifting my center of gravity. I carried Rox, who had become like luggage, outside the classroom and propped him up against the wall, forcing him to stand. He looked like an awkward signboard, but that would do. "Now, you'll stay like this until class is over today," I said before returning to the classroom, where everyone seemed unable to hide their confusion. Even Shenli looked worried. It might seem cruel, but if left unchecked, Rox would become a delinquent. A somewhat severe punishment is necessary. Do you understand? Despite my words, the only response I got was Eliza's tearful face and voice. "It's so conspicuous. It's unbelievably too conspicuous." Section. Thanks to removing Rox, the class ended without further incident. Well, it might not be entirely accurate to say there were no problems, given the funeral-like silence punctuated by Eliza's half-crying voice. "Seal release," I said, dispelling the magic. Rox, who had been propped against the hallway wall, fell on his backside. What happened?" Rox muttered as he sat on the ground. Felter walked up and spoke. "A student who said something disrespectful got punished by the new teacher. That's all," Felter said in a low voice, glancing at me. Rox's face suddenly lit up with realization as he looked at me. "Why you? How dare you?" As Rox seemed about to say something in anger again, I held out my palm in front of his face, silencing him. After confirming that he had quieted down, I spoke. "You shouldn't bring status into a school setting. Within this academy, teachers are teachers, and students are students. There's no room for anything else to intervene in these roles. Do you know how much my royal family has invested in this academy?" Rox said in a low voice, his eyes bloodshot. I smirked. "If you had earned it yourself, that would be one thing. But aren't you ashamed to act so high and mighty with your parents' money? Or is that your pride?" When I asked provocatively, Rox looked as if he was about to bite me, but he somehow managed to hold back. "Remember this. Whatever the reason, I won't forget that you've mocked me." With those words, Rox turned on his heel. For some reason, Eliza's face turned pale. As Rox was about to walk away, he noticed that Felter wasn't following and stopped. "What's wrong?" Felter waved his hand in response to Rox, who spoke with an irritated tone. "I have something to discuss with this teacher." Rox looked suspicious at those words, but soon noticed my gaze, snorted, and walked away. After confirming that Rox had left, Felter looked down at me. "He's a tall boy." "No, he doesn't look like a boy anymore. His body is covered in thick muscles that seem to push up from beneath his clothes. And his golden hair stands up like a lion's mane, along with a tail." "A tail? Felter, are you a beast person? Got a problem with that?" Felter glared at me with a look that seemed like it could make a sound. I smiled and shook my head. "Not at all. I'd just be happy if you could crouch down a bit." Hearing that, Felter hesitated but bent his waist. Then, if you'll excuse me, I couldn't help but smile broadly as I placed both hands on Felter's head. "New." Ignoring Felter's surprised voice, I ruffled his head. Soon, what I was looking for appeared. Triangular ears with rounded tips and thickness. They looked fluffy and nice to touch. "Oh, unexpectedly cute ears. May I touch them?" "Oh, of course not," he shouted in refusal, and the cute ears rolled back and away. "Ah, don't look so disappointed." Felter's hair stood on end, showing his wariness, which made Eliza panic. "I am sorry. Aoi is a bit oblivious." She provided such a rude follow-up. I almost reached out again, but I guess it was indeed impolite to pet someone's head upon first meeting. Next time, I'll ask for permission before petting. While I was thinking that, Felter looked at me with a complex expression that could be interpreted as anger or impatience. "You're a hard woman to understand." But, after saying that, Felter, who had been in a battle-ready stance, returned to his normal posture. Then, after letting out a light sigh, he looked at me. "That footwork, and the way you stand without facing your front directly to the enemy. I see you can do close combat, not just magic. What do you use?" "A sword." Felter smiled happily. There hasn't been anyone in this academy who could handle close combat properly. Even those good at physical enhancement fight by keeping their distance and using magic," he muttered, clenching his fist and bringing it in front of my face. "I hope you're strong." Felter showed a fierce smile as he said that, then left with a brisk stride. The sight of him leaving while swaying his tail, which looked rather cute for his large build, was amusing and age-appropriate. Section. Aoi. Why did you do such a thing? As soon as Felter was gone, Eliza approached me with teary eyes. Then, Shenli, who couldn't come out of the classroom, timidly emerged. Will it be okay? I hear Felter is the next heir to a Marquis family in the Bushmills Empire, and Rox. Eliza nodded repeatedly at Shenli's worried words. Rox Kilbeggan. He's from the royal family of the Vert Kingdom, which has the closest relationship with this academy. Moreover, he's the second prince. Eliza held her head with both hands and started headbanging, causing Shenli to back away in fear. It seems they were a high-ranking nobleman and a prince from 2 of the 6 great countries. To think a prince and a future marquis would show such attitude in public. Perhaps I should have disciplined them more strictly. It's the opposite. It's better not to get involved. Eliza and Shenli objected to my monologue, but I couldn't yield on this point. School should be equal. Regardless of birth, everyone should learn equally and enjoy their time as students equally. Also, teachers, who should be role models for students, should treat everyone equally without distinction. Didn't you just say you should be strict because they're royalty? That's that. This is this. Brushing off Eliza's point, I looked at Shenli. Shenli, if anyone acts arrogant towards you, let me know, okay? Neither I nor Ms. Eliza care about status. Me too. For some reason, Eliza confirmed with a scream-like tone. Ms. Eliza, don't you want to help troubled students? When I asked that, Eliza pulled her chin down, still on the verge of tears. Seeing Eliza's face, Shenli anxiously opened her mouth. Please don't worry about me. Just the fact that Ms. Eliza cared about me is. As Shenli said such self-deprecating words with tears in her eyes, Eliza writhed in agony, seemingly stricken by her conscience. After hearing that, I can't not try my best. And so, Eliza finally decided to help Shenli. Section. Well done. That was the first thing Strauss said as he repeatedly patted my shoulder. Despite his usual expressionless face, I could somehow tell he was very pleased. Hey, Mr. Strauss. Why are you praising her? Eliza raised both hands to express her anger, to which Strauss tilted his head. She scolded those idiots who were acting selfishly and often disrupting classes. What's wrong with that? When Strauss asked this with a serious face, Eliza held her head and rested both elbows on the table. Glancing at Eliza, who was hanging her head, I looked around the restaurant. It's a slightly dim but spacious eatery. Wooden tables and leather-covered sofas are lined up, with potted plants placed along the walls and around pillars. Both the staff and clientele seem refined, and it's clearly a high-class establishment at first glance. Will the payment be all right? I have money I earned during my travels, but these two don't seem to have much financial leeway. I remember Eliza saying something like that to the dormitory head. When I voiced this thought, both of them looked at me with straight faces. In this town, Fidic Academy teachers are high earners. We can manage a meal at least. Come to think of it, Aoi, you haven't received your salary yet, have you? At Strauss's words, Eliza also had a sudden realization. I had been misunderstood. No, I can manage my own payment, but earlier, Eliza was worried about the price of inns in town, so, as I said this, Strauss also looked at Eliza's face. Eliza furrowed her brows and averted her gaze. My research funds are tight. The occasional meal cost is like pocket change, so I don't mind, but if it's a regular expense. I've heard rumors that senior teachers get 3 times the salary of regular teachers. As Eliza looked at us with a covetous expression, Strauss narrowed his eyes. Don't mooch, Eliza. Aoi is a younger, new teacher. Strauss naturally addressed her without honorifics, to which Eliza gave him a reproachful look. I'm older than you, Mr. Strauss. You could show some respect to your elders and contribute to my research funds. Don't become like this, Aoi. As the two engaged in this amusing conversation, I voiced a question. I have one question, but I think any mage capable of becoming a teacher at Fidic Academy could earn plenty of money through other means. Why choose this academy? When I asked this, the two looked at each other. There are various reasons, but broadly speaking, there are two. No, three. Strauss said this, and Eliza nodded and continued. One is to demonstrate presence at the academy for the sake of their country. For example, Sensei Famous Grouse. Sensei Famous teaches to elevate the status of his count family and to make known the high level of mages in the Karvan Kingdom. She said this while holding up her index finger, then raised her middle finger to mention the second reason. The second reason is for the sake of their family. For example, those from families that were once noble but have fallen on hard times have extremely few chances to rise again within the country. Well, it's easier for up-and-coming nobles with momentum to gain recognition than those who have failed once. Such people come to Fidic Academy where they can be evaluated fairly and show their presence. After saying this, she raised her ring finger last. The third reason is for themselves. People who have dedicated their lives to magic. Those who want to develop their target magic somehow. Some are even looking for marriage partners. Nodding at the two who had given me this explanation, I said, I see. So, what about you two? For myself. For myself. They answered immediately without hesitation. For yourselves. When I confirmed this, Strauss nodded vigorously. The Kingdom of Vert already has one senior instructor. My family is a baronial house. Just becoming an instructor should have been enough to make a name for myself. So, I want to test how far I can go as a magician. Strauss said something like a protagonist from a shounen manga and quietly took a sip of his drink. Laughing at this, Eliza also nodded. I'm similar. It would be good for my family if we could produce many magicians, but we already have many more instructors and students than before. So, I'm developing new magic for my own purposes as well. Eliza said this while clenching both hands into fists in front of her chest. New magic? Yes. Earth magic can be used in various places, from road construction to castle wall building. However, the moment the magical power is lost, everything turns back into soil clumps. This is true for both advanced and special grade magic. Even if you change its properties to stone, it apparently crumbles apart. So, I want to develop earth magic with lasting effect. If I can do that, it should be possible to construct buildings and bridges too. As Eliza spoke passionately, Strauss let out a groan. I ask this every time, but is lasting magic even possible? Wouldn't it just continually release magical power? The possibilities of magic are limitless. Personally, I think there's potential in the lost magic circles of ancient times. To begin with, among ancient ruins, there are buildings that clearly don't seem to be artificial. Before I knew it, the two of them had become engrossed in a magical debate. What do you think, Aoi-san? Be honest. It would be a pity if she wastes time on impossible research. Don't be so cruel. Cornered by the two of them, I, who had been eating a chicken bar, answered with a wry smile. I don't think Eliza-san's research is wrong. In fact, weapons, armor, and buildings made using magic circles do remain. Magic circles lose their effect if the lines are broken, so they're protected by covering the surface with the same material, making them invisible. When I answered like this, Eliza and Strauss's eyes widened. Why you know about magic circles? Don't tell me, Aoi is also researching magic circles. As the two were each shocked, I suddenly sensed someone standing beside us. When I looked up, to my surprise, it was Spaceide. Spaceide looked at each of our faces in turn, then frowned and let out a deep sigh. Couldn't you be a bit quieter? This is a public restaurant. Please act with consideration for those around you. Hearing this, Eliza immediately looked startled and bowed her head. I am sorry. We just got a bit carried away. I apologize. Ignoring Eliza's apology, Spaceide snorted and turned on his heel. Strauss seemed slightly annoyed by this attitude, but we were in the wrong. There was no way we could complain. However, there was one thing I was curious about. Excuse me. When I said this, Spaceyed stopped and turned his profile towards us. I apologize for being noisy. By the way, is Sensei Spaceyed here alone? When I asked, Spaceyed made an unpleasant face and hesitated for a moment, but soon answered. I'm with Mr. Four Pernod Roses. I sincerely hope you won't cause any more disturbances. After answering this, Spaceyed returned to his seat. It seems they were eating in a private room in the back. Is this four-person an instructor? As I voiced my question while turning back, Strauss made a sour face, and Eliza nodded with a wry smile. He's one of the senior instructors. He's someone with a strong sense of nobility, so Strauss-san and I don't have many opportunities to talk with him. Hearing this, I somehow understood Strauss's expression. Chapter 4. Anger. The Academy has senior instructors who excel in fire, water, wind, and earth magic, as well as healing magic. Their number is less than 10% of the over 100 instructors. Typically, mages who become senior instructors are deeply engaged in research. Publishing their findings and byproducts benefits both themselves and the Academy. Therefore, unlike regular instructors, senior instructors only teach classes 1 or 2 days a week at most. In particular, for Pernod Roses, the senior water instructor is devoted to his research and only teaches a 2-hour class once a week, barring exceptional circumstances. As this rare class was being held, I, despite being only on my 3rd day as an instructor, was in the schoolyard with the students from early morning. As expected of students studying advanced magic, they were mostly 17 to 18 years old. There were 20 of them, all standing with serious expressions. However, I could see that 2 of them, Rox Kilbergen and Felter Ken, were occasionally stealing glances at me. I wondered if those 2 were exceptional students. As I was secretly surprised, a man in black robes appeared in the schoolyard, which resembled an arena. He was a thin man in his 50s with long, dull grey hair and beard, and sharp eyes. Combined with his black attire, he looked every bit the wizard. As everyone tensed and straightened their backs, the senior instructor, for Pernod Roses, stopped in front of us and looked around. I'll take attendance. Without greeting, For began checking names in order. Finally, he glanced at me. Lastly, Instructor Aoi Kanominato. Yes. It's a pleasure to work with you today, I said, bowing slightly. For gave me an unabashed stare. As I felt somewhat uncomfortable being looked up and down, Rox interjected from the side. I heard that Instructor Aoi was hired as a senior instructor despite just arriving at the academy. She must be an incredible mage. As soon as he uttered this unnecessary comment, For narrowed his eyes sharply. Glaring at Rox, who shut his mouth under that gaze, For turned to look at me. In this academy, those with ability become instructors. However, to be a senior instructor, a minimum level of refinement is required. In that respect, nobles are suitable for senior instructor positions as they learn various etiquette and academic subjects from a young age. I heard that Instructor Kanominato is of common birth. After quietly explaining his theory, he said this as if confirming. I nodded while looking straight back at him. Yes, I'm a commoner. I'm of unknown origin, but is that unsuitable? Upon hearing this, For fell silent for a few seconds, looking thoughtful. Then, exhaling briefly, he spoke. I'll judge based on your future actions. If I determine you're unfit to be a senior instructor, I intend to appeal directly to the headmaster. Remember that. After saying this in a stern voice, For finally began the lesson. He demonstrated advanced water magic. Apparently, For can use special grade water magic and advanced fire and wind magic as well. Being able to use multiple special grade magics puts him on par with court mages of various countries, so For's ability is certainly impressive. Moreover, he cast advanced water magic after uttering just 2 words of incantation. It seems he's also been researching incantation time reduction. The incantation time was only about 2 or 3 seconds. This is nearly as good as casting without incantation. Skipping the incantation makes it harder to adjust the magic being cast, but that doesn't seem to be a problem for him. Rushing water flow, Daedalus wave. The moment he activated the magic, a huge water sphere appeared in front of For, and a massive amount of water was released forward. It was like a tsunami. Soldiers or carriages would be swept away helplessly. The students, childlike in their enthusiasm, let out sounds of admiration with shining eyes at this magic. It's understandable, as being able to use even one advanced magic is enough to qualify for graduation. Then, they formed groups of 5 and took turns casting advanced water magic. Interestingly, even though they can use advanced magic, the activation speed and power aren't the same for everyone. Even if the activation is slow and the power is low, when all 5 cast together, it becomes a tsunami comparable to Force magic. Conversely, even if each individual has power, if the timing of activation is off, the result is mediocre. Also, the technique of abbreviating incantations varies. Some students can activate with as few as 3 verses, while those who activate with 4 verses were learning from them. They can learn about the characteristics of magic and also get hints for their own magic by observing others. This class seems well thought out too. As I was thinking about this while watching, Rox, who was studying seriously in the advanced class, looked over at me. Instructor 4. For future reference, I'd like to see Instructor AOE's magic once. When Rox said this, For showed a thoughtful gesture for a moment, then nodded slightly. I'm interested in that too. It took me 15 years to become a senior instructor. Even that is considered fast among senior instructors. It would be a lie to say I'm not curious about Instructor Konominato's ability. He muttered this and glanced at me, but quickly let out a shallow sigh. However, now is not the time. No matter what level Instructor Konominato's ability is, it wouldn't be of much use to you all yet. First, train until you can activate advanced magic in 3 verses. Unexpectedly, For dismissed Rox's proposal with these words. I was surprised, and it seems Rox himself was surprised too. He glared at me frustratedly but didn't say anything more. In the end, For, having judged me as an observer, didn't have me do anything until the very end. Section. Because of this, I wanted to ask Eliza about it during lunch. I didn't think Instructor 4's noble consciousness was high enough to be a problem, I said, tilting my head. Biting into a bread as big as her face, Eliza also tilted her head. Is that so? Most of us don't have the opportunity to talk with Instructor 4. Maybe it was just rumors. As soon as she said this, Eliza raised her face as if remembering something. Speaking of which, I hear it's becoming a rumor among the students. About me? I asked. Eliza nodded several times. Yes. It's only among some students for now, but clearly someone with ill intentions. You mean it's a bad rumor? What kind of content? When I asked, Eliza hesitated for a moment, then opened her mouth sadly. They're saying that Instructor AOE, because of her common birth, sees nobles as enemies and is unfairly oppressing them using her position as an instructor. Murmuring this, Eliza quickly waved both hands. Strauss and I understand, We know that you're trying to teach students right from wrong equally. It's just that this academy has such a strong sense of noble society. If someone with high family power spreads a rumor, it spreads as if it's the truth. As Eliza said this, looking frustrated and downcast, I smiled and nodded. It's all right. The entanglements of noble society don't matter to me. Let's face it head on. When I said this with a smile, Eliza gave a dry laugh, her cheeks twitching. Sighed, Shenley. I quietly take a seat at the edge of the classroom, trying to be as inconspicuous and silent as possible. In this academy, magical ability is important, but so is one's status as a noble. And the same goes for one's race. I was good at magic in the intermediate division. While my magical power wasn't particularly strong, I was often told I learned quickly. Maybe that's why. I certainly had few friends, but I think I was normal in the intermediate division. I advanced to the advanced division a year early, and the world changed completely. I started being badmouthed and harassed. While my grades were good in the intermediate division, they were below average in the advanced division. Moreover, being a beastkin and the child of a Viscount family in name only, my existence is practically worthless. If I fail, I'm abused and ridiculed. If I stand out, I'm told I'm getting cocky and face harassment. I've even been pushed downstairs and had my clothes burned with fire magic on my way home. After just a few months, My nerves were frayed, and I couldn't do anything anymore. Unable to fail, when I try to use magic in class, my body shakes from extreme tension, and the magic mostly fails to activate. I know it's a vicious cycle, but I can't help it. I secretly practice magic in the middle of the night, but once I enter the classroom, my body automatically shrinks, and just being exposed to gazes makes me shake and want to cry. I've thought about quitting the academy, but that would be disadvantageous for my family. It might be better to make it look like I died in an accident. How happy I would be if I could just disappear, if I could just sleep and never wake up. As I was spending such painful days, a sudden change came to me. It was my encounter with instructor Aoi, who became a senior instructor at a young age. A normal instructor would treat me as if I didn't exist. But instructor Aoi talks to me on her own initiative. Just that alone is so relieving for me. Unfortunately, we've only shared one class together so far, but when I secretly waved at teacher Aoi, she smiled back at me. I felt my heart lighten. It seemed like I had found a place where I belonged. Whenever we pass each other in the hallway or cafeteria, we always greet each other. Even though my friends from middle school stopped greeting me out of fear of the high school seniors. That's why, when I saw Senior Rock's badmouthing teacher Aoi, I couldn't hold back. That woman must have some hidden agenda. There are rumors she can use special class magic, but when I told her to use it, she never showed any magic. In other words, that woman must need some kind of trick to use magic. Using such fraudulent methods to become a senior instructor, and treating royalty with disrespect to show off her position. That woman might be harmful not only to this academy but to the 6 great nations as well. Hearing those words in the hallway, I felt a tightness in my chest from sadness, frustration, and pain. Prince of the Vert Kingdom, capable of using advanced magic in the 4 main attributes of fire, water, wind, and earth, even called a genius. Because of this, his influence is unmatched. Such a senior rocks, mocking teacher Aoi. We must crush her. Well, no one would miss that ill-mannered commoner if she disappeared. He laughed with amusement, and the people gathered around him started laughing along. Seeing that scene, I burst out. Teacher Aoi is a wonderful teacher who treats everyone equally. Senior Rocks, you're the worst for trying to put down such a person. I said it. I shouted at royalty while crying. Girl, say that again. I heard Senior Rock's voice dripping with fury, and the faces of the senior noble students around turned into expressions of seeing something interesting, with sneers audible. I felt my knees weaken with fear, but because I couldn't hold back, I cried out in a tearful voice. Don't bully teacher Aoi. Sighed, Court. Aoi Kanominato. She looks like she's only in her teens, but there's no doubt her magical skill is at the level of a senior instructor's or court magician. If all the rumors I've collected are true, she might be on par with the headmaster. However, upon investigation, her background is unknown. Not just her origins, but even which country she lived in until recently is unclear. She might have been hiding in one of the small countries rather than the 6 great nations. Normally, if born in the 6 great nations, all magicians are identified through birth surveys. Exceptions are cases where prostitutes hide their children or when thieves and bandits give birth in remote hideouts. In either case, they wouldn't hide the child if they knew it could be profitable. It's well known that children with magical aptitude of unknown origin are often sold as slaves. Then, for what reason did she come to the academy from a small country? If she revealed her background and enlisted as a magician in one of the 6 great nations, someone of Aoi's caliber could obtain noble status and wealth. The reason for coming to the academy as a teacher. If she had been conducting magical research on her own, she must be from a noble family. Yet, she claims to be a commoner. I wish I could attend more of Aoi's classes, but unfortunately, it's unclear which classes she'll participate in. So far, I've only been able to attend one class, but I suppose it will be decided soon which subjects she'll be in charge of. I hope it's a class I can take. As I was thinking about this, I heard a girl's scream from down the hallway. Surprised, I moved down the hallway and turned the corner to see a girl lying on the floor and Rox Kilbegan standing there. Around them were the usual sons of high-ranking nobles from the Vert Kingdom, laughing amusingly. The girl was coughing and trembling on the floor, seemingly hurt somewhere. She's quite small. Could she be a middle school student? Is something amusing happening? Everyone seems to be having fun. I interject softly, yet in a way that breaks the atmosphere. These are the children of nobles from other countries. Especially Rox, who is royalty. Although my butler family holds the highest position in the Court Highland Federation, our federation was formed by an alliance of neighboring small countries wishing to maintain independence, wary of the 5 great nations gaining power. The difference in inherent strength is obvious. If it were to become known that we might be hostile to the Vert Kingdom, our country would undoubtedly be split in 2. Some might even try to offer up the butler family to make amends. In other words, completely opposing Rox carries high risks. There are several people I'm cautious of, but I think I've maintained a good distance with all of them so far. I should be able to handle this well too. Thinking this, I approach Rox while glancing at the girl. Did something happen? When I ask again, Rox opens his mouth, looking slightly displeased. HMPH, Court. Is this fool an acquaintance of yours? No, I probably don't know her. I was just interested because I saw the future leaders of the Vert Kingdom chatting happily even though classes are over. Hearing my response, Rox snorts and points at the girl. This fool just defied my words. That's right, Court. Do you want to join in? I'm thinking of crushing that woman called AOE. I'll teach her what happens when you make a fool of royalty. Rox directs an ugly smile at me as he says this. That sounds interesting. I should just smile ambiguously and say that. That's what I thought, but different words came out of my mouth. What a silly game. It really shows the level of the Vert Kingdom. Reason tells me to immediately correct my attitude and apologize, but it seems something is wrong with me today. The entanglements between countries, incurring the anger of Rox who is more powerful than me, all of it feels ridiculous. Right now, I just want to complain to this arrogant fool of a prince. Whether Rox knows my inner thoughts or not, he narrows his eyes and lets out a low voice. What did you say? Along with his menacing voice, I thought I saw Rox's eyes flash. For some reason, I can't help but laugh at his intimidating demeanor. I mean, this is the second prince, right? The moment I said that, Rox began chanting magic with eyes burning with anger. Sighed, Felter. Was he this kind of man? I thought about this as I followed behind the group that had moved to the courtyard. Rox uses magic in his anger, and his followers assist. Even if they're rotten, they're still students of the Magic Academy. Everyone uses intermediate or higher magic, and various spells are activated one after another. Balls of flame, arrows of ice, blades of wind, and spears of rock. Various attack spells fly, but Court is fighting back while carrying that beast woman with one arm. Although it's more like fleeing than fighting back, he's doing a remarkable job of defending against the magic. Court seems to be skilled in earth magic, quickly using beginner or intermediate spells to block attacks. However, there's obviously a limit. Even if he were a teacher, he wouldn't stand a chance against such overwhelming numbers. The rock Court launched to neutralize an attack shatters right in front of him, and he rolls on the ground after taking shrapnel to his leg. The woman falls with him. Seeing Court bleeding, the followers turn pale as if doused with cold water. That's to be expected. Despite appearances, Court is the eldest son of a prominent family that has produced representatives for the Court Highland Federation. Injuring such a person could become an international incident. Thinking this, their feet become rooted to the ground. What pathetic guys. If they're going to be scared of such things, they shouldn't have done it in the first place. Move aside. Saying this, I push them away, causing a couple of the followers to fall over. At the edge of the courtyard, there's the groaning woman and Court, who's shielding her while bleeding from his leg. Rox looks down at the two and clicks his tongue. To defy someone stronger without any real power. Court Hedge Butler. I thought you were a smarter man. Don't tell me you've fallen for such trash. Rox says this with a laugh, but my evaluation isn't low. Court. You can actually fight pretty well, can't you? Those are movements of someone with real combat experience. I was fooled by your usual demeanor, but in a one-on-one, you'd be quite formidable. When I say this, Court's face twists into a wry smile. You overestimate me, he mutters, standing up. He must be in considerable pain due to the wound on his thigh. However, Court doesn't show any openings. Rox glares at him with folded arms and jerks his chin. I'll forgive you now, Court. Swear that you won't defy me. He utters words as if bestowing mercy. These are words that seem to define Rox Kilbeggan. He has no ill intentions and genuinely believes it's natural for others to obey him as royalty. You could say he even thinks he's being generous by forgiving Court for his mistake. But these are words you shouldn't say to the son of a noble. In this situation, Court can no longer back down. And a man as sharp as Court probably understands that he can't just brush it off casually. What was at stake had become a matter of noble pride. As I watched with interest, Court smiled defiantly and drew a dagger. He pointed the blade at Rox's face. Grovel and apologize. If you do it now, I might forgive you, you foolish prince. At those words, Rox lost his composure. He drew his staff and began chanting a spell. Side, barrel. As I stepped into the courtyard, I heard a series of sounds. Amidst them were echoes of what seemed like curses, so I went to investigate. There, I saw Senior Rox repeatedly casting various spells at what appeared to be a stone wall. I thought it might be some kind of practice, but judging by his shouting, that didn't seem to be the case. You dare defy me and then do this? How pathetic, Court. As Senior Rox continued to cast intermediate level spells while yelling, a chill ran down my spine. I'd heard that royalty had exceptional aptitude as maids, and Senior Rox was indeed special. After all, he was the only student who had achieved advanced proficiency in all 4 primary attributes. Furthermore, a short distance from Senior Rox stood Senior Felter. He was known for his rare talent in non-elemental magic and was a monster capable of using intermediate level spells or higher in almost all types of magic. He was also known for having mock battles with the teachers, and remarkably, he had never lost since entering the academy. In other words, he was a student stronger than the teachers. Who would be foolish enough to go up against those two? Probably a commoner who doesn't understand noble ranks. Come to think of it, I think I heard him shout Court. The moment I muttered this, the stone wall crumbled. It couldn't withstand Senior Rox's fierce attacks. Then, behind the wall appeared a white-haired woman. I could see animal ears on her head. It was Shenli Lu Rosenstjul, the beastfolk female student who had skipped grades and entered the high school division with me. I remembered her because it was rare for a beastfolk to skip grades. Aqua shot. Shenli cast a water spell, aiming at Senior Rox. However, he easily nullified it with an earth spell. Her technique was skillful. She probably used a low-level spell due to the suddenness, but he angled it well to avoid the attack. Now, both would have to start their incantations from scratch. Senior Rox's victory was assured. But at that moment, a figure appeared from the opposite side of Shenli. Rock Shell. It was a tall man with vermilion hair. He had used Shenli's spell as a decoy and launched his own intermediate earth spell. He must have prepared his magic while the other two were engaged. Even with a difference in skill, this situation left no room for error. Senior Rox would have to twist his body to minimize the damage. However, reality proved different. Senior Rox's figure suddenly vanished. When I realized what had happened, Senior Felter, who had been standing at a distance, had pulled Senior Rox down to avoid the spell. It was an abnormal movement. Even I, watching from afar, couldn't comprehend what had occurred, so the two facing them must not have seen it at all. Are you getting involved too, Felter Kane? Hearing the man's defiant voice, I finally realized it was Court Hedge Butler. His expression was so different from usual that I couldn't recognize him. I judged that it might be fatal. Besides, our audience has grown. Senior Felter muttered as he placed Senior Rox on the ground and stood up. I've been spotted. That's what I thought, but Senior Felter's gaze was directed to the opposite side from me. Everyone's attention turned in that direction. The sound of stepping on small stones was heard, and a figure was silhouetted against the setting sun. What are you doing? It was a low, female voice. Despite its lack of volume, the voice resonated well, carrying a force that made my skin crawl. While everyone froze, Only Shenli shed large tears and called out the name of that silhouette. Teacher Aoi. In response to Shenli's desperate voice, as if coughing up blood, a terrifying anger emanated from the silhouette. Pathetically, my legs trembled and wouldn't move. Even though I had done nothing, I felt as if I had been caught doing something terribly wrong. However, Senior Rox stood up calmly and glared back directly. You again? What? Are you going to say something again? We've come too far to back down now. If you interfere here, know that you'll be meddling in international affairs. Senior Rox, spitting out angry words, couldn't finish speaking. He was slapped by the new teacher, Aoi Kanominato, who had appeared in front of him in an instant. I could only see the posture after the slap, but it was clearly the stance of someone who had just delivered an open-handed strike. Yet, Senior Rox was sent flying as if hit by a runaway horse, rolling across the ground. If you say you'll fight me with your country behind you, I'll be your opponent. Aoi said in a low voice, looking down at the fallen Senior Rox with an emotionless face, and spoke again. Come at me prepared to be destroyed. As Aoi said this, Senior Rox looked at her as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. And Senior Felter was grinning with apparent enjoyment. Sighed Aoi. I was furious. It was the first time since coming to this world that those words fit so perfectly. Rox, groaning but standing up, wiping the blood from his mouth with his finger. Felter, shaking with laughter. A few meters in front of them, Shenli trembling on the ground and caught bleeding from his legs. This was neither a children's fight nor mere bullying. Such words were far too mild to describe it. I immediately placed my hand on Shenli's shoulder and said care while infusing magical power. The healing magic cured Shenli's body inside and out. Minor scratches, bruises, and visible wounds seemed to heal. Next, I turned to Court, who looked severely injured. Oh Devi! I grabbed both his shoulders to support him, infused magical power, and activated the healing magic. This should have completely healed even serious internal organ damage. As the injuries healed before our eyes, Court looked down at his own legs in amazement. You're all right now, I murmured in confirmation, then turned back to face Rox and Felter. State your reasons for doing this. Even if it started as a fight, hurting others is wrong. Especially using magic that could potentially be life-threatening. As I said this, Rox snorted and laughed, pointing at me. Are you saying that even royalty cannot harm commoners without consequence? Of course. Are you stupid? If there were a king who killed commoners without reason or justice, such a country wouldn't last long. We're not in the Roman Empire. If a king who ignores the hearts of his people rules a country, it will inevitably decline. Upon hearing my answer, Rox laughed out loud. You're the fool. Who would judge a king? I don't know about this Rome you speak of, but surely you must know of our country. How could the Vert Kingdom, the world's largest nation standing above even the 6 great countries, ever decline? As Rox laughed as if stating the obvious, Court and Shenli, for some reason, looked down with frustration. Puzzled by their reaction, I shrugged. There are no immortal countries in history, are there? Besides, tyrants can't reign for long. Their future is usually miserable. I tried to admonish him by bringing up the past. Even among the 6 great countries, the longest history is only a few hundred years. Before that, there were apparently 3 powerful countries called the 3 Great Nations, but even they probably lasted only a few hundred years at best. Just like on Earth, in this world too, nothing created by humans lasts forever. However, this didn't get through to Rox. Don't compare our country to those insignificant others. You dare joke about the governance of the Vert Kingdom without knowing anything. You should be ashamed of your ignorance. I'll admit my ignorance. So, to understand the greatness of the Vert Kingdom, let me ask you this. Do you think you possess common sense and decency? When I asked, Rox beat his chest and nodded proudly. Of course. I've received various education from the talented individuals, court magicians, and knight commanders that the Vert Kingdom boasts, and I'm among the top students in this academy. I am proof of our country's excellence. Hearing these words spoken with such confidence, I sighed deeply. If that's the extent of it, then the Vert Kingdom won't last long either. How disappointing. The moment I said that, Rox charged at me. turning his anger directly into momentum. Does he intend to attack without using magic? Perhaps he thinks he can't lose in hand-to-hand combat against a woman. How underestimating. As I was considering how to counter, Rox pulled out something gleaming from inside his clothes. It was a knife, no, a short sword with a blade of about 50 centimeters. The surface of the blade was inscribed with magical engravings, indicating it was quite a fine weapon. It's too late for regrets. 5 crimson spears. The moment Rox infused his magic, multiple magic circles appeared in the space before him. Then, 5 horizontal spears of flame materialized in front of Rox. The air distorted with heat, making even Rox's smile on the other side of the flaming spears appear warped. "Take this," he roared as the spell activated. The flaming spears rushed towards me in the blink of an eye. However, as they approached, they burst into flames in rapid succession. A wall of fire formed before me, scorching everything around it. The power was equivalent to a lower high-rank spell, but if those flame spears had flown separately, they would have posed a threat comparable to a special rank spell. A royal family treasure, perhaps. Against ordinary enemies, this magical artifact could decide the battle. Rox, now certain of his victory, was saying something behind the wall of flames. "Chinph, how foolish. This is what happens when you defy me," he said, chuckling to himself. I sighed and cast my own spell in response. Frost Edge. As I spoke while infusing magic, a puddle formed at my feet and rapidly spread outward. The water, expanding to a radius of about 3 meters beyond the wall of flames, rippled and rose into pillars. Then, as multiple water pillars rose, they engulfed and froze Rox's wall of flames. What? As the frozen wall of flames shattered, Rox stood there, eyes wide with shock. Rox Kilbeggan Kuan, I called his name. Rox flinched at the sound of his name. He probably never expected his spell to be broken. He seemed unable to even speak. Using magic powerful enough to injure multiple students from the same school. Moreover, using fire magic against a teacher. This will be treated as a very serious matter. Upon hearing this, Rox clicked his tongue, his guard up. Cold sweat ran down his forehead, suggesting the psychological damage was greater than I thought. I smiled gently at Rox and spoke. "We will have a parent-teacher conference," I stated clearly, but Rox only looked puzzled. What are you planning to do, you monster?" he shouted, his face contorted like a wild beast, seemingly trying to mask his fear with anger. Deepening my smile at his words, I stomped on the icy pool spread across the ground. The ice shattered completely with an impressive sound, even to my own ears. Erasing my smile, I stared directly at Rox's trembling face and spoke. "I will summon your parents here and give them a proper lecture. Prepare yourself. Be it a king or an emperor, I have no mercy for parents who have failed to raise their children properly." Upon hearing this, Rox laughed as if in spasms, but soon realizing I wasn't joking, his face turned pale. Sighed, Strauss. Not only among students but also among teachers, rumors of the fearsome witch were spreading. Some called her a righteous witch who had scolded the arrogant royalty with her power. Others said that a commoner yelling at royalty deserved more than just capital punishment. The teachers' opinions were also deeply divided. Some tried to avoid getting involved, fearing retaliation from the Kingdom of Vert, while others attempted to teach Aoi about the proper way of dealing with nobles and royalty. There were even those who suggested handing Aoi over to the Kingdom of Vert, fearing the academy might be shut down. The common thread was that those with negative feelings all referred to Aoi as the Witch of Calamity. Because of what that witch did, the King of Vert is coming with his royal guard. The academy will be shut down. No, the headmaster is also a noble of the Kingdom of Vert. The academy should be fine, but the headmaster might be held responsible. Such discussions could be heard all over the academy. While most people feared or avoided Aoi, no one seemed to complain to her face. Rox had been absent for about 3 days, perhaps practicing self-restraint due to the uproar. Meanwhile, Aoi continued to attend classes as usual, seemingly unaffected. A parent-teacher conference. To think she'd summon the king himself. Will he really come? Surely not. I mean, the king of a country. I heard he's already in the neighboring town. Hi. As I watched Eliza scream, Aoi showed a slightly surprised face. Is the royal capital that close? That's your reaction. Eliza stood up and retorted. Then, Spaceide, who had been drinking tea at a distance, stood up and walked over to us. I believe I've mentioned this before, but please be quiet in public spaces. Do you have some rule that requires you to be noisy while eating? Spaceide spoke with a hint of sarcasm, to which Aoi immediately bowed her head. I'm sorry. We'll be quiet. Spaceide seemed somewhat bewildered, probably not expecting such a simple apology. Well, your humble attitude is commendable. Even the esteemed upper instructor Kornominato is trembling, not believing the king would actually come. He tried to laugh it off, but noticing Aoi looking straight at him, he pulled his chin in and composed his expression. Then, he smiled wryly. Pardon me. You're not the type to be so docile, are you? Shrugging his shoulders and muttering that, Spaceide narrowed his eyes. If it might be of help, I'll use my power as a marquis to cooperate. Just this once, though. With those rare words of support for Aoi, Spaceide left the scene. Even Eliza was wide-eyed at this. In fact, Aoi herself was surprised. The sight of them silently exchanging looks, clearly finding it unexpected, was somewhat amusing. While everyone was nervous about the king's visit, I wasn't particularly worried. Partly because I knew the king's personality, but also because considering Headmaster Glenn's influence and power, I didn't think it would become such a big issue. The problem might be within the academy itself. Thinking about this, I took a sip of my fruit water. Sighed, Shenli. What should I do? Because of me, Teacher Aoi. Because I defied Senior Rocks, even Senior Court got injured. As I kept thinking about bad things, my thoughts spiraled further and further downward, intensifying my self-loathing. If only I wasn't here, I mumbled, on the verge of tears. Then, a gentle voice reached me. Even if you hadn't done anything, it would have ended up like this with Teacher Aoi. There's no need for you to regret anything. Senior Court stood next to me, saying this. I had been standing with my back against the wall in the courtyard, but how did Senior Court find me? When I looked up at Senior Court, he returned a smile. I think Teacher Aoi cares deeply for her students. She won't hold a grudge against you, Shenli. So, it's okay. He said this, but I still couldn't feel positive. Looking down, I couldn't help but voice my thoughts. I'm no good. I should have stayed in the middle school instead of skipping grades. Just because I learned magic a bit faster, I got carried away thinking I could enter high school. I mistakenly thought I had great talent. Someone like me doesn't belong in this academy. How pathetic. Showing my true self, my weak self to others, it's so embarrassing and pitiful that I want to disappear. But I can't hold it in. I hate myself so much, I feel so pathetic. Maybe I wanted someone to listen to me. Will they be disappointed? Will they mock me? Will they hate me? Anxiety darkens my heart. However, Senior Court's smile didn't waver. He smiled as if troubled and nodded gently. It's all right. Look. I raised my face and looked where he was pointing. There was Teacher Aoi, running towards us. Did something happen? She asked, kneeling in front of me and peering into my face with concern. No. I just felt pathetic about myself. It's nothing. Feeling the genuine concern in her demeanor, I couldn't stop my tears. But after saying that much, I remembered something important. I am sorry. Be because of me, Teacher Aoi. I apologized, realizing I had only been talking about myself at a time like this. But Teacher Aoi narrowed her eyes sharply and shook her head. This has nothing to do with you, Shenli. Rox was being far too violent, so I decided to have his parents come in based on my own judgment. But you shouldn't worry about it. This is just a regular parent-teacher conference. Titles like prince or king don't matter here. So, this isn't something for Shenli to be concerned about. Saying this, Teacher Aoi gently placed her hands on both of my shoulders. Up close, Teacher Aoi's eyes shone with a powerful light. Is that what they call conviction? For some reason, As I listened to teacher Aoi's words and looked into her eyes, I started to feel like everything would be alright. I felt that teacher Aoi could overcome any crisis. I felt that teacher Aoi could save even someone like me. Unconsciously thinking such thoughts, I smiled. As expected, teacher Aoi is amazing. She's my hero. Chapter 5, Parent-Teacher Conference. The rhythmic sound of footsteps on cobblestones, marching in mechanical unison. The high-pitched clang of metal against metal. And the hoofbeats of horses pulling a large carriage in the center. The procession of knights, their rough sounds blending together, came to a halt in front of the academy. The knight at the lead dismounted gracefully from his horse and walked towards the reception. "We've come from the royal capital. His Majesty, Queen Li, and 400 royal guards. We request entry." "Yes, yes. You're the first appointment of the day. We'll be keeping all weapons here. Now, please sign in one by one." One by one? We don't have time for such. Sorry, but those are the rules. Here, I'll lend you the register. Handed the notebook, the royal guard hurriedly instructed his subordinates to write their names. An hour later, King Middleton Kilbeggan and his entourage finally entered Fiddick Academy. Teachers and staff members scurried about in a fluster. Students gathered from afar, watching with curiosity. Amidst this chaos, the royal party followed their guides through the academy. Because the royal guards needed to check the path ahead, 3 guides were assigned. One of them was Space-Eyed. As Space-Eyed gave directions while breaking out in a cold sweat, Middleton nodded magnanimously, his sharp gaze scanning the academy interior. There seemed to be quite a few students wandering about. "Haven't classes started yet? C classes will begin shortly. We had planned for you to meet with the headmaster in the morning and observe classes in the afternoon." I heard we were called here today by a new teacher named Aoi Konominato. Why yes, that information is correct. My apologies. Space-Eyed, his nerves fraying with each word from the king, led them to a reception room on the 2nd floor of the academy. Opening the heavy double doors to enter the reception room, they found 4 3-seater leather sofas arranged in a square, with a low table in the center surrounded by chairs. Headmaster Glenn was seated on the furthest sofa, with Aoi standing by his side. The king and queen entered the reception room, accompanied by only 2 royal guards. "Welcome to Fiddick Academy. We're honored by your presence." Glenn greeted them frankly. The 2 royal guards tensed at this, but the king raised a hand to stop them and smiled slightly. "You haven't changed, Marquis Glenn Malt. With you in our country, we need not fear disrespect from the other 5 great nations. We're counting on you." "Ha ha ha. You flatter this old man too much." As the 2 engaged in this casual exchange, the queen laughed. "My, aren't you too friendly? But it's rude to keep the teacher waiting while you chat amongst yourselves." Gently admonished by the queen, the 2 men laughed sheepishly and turned to look at Aoi. "So, you're Aoi Konominato. I am Middleton Kilbeggan, king of the Vert Kingdom. I hear you'll be telling us about my son, the 2nd Prince Rox. I look forward to it." As Middleton spoke, Lee stepped forward. "I'm his wife, Lee Kilbeggan. It's nice to meet you." Lee smiled warmly and moved to the sofa. Middleton and Lee sat side by side on the sofa, looking at Aoi. Aoi took a seat alone on the opposite sofa. Looking at the 2 of them directly, Aoi spoke with a serious expression. "It's nice to meet you. I've just recently started working as a teacher at this academy. I'm Aoi Konominato." Middleton nodded magnanimously at the self-introduction, and Aoi conveyed the main topic of the day. "Today, I've asked both of you, as parents of Rox, who is studying magic in the high school division, to come here." Is that so? That sounds rather ominous." When Middleton raised an eyebrow and asked this, Aoi nodded. "Yes. Therefore, I will speak to you not as the king and queen, but simply as parents of a student, disregarding your titles." At Aoi's clear statement, Space-Eye's face, standing by the door, changed color. His expression stiffened, and the blood drained from his face. Seeing this, Glenn smiled wryly in secret. Meanwhile, Middleton frowned and lowered his chin. "I see. I will listen with that in mind. In response to Middleton's words, Lee smiled brightly. It's all right. You've heard reports from your son's friends and attendants, haven't you? They say Rox is diligently studying and is even being called a genius within the academy. As Lee spoke happily, Aoi shook their head with a sad expression and replied, I'm sorry, mother, but that's not true. Lee froze at this outright denial. Similarly, Glenn and Middleton, who had been smiling wryly, also froze. Whether noticing this or not, Aoi continued speaking at their own pace. Rox may indeed have above-average talent in magic. However, he lacks diligence. I wish he would take his classes more seriously, but that's a separate issue. As Aoi stated this matter-of-factly, Spaceyed looked like he was about to roll his eyes back. Glancing sideways at Spaceyed, who was desperately trying to maintain his composure, Middleton opened his mouth with a sour expression. So the boy isn't studying seriously? No, he isn't. As far as I know, there have been instances where he has disrupted other students' studies. Some teachers even refuse to teach Rox anymore. Could there be some mistake? This is quite different from the reports we've received. To Middleton's response, Aoi replied, there is no mistake. While that is also a problem, there's another matter I wanted to discuss today. Saying this, Aoi proceeded to tell them about Rox's daily behavior and rough conduct, without any lies or deception. Apart from Spaceyed excusing himself due to feeling unwell and leaving the room midway, only Aoi's voice calmly reporting the facts echoed in the room. That's all. Do you have any questions? By the time Aoi asked this, Middleton's face had taken on a terrifying expression, and Lee looked like she was about to cry. Glenn, meanwhile, had become expressionless. In the silent room, Aoi nodded to themselves. Since there seemed to be no questions, I'll discuss our future plans. Wait a moment. As Aoi was about to continue, Middleton spoke in a low voice. The two royal guards broke out in a cold sweat. What is it? When asked, Middleton glared at Aoi with a bitter expression. This Shenli, the Viscount's child that Rox is bullying. Is there no possibility that they were the original cause? Shouldn't we hear the circumstances from our son as well, not just from that child? Regardless of the reason, it's unacceptable to injure a classmate with magic. Ganging up on the weak is wrong, not just for royalty or nobility, but as a human being. Also, it's wrong to look down on beastkin or mock lower nobility and commoners just because one is royalty. Using magic against teachers is also wrong. Don't you agree? As Aoi stated this with an icy gaze, Middleton lowered his chin and fell silent. Glancing at Middleton, who could say nothing, Lee opened her mouth with a face on the verge of tears. I can't believe our boy would bully girls. Is there any evidence? In an academy that attracts attention from the 6 great nations, if a royal scandal spreads, it could diminish that country's influence. There might be someone who thinks that. As Lee appealed in a tearful voice, clearly confused, Aoi coldly said no in denial. Precisely because the eyes of the 6 great nations are upon us, any clumsy scheming would be self-defeating. However, if you still can't accept this, I'll show you the evidence. The two stared in amazement at Aoi, who had frozen Rox's flame spear and turned the surroundings into an ice world, momentarily forgetting their initial purpose. Aoi, unbothered, continued the screening. In the image projected on the wall of the reception room, Rox was shouting at Aoi, calling them a monster. As you can see, Rox's behavior towards teachers is. As Aoi began to say this, Glenn raised his hand energetically and called out. Yes. Aoi. What on earth is that? As Glenn fired off his question with such force that he seemed about to pounce, Aoi instinctively took a defensive stance. With both hands out in front like a feline, Aoi furrowed their brow and spoke. This is an original magic combining elementary water and fire magic. The drawback is that I can only transcribe images from my own perspective, but I have prospects for improving it. Oh. At Aoi's matter-of-fact tone, Glenn held his head and leaned back in his chair. You've gone and created something again, and you can even improve it further. Really, what on earth is this girl? Could she actually be a demon lord or something? What? It's nothing. As the two engaged in this exchange, Middleton, who had finally regained his composure, cleared his throat and pointed at the image. Let's set aside this terrifying magic for now. That flame magic Rox used, do you know what it is? Aoi let out a light sigh and shook her head in response to the serious question. I don't know. However, I can make a guess. When using that magic, Rox held a dagger in his hand, imbued it with magical power, and activated the spell without an incantation. In other words, it can be assumed that the dagger is a tool that activates magic just by channeling magical power into it. Upon hearing this, Glenn's eyes lit up, and he raised his face. What? Could it be a lost relic? Middleton nodded slightly to the astonished Glenn. That's right. With just one of those relics, you could turn the tide of battle. It's one of the 4 relics in our country. Aoi nodded several times and responded. A relic. As she muttered this, Middleton looked at Aoi. The threat of relics lies in the fact that anyone with sufficient magical power can activate intermediate or higher level magic. And without an incantation, at that. This can be used for assassinating important figures if the time and place are right. Countries with many relics are invariably strong in war. As Middleton spoke, Glenn narrowed his eyes. Information about relics is kept secret by each royal family. Even if it's known that a relic exists, the threat is diminished if the attribute of the magic is unknown. However, Aoi easily dealt with the sudden appearance of fire magic. And with water magic of an advanced level or higher, no less. This means. We'll discuss that another time. Aoi cut off Glenn's seemingly long-winded speech. She straightened her back proudly and turned off the projection. Right now, we're discussing Rox's usual behavior and violent actions. Talk of tools of war is irrelevant. Glenn and Middleton's eyes widened at Aoi's firm declaration. In the quiet room, Aoi's words resonated. At the core of Rox's behavior is an excessive pride in his royal status. He believes that royalty is superior to everyone else and that it's acceptable to look down on others. Is this a result of your education? Questioned thus, Middleton and Lee struggled to answer. They exchanged glances with complex expressions, and Lee looked at Aoi with a bitter smile. Aoi, I'll tell you this out of goodwill, but disrespect towards royalty is punishable by death. You should refrain from such strong statements. Lee said this with a somewhat testing look, but Aoi glared back and responded. That's what's fueling Rox's misunderstanding. Even royalty are just human. If he insults non-nobles and faces retaliation, he could easily lose his life. As for his education as a student, how appropriate is it for a royal to behave in a way that makes enemies in this academy where royalty and nobility from other countries are present? Lee's expression turned cold at Aoi's words, which showed no regard for royalty. Ice Twin Blade Assassin Edge. As soon as the small whisper was uttered, a large amount of magical power gathered at her neck. 3 layers of magic circles appeared in the air, and huge ice blades materialized on either side of the sofa where Lee and Middleton sat today. They were curved swords with thin, rounded edges that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. The tips of the 2 curved swords were pointed at Aoi's face. Staring at them without blinking, Aoi muttered, "Scorching circular heaven flare." Immediately after Aoi spoke, several red traces ran through the air. The red lines of light flew around Aoi in circular patterns, and the huge ice blades that touched them instantly melted and shattered. What? Aoi stopped Glenn, who had started to stand up in excitement, with a single glare. Don't move. Assume you'll die if you touch this red light. I can't dispel it for at least 10 seconds. Hearing this, Glenn sat back down slowly, breaking out in a cold sweat. In the silent room, Aoi gazed at the speechless Middleton and the others. Forgive my rudeness, but I must say this. Just now, you 2 were on the brink of death. Your Majesty King Middleton, Queen Lee. Your royal status did not protect you from me, a commoner. Of course, if you had done something, I would have no choice but to leave this country and go to another. Perhaps even to a country hostile to the Kingdom of Vert, potentially involving myself in war. By the time Aoi finished speaking, her magic had completed its activation, and the light disappeared. Silence dominated the room for a few seconds. Finally, Middleton opened his mouth. You got us. We admit defeat. However, Although you may have been angered, please remember that Lee's advice was out of concern for you. Yes, I understand. In response to Aoi, Lee took out a necklace from her chest and showed it. It seems even our royal family's secret treasure had no effect on you. It's frustrating, but being so thoroughly defeated is almost refreshing. I should apologize as well. And I'd like to entrust rocks to you, Lady Aoi. Your words were bitter, but there's much I agree with. Looking back, we've entrusted his education only to those with strong loyalty to our royal family. Surrounded only by those who revere oneself, one might start to feel like a god. I'm sorry, but if I directly punish rocks, it could cause unnecessary rumors and conflicts. It's troublesome, but you're the only one who can speak harshly to rocks. Seeing the two speak this way, Aoi blinked in surprise. Was this planned from the beginning? Whose idea was it? Don't tell me even Headmaster Glenn was in on testing me. As the gaze turned to him, Glenn smiled awkwardly and averted his eyes. Seeing this, Middleton and Lee laughed bitterly. Actually, we've been receiving reports from Marquis Glenn for a while now. Well, the content was much softer than what Lady Aoi just said. Yes, it was somewhat excessive content. Haha. I never expected to be scolded so severely. As the two laughed together, Aoi furrowed her brow, looking slightly sulky. I was quite nervous about this, you know. To Aoi's complaint, Middleton grinned mischievously. Forgive us. We needed someone trustworthy to entrust rocks to. Through this exchange, we've learned that Lady Aoi is a genuine teacher who simply wants to correct a student's behavior. As Middleton laughed heartily and Lee covered her mouth to laugh, Aoi let out a deep sigh. Section. Aoi was to accompany them for the afternoon class observation. Since Rox was attending a water magic class, the teacher was space-eyed. When they entered the classroom, they found a nervous space-eyed checking attendance while sweating profusely. Oh, there are surprisingly many students. I thought the advanced level would be quite limited. As Middleton said this while entering, a commotion arose among the students. And Rox, sitting in the top row, smirked when he saw Aoi entering with Middleton. Today, we'll be conducting a class on advanced water magic. Since all the students present can handle this magic, the main objective of the class will be to shorten the incantation by one verse. Space-eyed explained the class content with unusual politeness, and the students looked somewhat amused as they glanced between Space-eyed and Middleton. Lee, who had entered the classroom last, nodded as Space-eye's face twitched upon realizing he was being made fun of. It's a high-difficulty class, isn't it? So at the advanced level, being able to perform magic alone isn't enough. Aoi tilted her head slightly at these words, but Space-eyed continued with a relieved expression. First, we'll activate the magic with the usual incantation. Saying this, he performed a 5-verse incantation and created a small water sphere. The sphere contained high-density magical power and could create a flash flood with a large amount of water flow. This magic will disappear if not directed at a target. Now, let's all try it. As Space-eyed gave instructions, everyone began their incantations. However, Rox crossed his arms and smiled smugly before speaking out of turn. Teacher Space-eyed, it's a waste of time to dawdle like this. We have the advanced instructor, Teacher Aoi, right here. Why not split into 2 groups for teaching? Saying this, Rox began his incantation and activated the magic in just 3 verses. Some students were genuinely surprised by this, but Middleton and the others furrowed their brows. Floating a water sphere in the air and deepening his smile, Rox looked down at Aoi. Or is it that Teacher Aoi can't teach? I thought it would be easy for an advanced instructor, even if only in name, but was I mistaken? Rox, unusually full of himself, said such things while puffing out his chest. Middleton and Lee's eyes grew sharper, but he didn't notice at all. Of course, Aoi-sensei can use magic with a shorter incantation than me or Teacher Space-eyed, right? You seem good at hiding your incantations, but if you're going to use different types of magic consecutively, you'll have to chant in front of everyone. How about activating a basic fire magic spell, and then a water magic spell? To Rox, who was inexplicably giving orders from a superior position, Aoi sighed and opened her mouth. This is Teacher Spaceside's class right now. Please refrain from speaking out of turn. When Aoi told Rox to quiet down, ignoring his claims, Rox's eyes widened. What? Are you talking to me? To me, a member of the royal family? As Rox pretended to be shocked in an exaggerated manner, the wrinkles between Middleton's eyebrows deepened. And Lee's smile froze. As I've said before, within the academy, royal family, nobility, and commoners are all irrelevant. Rox, you are a student, and I and Mr. Spaceside are teachers. Listen to what we say and attend the class. As Aoi tried to reason with him to calm him down, Rox interrupted mid-sentence and shouted. What did you say? You're telling me, a royal of the Vert Kingdom, to listen to commoners. Do you know who's standing next to you? You don't know, do you? Shall I tell you? Rox shouted back at Aoi's warning and began to loudly assert himself. Aoi fell silent, sighed deeply, and then spoke. Action seal freeze. Immediately after, magic was invoked and Rox froze like a statue. Next to him, Felter, who had been observing silently, exhaled through his nose with his arms crossed. Seeing the immobilized Rox, Middleton gave instructions to the royal guards. Take him out. Yes, sir. As the students and Spaceside remained frozen, Rox was solemnly escorted out by 2 royal guards. Middleton raised his hand with a smile as if nothing had happened and addressed the classroom. Sorry for the disturbance. Now, let's focus on the lesson again. Saying just that, he swiftly exited into the hallway, and a dull sound like something hard and heavy colliding echoed. After that, Lee bowed with a plastered-on smile and went out into the hallway. Then, a sharp sound like hands clapping resonated. As those left in the classroom were dumbfounded, the door opened and Lee poked her head in, looking at Aoi. Teacher Aoi, could you come here for a moment? Why yes. Then, Mr. Spaceside. Please, go ahead. When Aoi confirmed after being called out, Spaceside nodded repeatedly in agreement. Stepping outside, Aoi saw Middleton with a radiant smile grabbing Rox's hair with one hand, walking down the hallway while Rox remained frozen. As Aoi looked sympathetically at Rox being dragged away, Lee asked with a smile, Is there a place nearby where no one comes? Preferably somewhere with good soundproofing. Oh. How about a torture chamber? It's not a torture chamber, but the laboratory is relatively sturdy and soundproof, I think. A laboratory. That sounds perfect. Now, could you guide us there? Lee said cheerfully, and Aoi nodded with a twitching cheek. This way. As he started walking, Lee called out to Middleton. Aoi knows a good place. It's a sturdy room, and the soundproofing is good too. Oh, is that so? That's excellent. Let's have her guide us by all means. I'd like to have a heart-to-heart talk with my son after so long. Yes, indeed. As the two conversed like this, the royal guards accompanying them turned pale. Aoi looked at Rox being dragged along and quietly clasped her hands together. Section. After leading them to my unused research lab behind the school building and providing it to Middleton and the others, I returned to the classroom for the time being. I felt like he had been told they wanted to leave the education to me, but well, education should ideally be done directly by parents. If things didn't change even after that, I decided I would educate Rox strictly herself. With this resolution in mind, I opened the door leading to the classroom, and everyone's eyes turned to me. Feeling uncomfortable, I bowed my head to Spaceside. I apologize for the disturbance. Please continue with the lesson. Upon saying this, Spaceside nodded with a complicated expression and looked at the students. In the case of omitting one incantation, I believe I told you in the intermediate course that each word in the incantation has its own meaning. You need to break down those words, maintain the content while reducing the number of characters. Also, as the amount of magical power to be infused changes, you need to try various patterns. As Spaceside said this, the students each nodded and began to break down the incantations. One might think it would be better to just teach the completed 3-phrase incantation, but the difficulty of magic is that if there are 10 people, there will be 10 different ways. Because there isn't just one answer, even a student who has finally managed to cast with 4 phrases might come up with an idea that even the principal couldn't think of. That's why advanced students practice methods to abbreviate incantations on their own and learn how to research magic. Even if they fail to shorten the incantation, they might end up creating magic with different effects. For this reason, there are many magic researchers in each country. Also, those who find clues to create new magic will face many hardships and anguish until the new magic is completed. Some magic requires vast lands, and some challenge themselves with alchemy using minerals. Now, they are given tasks that can definitely be solved with guidance from teachers, but those who become researchers themselves will step into an endless path of research. I was able to learn various magic by cooperating with Owen's research, and I was able to contribute to creating new ones. However, as I'm not a researcher at heart, while I can understand the hardships, I can't understand the feelings. If I say unnecessary things, I might not only dampen students' motivation but also hurt them. Thinking this, I decided not to give too much extra advice during class. I decide to look at students who seem to be struggling to understand the magic Speyside is teaching. The one struggling the most is a large boy with golden hair like a manere sitting by the wall. It's Felter Kane. Felter, are you not good with water? When I ask, Felter glances at me with a look of annoyance. I don't particularly have any subjects I'm bad at. But I'm not good at reducing incantations. I'm good at physical enhancement though. Although he speaks as if it's a bother, Felter is seriously facing his desk. It's just that his pen isn't moving. Thinking that he might be unexpectedly serious, I stand next to Felter. What part don't you understand? I can't break it down. Probably, this incantation is this. Ah, I see. This part is for generating a water sphere, this is for compression, this is for rotation to maintain compression and spherical shape, and this part is for triggering the activation, and this part is for disappearing if not activated. Let's try thinking about each effect separately, and if they seem like they can be combined, let's try it. I see. With just a simple explanation from me, Felter immediately showed understanding of the structure. The magical language has a unique system, but if you can understand the rules, you can shorten any magic by at least one phrase. Felter is smart, so if he takes it seriously, he'll probably grasp the knack quickly. As I was smiling at this thought, I heard whispering voices. Hey, the witch is smiling. No way, has Felter been cursed? Hearing such disrespectful conversation, I turned to check. Multiple people turned their faces away so quickly it seemed their necks might snap. As I stared at them, Speyside deliberately cleared his throat to draw attention. We'll continue the lesson, but before that, Teacher Kenominato. Yes. Tilting my head as my name was called, Speyside opened his mouth expressionlessly. What you just said. Could you explain it in more detail, please? Section. As a result, before I knew it, Speyside had become like a student too, and I was asked various questions for his own research. Speyside's questions were advanced content for the students, but it seems they still became good study material. By the end of the class, everyone had gained some kind of hint. Some students were even able to shorten their incantations by 2 phrases at once, making the class a great success in a sense. It's frustrating, but your knowledge of magic is indeed unfathomable. For the sake of my research, I'd like to swallow my pride and ask for your teachings. I must decline. How about 2 gold coins for an hour of lecture? I must decline. For some reason, even after the class ended, Speyside kept rambling on beside me, so I hurriedly declined and left the scene. As I walked down the corridor, I wondered how Rox was doing and headed towards the research lab. Then, I saw the sight of royal guards lined up around the research lab. Where is Rox? When I asked, the royal guards silently pointed at the research lab. It's been about an hour already, hasn't it? I said this to confirm, but the royal guards just nodded silently. As I was wondering what to do, the door of the research lab opened, and a figure staggered out. It should be Rox, but I couldn't believe it was him. That's because in just an hour, his cheeks had become gaunt, his back was bent, and he was looking around with a frightened demeanor. And the moment he noticed my presence, he made a sound that could have been either a gasp or a scream, high, and collapsed on the spot. Surprised by such a dramatic change, I involuntarily reached out my hand and called out. Are you all right? What on earth? Hiya. As I approached, Rox screamed and flailed his limbs, retreating. As I stood there dumbfounded, Lee with a satisfied smile and Middleton laughing heartily appeared from inside the research lab. Chem, sorry to keep you waiting. Thank you, Aoi. As the two addressed me, I opened my mouth, glancing sideways at Rox. For some reason, Rox seems abnormally frightened, but when I asked this, Middleton nodded deeply. I told him the story of a ruler who made too many enemies, and what kind of future awaits if he doesn't change from his tyrannical ways. I taught him thoroughly, down to the details. I can heal injuries, so we even included some practical experience. As the two said this and laughed, Rox began to tremble violently. Don't you think that's going too far? I said in an exasperated voice, but the two didn't seem to mind at all. Chapter 6, Felter Kane. Shenli blinked, repeatedly confirming the scene before her eyes. No, it wasn't just Shenli. The surrounding students, and even Eliza, who was supposed to be the teacher, froze in the middle of the lesson, staring blankly at a single point. Meanwhile, Rox, who was the center of everyone's attention, just sat silently in his chair, looking straight ahead. When class began and his name was called, he responded. However, there was a lack of energy about him. Eliza occasionally glanced at his face as if to check on him while resuming the lesson. Well then, let's continue the class. Because Earth has many variations in its properties, when trying to emit incantations or create new magic, this magical language meaning rock cannot be changed. Conversely, when you want to change to a different property, if you gradually alter the rock part, you may eventually reach the desired property change. After saying this, Eliza composed herself and continued. However, if you're unlucky, creating new magic can take years for any type of magic. While being a magic researcher is a popular job, those who choose it must do so with determination. As Eliza spoke a bit sternly, everyone adopted a solemn expression. It seems many students are considering the path of magic research. Amidst this, Felter, who was sitting next to Rox, spoke up. I'm not interested in magic research, but I want to improve body-strengthening magic to suit my needs. Right now, I don't know what to do, so I'm taking all the classes I can. Any magic research will do. Will it be useful for improving body-strengthening magic? Felter asked such an outrageous question, and Eliza hesitated, unsure how to respond. Well. I know. Let's ask Sensei Aoi, who is the leading expert in magic research. I'm sure she'll give a wonderful answer. For some reason, Eliza turned to me with cold sweat, saying such things. Everyone's gaze turned to me, and Eliza slightly bowed her head. It's a complete pass-off, but well, it can't be helped. With a wry smile, I use earth magic. Material create, mineral processing. Saying this, I created a fist-sized stone in my upturned palm. Then, I began changing its shape. This magic simultaneously activates both shape change and material change. In a normal rock bullet, it only creates rock, but its incantation includes magical language for material fixation to produce the rock. While explaining, I changed the stone's shape into a figurine. As a light payback, I made it in Eliza's form. Seeing this, the students let out sounds of amazement. The magical language for material fixation is linked to the magical language for material change. And this application can be used in water magic as well. For example, changing water to ice. As you can see, even different attribute magics are not unrelated. As I said this, Felter opened his mouth to say something, but before he could, Eliza came running over with a voice of astonishment. Wait a minute. That magic. Mr. Aoi, that magic. Holding back Eliza's head with one hand as she approached with tremendous momentum, I offered her the figurine. Here you go. Wow. Thank you. Oh. It's me. Eliza was surprised by the figurine that looked just like her. Glancing at her from the corner of my eye, I looked at Felter. Felter then opened his mouth again with a somewhat disgruntled expression. Are you saying that this magic that changes the shape of stone is connected to improving body strengthening? I can't say for certain. For example, even within body strengthening, there are various types. Some increase strength, some increase leg power, some increase stamina. And there were also those that increase defense. How they relate depends on which one. Because there are many options, I can't simply say this is the correct answer. When I replied thus, Felter furrowed his brow and nodded. If you increase strength, you become slower. If you harden the skin, you lose flexibility and movement becomes worse. The same goes for others. If you strengthen something, something else becomes worse in return. That's why body strengthening magic isn't used much, and why there are few researchers. After saying this, Felter stood up and walked towards me. He went in front of Eliza and picked up the figurine she was holding. Chemph. Grunting, Felter crushed Eliza's figurine. Emmy. I've been crushed to pieces. Ignoring Eliza's scream, Felter looked at me. Having strength alone is meaningless. But if we could eliminate just the weakening parts, body strengthening magic should become the most combat specialized magic. As Felter said this, puffing out his chest, Rox reacted for some reason. Felter, how dare you be so disrespectful to a teacher? At these words, even I turned back in surprise. Rox. I heard Eliza's astonished voice, but Rox didn't respond to it. He stood up from his seat and walked over. Felter, apologize. Within the academy, the rank of students is low. If you're disrespectful to a teacher, even extreme punishment is possible. Rox advised with a stern face, and Felter looked puzzled. Are you really Rox? The Rox I knew was a strong man who didn't suck up to anyone. When Felter said this, Rox took another step closer with a serious face. Apologize. It's not too late. As Rox once again demanded an apology, a wrinkle formed between Felter's eyebrows. I only follow those stronger than me. I was acting with you, who are weaker than me, because you had a strong spirit that didn't follow anyone. You, who tell me to apologize to a teacher weaker than me, are no longer the Rox I knew. Unusually, Felter spoke with anger, and Rox clicked his tongue and shook his head. You still don't know true fear. Saying only that, Rox returned to his seat. Now, back to our conversation. After looking at Rox's back as if looking at something worthless, Felter turned around and said this. Your willingness to learn magic is good, but your attitude towards teachers is indeed unacceptable. It's important to have a respectful attitude towards everyone, regardless of who they are. Why? If we fight, I'll win. That's the logic of beasts. If your opponent excels in areas other than strength, you might end up losing in the end, you know? My Kane family has risen through the power of arms. It's because we've fought and won. Felter had such firm beliefs. Seeing his unwavering will and words, I could somehow guess how Felter had been raised. And also that Felter was looking down on Eliza based on her appearance and attitude. All right. In that case, let's have Felter fight with Sensei Eliza, whom he judges to be weaker than himself. When I suggested this, Eliza's eyes widened and she shouted, What? Section. Amidst the rising cheers, Felter and Eliza are standing face to face in the arena-like plaza behind the school building. Since it was just after class, students with nothing better to do had gathered. I wonder if everyone is free. Ms. Aoi, you got caught up in the flow and came along, didn't you? Why do I have to? With Felter. Eliza grabbed my shoulders with both hands, shaking me vigorously. There's no choice but to fight now. Do your best. When I said this, Eliza held her head in her hands with tearful eyes. Felter has been undefeated since coming to the academy, you know. He even beat teachers in the middle school division. The teacher who lost was so shocked that they resigned and went back to their home country. It's okay. If Sensei Eliza gets serious, she can win. The key is to compete in areas where your opponent is weak. I tried to give advice, but Eliza just trembled. Still, from what I've seen of Eliza's magic, I think she wouldn't lose to Felter in a fair fight. What are you doing? Just then, Strauss walked over. It seems he came running after seeing the students making a commotion, but after hearing what was going on, he had an exasperated look on his face. Are you trying to die? I didn't suggest this. Eliza pleaded tearfully, and Strauss turned to face me. Are you trying to kill her? I think she can win. When I answered, Strauss folded his arms and grunted. He observed Eliza from head to toe. I don't think it's a bad idea either. What? For some reason, Eliza blushed at Strauss's words. Not noticing this, Strauss looked at me. How will they fight? It seems Felter prefers to use body-strengthening magic and fight in close combat. So, I'll have Eliza fight from a distance. That's how everyone has been losing, though. As Strauss raised his eyebrows in a shape, I raised the corners of my mouth and waved my hand. Then, I leaned close to Eliza's ear. Just a moment. Yes. Although Eliza put a question mark at the end, she listened intently to my advice. Section. Are you ready? When Felter said this, Eliza, now alone, nodded greatly. In contrast to earlier, she now seemed filled with confidence. What advice did you give her? It's a secret. We had moved to the wall of the arena along with the spectators and were having such a conversation. Just then, a white-haired female student approached. It was Shenli. Shenli ran up to my side in a flustered state. Sensei Aoi. What happened? I nodded and answered Shenli, who was anxiously checking the situation. Because Felter was looking down on Sensei Eliza as weak, I decided to have them fight. Sensei Aoi is making them fight. I returned a smile to Shenli, who was utterly shocked. It's okay. Sensei Eliza will win. She can win. Shenli looked at Eliza with a thoroughly surprised face. It's starting. At that moment, Strauss informed us that the battle was about to begin. As if on cue, both sides started chanting their magic. Eliza walked backwards while chanting, while Felter chanted quietly on the spot. Realizing she couldn't afford to lose in chanting speed, Eliza activated her magic first. Sand wall. As Eliza shouted, a wall of sand formed between her and Felter. She then began chanting a new spell. Meanwhile, Felter's magic also activated. Power force. The moment it activated, Felter's body was enveloped in a faint green light. Glowing, Felter began walking towards the sand wall, step by step. He slowly pulled his arm back and thrust it forward. Ha! With a shout of effort, he thrust his fist forward. Felter's fist pierced the sand wall with great force, causing part of it to burst. Eek! Shenli let out a surprised cry at the impressive sight. Strauss's eyes widened too. It was only that much because it was a sand wall. If it were a rock wall, the fragments would have flown and endangered Eliza on the other side. As planned. The next move should be decisive. Just as she said that, Eliza's magic activated again. Sandstorm. With Eliza's voice, a miniature sandstorm raged. It was a dense sandstorm limited to a 5-meter square area. A gale that obscured vision and made it difficult to walk properly assaulted Felter. However, Felter didn't panic. He raised both hands and swung them down forcefully. Then, with Felter's terrifying strength, the ground's surface burst and flew away as if exploding. The momentum disrupted the sandstorm's flow, weakening its wind speed. Seizing that moment, Felter rushed forward, breaking through the sandstorm. Sand fall. At the same time, Eliza's magic activated. Felter, who was trying to locate Eliza after breaking through the sandstorm, began sinking into the sand as if caught in quicksand. For the first time, Felter's expression changed as he flailed his arms, trying to grab onto the ground, but the ground he touched changed shape like water, leaving him unable to find anything to grip for escape. Judging that escaping with his arms would be difficult, Felter began chanting another spell. However, not giving him that chance, Eliza rapidly cast several basic spells. Sand ball. Ua. Even though they were basic spells, even the formidable Felter couldn't chant while being hit. And Eliza, with her ability to shorten chants, was unrivaled in the speed of casting spells. No doubt about it. A complete victory. However, Felter didn't give up. Glaring at Eliza with eyes that almost made a sound, he lowered his head and bent his upper body. G8. A sand ball hit him directly on the head, causing Felter's body to arch back slightly. Even though it was a basic spell, it was a direct hit from magic. It must have had more impact than being punched hard. Eliza couldn't help but let out a scream. During that time, Felter chanted a spell. Panicking, Eliza also began chanting and launched sand balls, but Felter continued his chant while taking damage. Leg force. and Felter's magic activated. His body was enveloped in white light. Groaning, Felter struggled a few times. Then, the ground sank slightly, and Felter's body gradually rose above the sand. Finally, Felter leapt out, escaping from the quicksand. Landing on the ground, he glared at Eliza with eyes full of anger while brushing off the sand. This is the first time I've faced such a difficult opponent. Rock wall. Before Felter could take an offensive stance, Eliza's magic activated. A massive stone wall over 3 meters high split the arena in half. However, Felter easily jumped over it. Admit defeat, Felter said to Eliza as he approached. No, I can't surrender, Eliza shouted with teary eyes and began chanting another spell. Felter exhaled shortly and started running. That's enough. Just before the two could clash, I leapt in between them with one bound, stopping the match. As if he had anticipated it, Felter immediately stopped and lowered his fist. Sensei Aoi. Either because my appearance made her relax or due to frustration, Eliza's hands trembled, dropping her staff as her eyes welled up with tears. I apologize. I misjudged Felter's abilities. No. If I hadn't let my guard down. I'm sorry, Aoi-san. Seeing Eliza apologize with slumped shoulders, Felter clicked his tongue. I would have won no matter what happened. That's not necessarily true. When I objected, Felter glared back at me. Indeed, the opponent showed unexpected skill. But I won. Hearing Felter's response, I reluctantly nodded. I understand. Let's treat your injuries. After that, you'll fight me. Upon hearing this, Felter's face broke into that ferocious smile. Section. If asked about a habit I've never failed to maintain, I would answer without hesitation, the way of the sword. Of course, I've also trained diligently in magic, putting my all into it. But it's different from swordsmanship. Swordsmanship has become, one could say, a part of my body. So when Felter said he wanted to fight, I faced him with a wooden sword in hand. Felter was barehanded. I'll allow you to use a weapon. I already have a weapon. Saying that, Felter showed me his fist. Surprisingly, he was wearing brass knuckles, also known as a knuckle duster. Though I thought a longer weapon would be advantageous, I wondered if it was okay to start like this. While I was thinking that, Felter glared at me with a ferocious smile. This is made of mithril, which has broken swords and spears before. Rather, are you planning to fight with that wooden sword? This is more than enough for me. Then there's no problem. With both of us acknowledging this, the match began. Without waiting for anyone's signal, Felter took his stance. Here I come. Please do. Right after I answered, Felter kicked off the ground. Skillfully, he swung his fist while chanting. I deflected his fist not head-on with my wooden sword, but by striking it aside left and right. Leg force. Then, Felter activated his magic after a brief pause. He threw his last punch at me and kicked the ground, disappearing from sight. Low rumbles echoed from various places. Felter's footprints remained on the arena ground that had just been neatly prepared. While I was distracted by Felter's footprints, which had sunk in at least 3 centimeters, I sensed an attack coming from the left. Exhaling sharply, I parried Felter's fist. Then, I kicked through Felter's abdomen as he stopped to attack. G8. Letting out a gasp, Felter was sent flying backward. Body enhancement. The light was too faint to notice, but you've enhanced your leg power. I've enhanced my leg power, defense, and arm strength. Muttering this, I moved towards Felter. The sliding step I could use unconsciously had become incredibly fast due to the leg enhancement. Felter's eyes widened slightly as I closed the distance in an instant, and he jumped to the side. I immediately gave chase, swiftly swinging my wooden sword horizontally to the ground. Felter's defense barely made it in time. He received the wooden sword with his knuckle part while moving back 2 or 3 steps to escape the impact. He has good instincts. I honestly wanted to praise Felter's talent for combat. However, Felter himself seemed unsatisfied with this exchange. He quickly distanced himself and began chanting. He would use only one spell. Power force. Felter, with his enhanced strength, lowered his stance. That choice is correct in a sense. You can't win with speed, nor with technique. So, you aim for a reversal by overwhelming with arm strength. As I read Felter's intentions, a grim expression turned towards me. Come at me. If you're not afraid of counterattacks. It's deliberate. The provocation is so poor it almost makes me laugh, but if I were to back down here, it would create an escape route in Felter's heart. Felter, who believes strength is everything, must be thoroughly overwhelmed by force once. In that case, I must face him head-on. I approached Felter with a smile, taking each step firmly. Felter has absolute confidence in his strength. That's why, in a disadvantageous situation, he increases his power and challenges to a head-on brawl. Winding up his fist with all his might, Felter let out a battle cry. With a roar like that of a beast, Felter swung his fist at me. I received it with the handle of my wooden sword. My feet sank slightly into the ground with a terrifying boom. Even though I had absorbed the shock, it was still considerable destructive power. However, it stopped. Now, he probably has nothing left but to attack blindly. Thinking this, I struck Felter's abdomen with the returning sword, sending him flying. He was blown away forcefully, like a ball. Then, Felter stood up unsteadily, unable to hide his agitation for the first time. Impossible," he shouted, punching the ground. The ground cracked with a sound, and Felter lowered his face. Then, he picked up a rock larger than his face and turned his chest towards me. "Take this." Shouting, Felter threw the large rock at a terrifying speed. I swung my wooden sword down on the rapidly approaching rock. With a dry, high-pitched sound, the rock split cleanly in two. Even Felter was dumbfounded at this. What are you?" While flustered, Felter didn't ease up on his attacks. I advanced forward, slicing through all of them. "You've resorted to ranged attacks, haven't you? Do you understand? Right now, you're at your weakest. 2 meters remaining." When I said this at about that distance, Felter bared his teeth and raised both hands, bringing them down towards my head. I discarded my wooden sword to receive this attack. It was an attack where Felter put his whole body and soul into simply striking down, without stance or martial technique. It must have tremendous power. My magic reflected it. Physical reflection, material reflect. I whispered softly as I caught Felter's attack with both palms. Immediately after, Felter's body was blown into the air as if hit by a large dump truck. He fell on his back a short distance away, and even the formidable Felter was unable to move an inch. The spectators, who had been cheering and shouting in surprise until then, fell silent at the sight of Felter's battered form. After a second or two, Strauss and Eliza snapped out of their shock and hurriedly sprang into action. "Anyone who can treat injuries, gather here immediately. Are you all right, Felter?" At those words, several students came running. Well, the naturally tough Felter should be fine. He might have a concussion, fractured shoulder blade, or broken collarbone, but I could tell from the impact that his life wasn't in danger. As I looked around, I saw Shenli standing there, looking flustered. I approached her and spoke. "Shall we head back? Would you like to have dinner together?" Is Senior Felter going to be okay?" "He'll be fine. Nothing to worry about." Hearing my answer, Shenli nodded with visible relief. "Then, shall we talk later?" I shook my head in response. No. After such a crushing defeat, he probably doesn't want anyone talking to him. That's how it usually goes. From experience, losing at something you're good at hits hard mentally. Let's give Felter a week without seeing him, shall we? Sensei Aoi, have you ever lost before? Of course. I've lost many, many times. Would you like to hear about it? Why yes, I'd love to. We left the scene while having such a conversation. Sighed Felter. At first, I thought she was just someone with genius-level talent and skill as a magician, so I didn't pay much attention. In this magic academy, status and connections have little influence. While not entirely absent, it's abnormal compared to the outside world. If someone understands magic quickly, even a commoner can skip grades ahead of royalty. If there's a fight between students, they're punished regardless of status. However, These things still depend on the teacher's discretion. If a teacher favors nobility, they might give preferential treatment to royalty or high-ranking nobles. Currently, there are many such teachers, so nobles might be favored in practice. From what I've seen, Aoi doesn't differentiate between royalty, nobles, and commoners. She scolds anyone she thinks is wrong, regardless of who they are. This applies not only to students but also to senior teachers, which shows how thorough she is. You'd think this would lead to her being forced to quit teaching, but it's the opposite. Despite being new, she's treated as a senior teacher, and there's an atmosphere where even other teachers can't interfere with her. Especially significant was when she scolded Rox Kilbegan, a royal of this country, and even summoned the king to the academy. Any proper noble would shudder at the thought of the same happening to them. Whether the king responds to the summons or not, it would undoubtedly tarnish the family name. Normally, one wouldn't be able to do this out of concern for their own well-being. Nobles are creatures with the strongest sense of pride. If they feel humiliated, hiring assassins for revenge isn't out of the question. The fact that she can still do this might be due to her strong sense of justice and confidence in her own abilities. However, her magical prowess backs up these rumors. The most astonishing thing is that no one has ever heard Aoi's incantations. She deploys magic at a speed that seems to have almost no charging time. I confirmed this myself right in front of my eyes. In the middle of a conversation, she quickly used magic against Rox, who had suddenly sprung into action. This means she's activating magic with an incantation of at most 1 measure long. Not only because of Aoi's unfathomable ability as a magician but also because of her actions that disregard royalty and nobles, she has gradually come to be called a witch. I had thought that magicians would be helpless if you grabbed them by the neck, but if they can use magic in such a short time, it's a different story. Close combat would be possible too. Moreover, when I asked her directly, she said she could even fight with a sword. Impressive. It's been a long time since I've felt this excited. Perhaps not since I fought my father with real swords before coming to the academy. Thinking this, I challenged Eliza Woodford to a match, considering it as a preliminary skirmish. But even though I thought the fight would be over once I got close, I couldn't get near at all. My vision was obstructed, my movements restricted. Furthermore, my freedom of movement was taken away by elusive quicksand. Up until now, all the magicians I had fought used long-range attacks that spread over a wide area. So, if I could block one attack, I could close in before the next incantation. Once I got close, no one could beat me. Maybe that assumption was my downfall. The tables were turned, and as I tried desperately to chant, I felt irritation and impatience at the sand balls flying at me every few seconds. In the end, I managed to chant recklessly, prepared to take hits, and barely won with the magic I activated, but it was a close call. Normally, I wouldn't be able to ask to fight Aoi in such a miserable state, but Aoi understood my intentions. "Let's fight," she said. For some reason, those words made my body tremble. It wasn't fear. I just wanted to fight Aoi. That should have been the only thought. However, as soon as the battle began, I noticed something was off. Usually, when I move at full speed, my opponents become visibly agitated, looking around frantically or desperately trying to follow me with their eyes. But Aoi didn't move. Was she saying she could respond even if I got behind her? Despite her sword being just a thin wooden stick, there was no hesitation in her stance. For some reason, my irritation grew at Aoi's unpredictable behavior. If she could react, fine. If not, that would be it. Having decided this, I moved to attack. If I could make her block my fist with her sword, I'd win. A wooden sword would surely break with one hit. That was my judgment as I charged, but my fist was easily deflected. She hit my wrist with the flat of her sword and then kicked me in a sideways stance. Immediately after, I felt an impact in my stomach. It was a sharp kick that felt like a heavy stab. I didn't even have time to twist my body and was sent flying straight back. My breath stopped for a moment, and the taste of blood spread in my mouth. Body enhancement. The light was too faint for me to notice, but you've enhanced your leg power. I've enhanced my leg power, defense, and arm strength. When I managed to say this through the pain, Aoi simply nodded. Then, she said something unbelievable. "There's no way such magic exists." I was about to say that, but Aoi had already started moving. She came straight at me with her sword at the ready, closing the distance as if sliding across the ground. Though she wasn't running, her speed was extraordinary. Moving backward would only allow her to close the distance. So, considering the next move, I jumped sideways. If she lost sight of me, I might be able to get behind her. Having thought this much in an instant, I moved sideways. Even though I should have put a considerable distance between us, Aoi easily kept up. As Aoi swung her sword sideways in quick succession, I barely managed to twist my body and thrust out my fist. I received a terrifying impact and stumbled, barely managing not to fall. I couldn't take my eyes off her. Glaring at Aoi, I jumped backward to create distance. From just that brief exchange, I understood Aoi's skill as a swordsman. Frustratingly, I couldn't win with simple combat techniques. Moreover, I couldn't even win in speed, even if it was enhanced by magic. In that case, the only option left was to challenge her with raw power. It didn't matter if I took hits. I just needed to land one full power strike. If I could do that, there was no way her delicate body could withstand it. I used unfamiliar taunting words to lure her into coming at me head-on. She must have seen right through it. Aoi smiled. But whether it was the composure of the strong or not, she still came straight at me. "Thank you," I muttered quietly, only to myself. It was a head-on confrontation. I would meet her with all my strength and soul. Ha! I threw a clenched fist straight at her face. But it didn't connect. My fist was caught by the thin wooden stick that should have broken under normal circumstances. Then, just as I saw Aoi twirl both her hands, a terrifying impact ran through my abdomen. My vision blurred. I saw the ground, then the sky, and then I felt my back touch the ground as I rolled. I had lost in a head-on fist fight. The moment that fact surfaced in my mind, everything went blank. I struggled wildly, trying desperately to piece together my shattered self. I couldn't counter with magic. I had lost in close combat too. What should I do? How can I win? My mind was in chaos, unable to think straight. Feeling I had to do something, I threw rocks at her. But even those rocks were sliced apart by her wooden sword. Monster. The moment I thought that, the excitement and urgency of the battle were instantly replaced by fear. I threw rocks. I kept throwing them. But Aoi sliced through them all. And she kept steadily approaching. "You've resorted to long-range attacks, haven't you? Do you understand? Right now, you're at your weakest." Those words, suddenly spoken, cut through my heart like a blade. No, they pierced my heart so deeply that it felt that way. Ennu. Looking down at Aoi, who had drawn near, I exhaled sharply and swung my arm down from above. It was my strongest blow, putting all my body weight behind it. I felt a definite response from the impact spreading through my entire arm. No, the impact was too strong in return. Even smashing rocks doesn't create this much impact. What had happened? As I looked down at Aoi, thinking this, an unbelievable sight unfolded before me. Aoi had let go of her weapon and was facing me with both palms out. Her delicate woman's hands had caught my fists. That's where my memory cuts off. Chapter 7. Bad Rumors. A month had passed since I came to the academy. Having attended most of the classes and observed various teachers' methods, I was told it might be time for me to try teaching on my own. Would you prefer something practical? Or should we focus on magical concepts and knowledge? When I asked this, Glenn pondered. His face contorted as if he had tasted dried plums for the first time, and finally he replied, "Let's go with magical concepts and knowledge. Why are you saying that as if you're coughing up blood?" Although I didn't quite understand, I decided to conduct a class to deepen the students' understanding of magic based on Glenn's request. In this academy, it seems that magical knowledge and basics are taught in the elementary division. Proficiency tests are conducted for each type of magic to confirm sufficient knowledge, and once students pass these tests and can use basic magic up to the passing level, they advance to the intermediate division. After that, they primarily learn to actually cast and apply various types of magic. So, although I'm not sure if there's a demand, I decided to conduct a general magic theory class for the intermediate and advanced divisions. In this academy, classes are scheduled during each teacher's free time. In other words, teachers decide the date and time for a maximum 90-minute class, and students attend according to this schedule. These schedules are posted on the wall right as you enter the school building. The elementary division is on the left, intermediate in the middle, and advanced on the right. The schedule is filled by inserting copper plates with class names into a wooden board divided into squares. There are 2 morning and 2 afternoon classes, and sometimes there are 2 different classes at the same time. For example, in the first morning slot, there might be fire magic and water magic, and students can choose which one to attend. The second morning slot might only have wind magic. The first afternoon slot might have earth and non-elemental magic, and the second afternoon slot might only have healing magic. Classes are held from Monday to Sunday, so students can also choose their own rest days. However, they usually focus on studying magic that suits their aptitude, so their weekly schedule tends to fall into place naturally. I wonder how many people will participate when I add my class to this schedule, but I'll do my best. At the very least, I feel like Shenli will come. If I remember correctly, Shenli said she was good at water magic. Thinking about these things, I headed to the school entrance to check the class schedule for the week. I had already created the copper plates yesterday. The class names are Basic Magic Theory and Applied Magic Theory. The intermediate division's schedule was quite full, with most slots filled. In contrast, the advanced division only had 2 or 3 classes per day. I guess it's better to choose time slots without competitors. Thinking this, I inserted my classes into the completely empty first morning slot on Tuesday for the intermediate division, and the second afternoon slot on Wednesday, second morning slot on Thursday, and second afternoon slot on Thursday for the advanced division. Although it's only 4 times a week, these were the only 4 spots that didn't overlap with the intermediate and advanced division schedules. However, the problem isn't the number of classes, but rather the content. Now, if I'm teaching the basics of magic, I should start with the relationship between magical elements and inanimate objects. No, they might have learned that in the elementary division. Then, perhaps teaching methods for developing new magic would be good. As I was considering various options and turning around, thinking I might look for Eliza since I had no plans for the day, I noticed people gathering around me. Both students and teachers were keeping their distance, most of them looking in my direction. Wondering what was happening, I saw 3 female students cautiously approaching me. Excuse me, is this magic theory class taught by Sensei Aoi? What? Yes, it is. Are you perhaps interested? When I confirmed, the 3 female students nodded firmly. We want to be like Sensei Aoi. We'll definitely attend the class. We will. Hearing their words, I felt somewhat relieved as I replied. I understand. Then, I look forward to seeing you on Tuesday. I'll do my best to make it a good class, so please study hard as well. Yes. The 3 responded energetically to my words. That's good. Now I should have at least 4 students secured. Thinking this, I left the spot and went to look for Eliza. Since I had some free time, I thought I'd ask her about the basic magical knowledge taught in the elementary division. That way, I'd naturally understand what I should teach. I went back to the dormitory to look for her, but Eliza wasn't there. Since there were no classes, she probably wasn't in the school building either. Maybe she's at a restaurant in town? Thinking this, I casually headed to the high-end restaurant I had visited before, but she wasn't there either. Having no choice, I enjoyed a luxurious lunch alone and felt satisfied. I returned to the academy, asked about the location of Eliza's research lab, and went to check, but she wasn't there either. All I found were piles of minerals. Having no other option, I decided to ask a teacher who happened to be passing by. Sensei Speyside. Sensei Kanominato, is it? We both made slightly awkward faces. If it had been Strauss, I could have asked more casually. Do you need something? Speyside asked with a somewhat sulky expression, and I opened my mouth, feeling equally uncomfortable. Do you know where Eliza might be? When I asked, Speyside blinked once. Then, looking a bit surprised, he answered. She's in the back courtyard. Didn't you know? Hearing this, I furrowed my brow. Could it be? Such words floated in my mind, and I thanked Speyside before heading to the back courtyard. There, I saw two figures. Strauss and Eliza. They were both looking at the ground, saying something. So, Aoi's method is. No, if we had done as Aoi said, we certainly would have won. It seemed they were analyzing the recent battle between Eliza and Felter. A simple bird's-eye view diagram was drawn on the ground. It was good that Felter enhanced his strength at the beginning, but what if he had been cautious from the start and attacked with enhanced leg power? If it was enhanced leg power, we would create a sandstorm and then set up walls and pitfalls, right? That would be a tough strategy too. If it were me, I'd surround myself with a tornado and chant a high-level magic spell with great destructive power. Hearing their exchange, I nodded. That's correct too. When I answered, both of them turned around with startled expressions. Ah. Aoi. Eliza called my name and teared up. Wondering what was wrong, I saw her lower her head with trembling lips. I'm sorry. Even though you came up with a strategy for me to win. I smiled at Eliza, who was mumbling sadly, and shook my head. On the day of the defeat, she had seemed to have already accepted it and we had enjoyed dinner together cheerfully, but it seemed she was still dwelling on it. I've seen many people, regardless of seniority, face setbacks. Among them, there are those who can use setbacks as motivation, and others who can move on without caring much. However, there are also those who experience setbacks, realize the height of the wall, and break down, unable to recover. I thought Eliza would be able to use this setback as motivation, but if she can't, that's okay too. I'll do my best to support her and help her recover. Eliza, you are a researcher and a teacher of magic. You have practical experience, but I knew it would be disadvantageous against Felter, who specializes in combat-oriented magic use. However, depending on how you fight, your magic can be more than a match for him. But still, As Eliza became more and more dejected, I placed my hand on her shoulder and lifted her face. Just because you've learned swordsmanship, do you think you can suddenly fight and win against a knight? Experience is important in everything. Compared to before you fought Felter, Eliza has become much stronger. If you want to become a powerful mage, I can tell you about a forest of magic where you can gain good experience. I'll make sure you can overwhelmingly defeat Felter in 3 months. Saying this, Eliza's cheek twitched as she smiled. I'll pass on that. I managed to decide on the lesson content after Eliza and Strauss taught me about the basics and knowledge of magic taught in the elementary division. Feeling nervous, I stood in front of the reserved classroom. It was still 5 minutes early, but I thought it would be good to prepare. With that in mind, I opened the door. There, I saw Shenli sitting in the front row. Sensei Aoi. Good morning. Good morning, Shenli. Returning the greeting, I headed towards the podium and looked around the classroom. In the classroom, there were only those 3 female students and 1 quiet-looking male student. The 3 girls were looking at me with sparkling eyes. The participant list placed on the podium had only 6 names. It seemed that there wasn't much demand for a new teacher's class yet. But still, 6 people came to take my class. I raised my face and confirmed everyone's faces. Shenli. Here. I called out everyone's names. Then, I saw the last name. Felter. Yeah. As I read the name and tilted my head, Felter appeared, opening the door. While I blinked in surprise, Felter boldly walked past me and sat in the front row by the window. This isn't just about physical enhancement, you know? I know. Felter snorted in response to my words. His attitude was brazen, but somewhat cute. Perhaps this was Felter's true self, befitting his age. I could feel the tension in my shoulders easing. I looked around at the 6 students and decided to give a simple greeting. I am Aoi Kanominato. I don't have a specific subject assigned, so I decided to teach about magical knowledge and ways of thinking that seem easy for anyone to participate in. I'm quite new as a teacher, so please feel free to point out anything you don't understand in my words. Let's make this a fruitful class together. Nice to meet you all. As I bowed my head, applause broke out from everyone. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I turned my gaze to everyone. Now then, please give a brief self-introduction. Why yes, I'm Shenli Lu Rosenstiel. I'm from the Holy Empire of Maple Leaf. Nice to meet you. After applauding the energetic greeting from Shenli, one of the 3 female students raised her hand to introduce herself. I'm Ale Hedge Butler. I'm from the Court Highland Federation. Nice to meet you. The girl with vermilion hair bowed her head as she said this. She was tall, but more than anything, her name and eyes gave me a sense of déjà vu. Ah. Are you related to Court? When I asked this, Ale smiled happily. I'm his proud little sister. Don't say that yourself, Ale. I see, they're siblings. I nodded with a smile and looked at the girl next to Ale who had pointed this out. Ah. I'm Liz Stewart. I came from Court Highland with Ale. Nice to meet you. The slightly chubby girl with light blue hair said this and bowed gracefully. She looks older due to her demeanor, but she's probably about the same age as Ale. Following Liz, the third girl opened her mouth. I'm Belle Barkley. I'm also from Court Highland with these 2. Despite how I look, my specialty is fire magic. The girl with pale blonde hair, Belle, introduced herself proudly. She was petite and slender like Eliza, but gave an energetic impression. Nodding to each of them, I looked at the hunched boy sitting a bit further back. He was a quiet-looking boy with dark green hair falling to his eyes. Ah. Yes. I am Dean Stone. I'm from the Kingdom of Carvan. I'm the 4th son of a newly ennobled baron family, so I'm not very noble-like. Ha ha. Adding what might have been a joke to his introduction, Dean lowered his head. I smiled wryly at Dean, who was making himself smaller under everyone's gaze, and finally looked at Felter. With his arms crossed and shoulders shrugged, Felter opened his mouth. Felter Kane. I'm from the Bushmills Empire. If anyone tries to lay a hand on Aoi, come to me first. That's all. Ha! What do you mean? I couldn't help but ask. Could it be that he had become my bodyguard without me knowing? As I wondered about this, Felter glared at me with a stern face, then quickly averted his gaze. In our Kane family, we respect those who have defeated us and strive to incorporate their strength, whether by becoming their disciples or through marriage. That's a unique family precept, isn't it? So, Felter, you're attending the class to become my disciple? Something like that. Felter replied, seeming uncomfortable. As I let my gaze wander in the unfamiliar atmosphere, Shenli looked towards the door and said, Ah. When I turned to look, the door opened from the outside, and people came pouring in. Did we make it in time? Sensei Aoi. We came right after our class ended. Excuse us. Strauss, Eliza, and Spaceyed appeared. As the students and I were dumbfounded, the 3 of them sat down in the empty seats one by one. Now then, please begin. Strauss said this as if nothing had happened, and Eliza was also sitting up straight with a big smile. Why are you all here? When I asked, Strauss answered with a straight face, and Eliza with a smile. Because I was interested. Me too. After hearing their responses, I looked at Spaceyed's face. Even if it's just in name, a senior teacher's class is valuable. I hope the lesson won't disappoint. For some reason, I felt like I was being insulted. I sighed and then couldn't help but laugh. Hee hee. Well then, let's begin the lesson. As I said this and looked around, I spotted Glenn's face peeking in from outside the window, and I couldn't help but twitch my cheek. Section. I have a question. Yes, Strauss. As I responded to what must have been the umpteenth question, Strauss nodded and stood up. I understand that by needing magical power while chanting, we change the form of magical power, and by saying the name of the spell, we activate it. I also understand that the power of thought has some influence there, but does it really have that much effect? At this question, the teachers leaned forward more eagerly than the students to listen. Chanting is like a rail system developed so that anyone can use magic. Each word has its own meaning, and it's a technique that allows magic to be activated even if the image in your head is insufficient. That's certainly amazing, but it doesn't understand the essence of magic. I believe that understanding natural phenomena and physical phenomena, in other words, science, is the first prerequisite for magic. As I answered, Spaceyed looked puzzled. That might explain why the power of magic differs for each person. However, when you study chanting, it's a fact that the nature and power of magic change depending on how you chant. So, isn't the way of chanting and the difference in magical power manipulation the most important? He uttered words that were closest to the correct answer in this magic academy. Nodding in agreement, I actually activated some magic. Fireball. Everyone is momentarily surprised by the small ball of fire that appears before their eyes. This is fire magic using only the minimum necessary magical power, with an empty mind, I say. After making it disappear, I concentrate, imagining it clearly in my mind, and infuse magical power while being conscious of its mechanism. Fireball. This time, the summoned fireball causes everyone to gasp in surprise. As a result of gradually increasing the magical power while keeping the combustion mechanism in mind, a giant fireball large enough to engulf a person now floats before us. You can see how much difference the same spell can make. In other words, by understanding the mechanism and applying magical power to maximize the effect. As I explain while making the fireball disappear, I notice everyone's stunned expressions. Section. All in all, the class was well received. A week flies by as I answer questions from everyone and explain each spell in detail. The number of students didn't increase, but next week, word of mouth might spread the reputation a bit. With that sense of satisfaction and expectation, I go to a celebration party invited by Strauss and Eliza. Good work. Good job. Thank you for your hard work. We exchange greetings and raise our glasses. Strauss has distilled liquor mixed with carbonated water, while Eliza and I have fruit wine. Sensei Aoi, how was your first class? I look up diagonally, considering the question. Well, thanks to having good students, I think the class went very smoothly. However, I'm a bit concerned about teachers being present every time. As I answer and return my gaze, I notice Strauss and Eliza averting their eyes. Laughing at their reaction, I shake my head. I'm joking. Since it was my first class, having you two friendly faces there helped ease my nerves. When I smile saying this, Eliza blushes and laughs. Strauss's face seems to have become somewhat peaceful. Feeling comfortable with their reactions, I open my mouth. Everyone seemed to enjoy the class, so I'm looking forward to seeing if more people will join next week. As I say this, both of their expressions become somewhat troubled. They exchange glances before looking back at me. Then, as if representing both of them, Eliza begins to speak. Some of the students, students. I tilt my head, and Eliza looks around somewhat sadly. Some students said things like, "We can't take classes from a commoner." Commoner. As I repeat part of the phrase, both of their faces freeze. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say it either. Seeing them both strangely frightened, I sigh and speak. I'm not angry. Really? Eliza asks, breathing a sigh of relief. I nod in response. Of course. It's not wrong that I'm a commoner. However, refusing to take a class for that reason doesn't make sense. Saying this, I unconsciously crush the glass in my hand. Ignoring Eliza's strange eep sound, I wipe the table. Why would students learning magic at a magic academy choose classes based on the teacher's social status? Indeed, this noble consciousness is disrupting the healthy academy atmosphere. We need to reform this mindset a bit. There's a rule that individuals can't arbitrarily enforce discipline within the academy. Except for classes and simple experiments, you must discuss it with Headmaster Glenn. In some cases, you might have to delegate the enforcement, warning, or scolding to someone else. Hearing their explanation, I nod in understanding. I see. It's to prevent favoritism towards one's own country or involvement of noble factions, regardless of whether they're teachers or students. In that case, let's first go talk to the headmaster. As I answer, both of them furrow their brows with indescribable expressions. Don't trouble the headmaster too much. Please don't push too hard, okay? I can't promise, but I understand. As I say this, for some reason, they both fall into silent prayer. At the beginning of the week, I visit the headmaster's office early in the morning. Apparently, the headmaster's office is adjacent to his living quarters, so in a sense, it feels like visiting the headmaster's home. I knock on the door, and hearing Glenn's voice from inside, the door opens automatically. Glenn, sitting in a single armchair, raises one hand in an unusually good mood. Hey, Aoi-kun. Good morning. It's a nice day, isn't it? Greeting me in an uncharacteristically friendly manner, Glenn seems pleased. I return the greeting with good morning and enter. Glenn chuckles contentedly and nods. At first, I wasn't sure how it would turn out, but the king left very satisfied. What's more, Queen Lee took a liking to you, Aoi-kun. That's quite rare, you know. Queen Lee rarely speaks up in public, usually just smiling. But when she finds someone interesting, she checks them out herself. For better or worse. Saying this, Glenn continues, counting on his fingers. The current Prime Minister, who's doing a great job, was also recommended by Queen Lee. And a few years ago, it was the Queen's achievement that stopped a group of counts from executing their rebellion plan before it even started. Being liked by such a queen is quite something. Is that so? As I respond, Glenn nods several times and laughs. Indeed, indeed. Oh, right. What was your business today? Yes. I came today with a request. As I begin to explain formally, Glenn shakes his head from side to side, laughing cheerfully. He's holding a glass with some pale amber-colored liquid in one hand. Good, good. Say anything you like. Taking his words to heart, I decide to proceed. Thank you. I started teaching last week, but it seems the number of students participating is quite low. At first, I thought it was normal for a new teacher, but I heard that a faction of nobles is doing something. So, I'd like permission to crush the noble faction. PFFFT. The moment I say this, Glenn spits out the amber liquid he had just put in his mouth. Cough, wheeze. Why you don't need to go as far as crushing them. Managing to say this while choking, Glenn looks at me. I quietly shake my head. This noble consciousness is the problem. Don't you think it's strange that students in an academy are concerned about being noble or commoner when it comes to learning? I do think it's strange. Having obtained his agreement, I continue. Of course, I'm not talking about physically crushing the ringleaders. If they're harassing others, we need to crush their schemes. So, first, I'll conduct an investigation. There might be someone using their high status to order others not to attend my class. As I smile saying this, Glenn groans with an indescribable expression. No wonder Queen Lee took a liking to you. What do you mean by that? Nothing, nothing at all. Glenn suddenly switches to a stiff manner of speaking. Tilting my head at Glenn's strange behavior, I bow slightly. Well then, I'll visit again when there's progress with the investigation. Understood. Hearing Glenn's unusually heavy reply, I left the headmaster's office. Chapter 8, Investigation. It seemed that classes were held at fairly consistent times for everyone, and this week followed the same schedule as before. Although I haven't been working much, I'll make up for it by conducting research and submitting results to the academy. It would be a shame not to use the research lab I've been assigned. However, to return to Japan, I need to gain new knowledge and experiment, so that will have to wait for another opportunity. With these thoughts in mind, I check my weekly schedule. If the noble society is reflected within the academy, wouldn't one need to have not only a high noble status but also a high position within the academy? If so, the suspicious ones would be those like Rox, royalty who perform well even in the high school division. However, Rox probably won't do it again. According to Strauss and Eliza, he's been diligently attending classes as if he's become a changed person. The problem is that I still don't have much information about the students, so gathering clues is the first challenge. Now, how should I investigate? With this in mind, I decided to approach someone who might be knowledgeable about such matters. As I walked down the hallway, looking around, I spotted the red hair I was looking for. Rox-kun. When I called out, Rox, who was unusually walking alone, widened his eyes in surprise. What? Oh. Aoi. Teacher. What do you want? Rox was flustered beyond belief. Suspicious. Very suspicious. Could Rox be the mastermind, as unlikely as it seems? Perhaps it's because I'm looking at him with that thought, but Rox, sweating from his forehead and averting his gaze, looks abnormally suspicious. His furtive glances, seemingly trying to gauge my expression, make me wonder if there's indeed something he's hiding. Roxkuan. If there's anything you're hiding. There isn't. Nothing at all. Why are you looking at me with such suspicious eyes? I observed the panicking Rox for a while, but it seems he's not lying. If he were the type to secretly cause trouble, he probably wouldn't show such obvious agitation. No, it seems I was mistaken. Is that so? Well, that's good. Really good. Rox visibly relaxes. Seeing this, I smile and ask what I wanted to know. By the way, Roxkuan, I think you would know about the various people in this academy. Are there any other royalty or those of similar status besides you? When I asked, Rox furrowed his brows quizzically. Royalty? Let me tell you, if you're planning to summon a king like you did with me, you'd better not. The king of this country, my father, has a rough personality. He might not mind minor things, but kings of other countries are different. No. You're the only problem child so far who required calling in parents for a lecture. I see. Rox's shoulders slump at my words. Glancing at him, I return to the main topic. So, about the royalty and related individuals? Well, let's start from the elementary division. If possible, please focus on the high school division. In that case, you know Barrel Black from the Karvan Kingdom's ducal family, right? Like Shenli, he advanced to the high school division a step ahead. Then there's Prince Hiram of Maple Leaf, Duke Clagan of Grandsands. Also, Balvenie Dono from Bushmills, who already has the skills and knowledge to graduate but is staying for research. And Court from Court Highland is of the same rank in that sense. Court Kuan. Come to think of it, he was also said to be a high-ranking noble. Because of his gentle demeanor and polite way of speaking, I had completely forgotten he was a nobleman. He had been chatting with me occasionally in the hallways and cafeteria since the first class, but surely it couldn't be him. However, should I inquire about him? Are we done here? Lost in thought, I heard Rox ask with a slightly disgruntled tone. Yes. Thank you very much. Thanking him and signaling the end of our conversation, Rox made a pouty face, said I see, and left. His behavior was suspicious. His ears were red. Is he feeling unwell? I tilted my head in confusion as I left the scene. Section. After searching everywhere, I still couldn't find Court. As Tuesday's class approached, I reluctantly headed towards the classroom. Suddenly, I spotted Court talking with Felter. Seeing the two engaged in what looked like an intense conversation, I quickly approached them. You shouldn't be fighting, you know? As I called out to them, they both turned to face me, then looked at each other. They nodded meaningfully, and Court turned back to me first to answer. I'm sorry. We weren't fighting, but I apologize for worrying you. Despite Court's words, I instinctively looked at Felter. Is that true? You shouldn't bully others, you know? I'm not bullying anyone. I glanced at Felter with narrowed eyes before turning back to Court. Court's smile twitched as he muttered, bullying. For a moment, I wanted to pat Felter's head, but talking to Court was the priority now. Court Kuan. I called his name, intending to confirm various things, but Court suddenly exclaimed and clapped his hands together. With a surprisingly old-fashioned reaction, Court seemed to realize something and pointed towards the end of the hallway. Isn't class about to start? We'll talk later, I said after a moment's hesitation. A teacher couldn't skip class, after all. I left those words with Court, almost like a parting shot, and turned on my heel. I barely made it in time, quickly opening the door and entering the classroom. Sorry I'm late, I said as I entered. The students who had been there since the first class, along with teachers like Strauss and Spaceyed who inexplicably attended every time, were seated and waiting. Geez, Aoi-sensei, you're late. No, you're just in time. Ale, come on. Court-senpai. The three energetic female students made a fuss, and I smiled wryly as I stood in front of the podium. Then, I finally noticed that someone else had come along. Court Kuan. As I turned around, I saw Court waving one hand from the doorway with a refreshing smile. Is it still okay to join? Yes, it's fine, but... As I showed him the attendance list, Court deepened his smile and smoothly wrote down his name. There was no point in thinking too deeply about it now, as I couldn't confirm anything anyway. I decided to start the class without further ado. Just then, Court let out an "oh." Looking up, I saw Court tilting his head as he looked at Ale. Ale, what are you doing here? Have you been attending from the beginning? Court asked gently, but Ale turned away with an uncharacteristically haughty attitude. I felt something odd about Ale's unusual behavior. She seemed both sulky and angry. However, Court didn't seem to mind at all and found an empty seat to sit in. I sensed something in their attitudes, but there was no use dwelling on it. Let's begin the class, I said, and started calling out everyone's names. Section. The class ends. Once again, it felt productive, and some students even came up to ask questions, showing how attentively they had listened. However, I regretfully had to turn them down. I'm very sorry. Please let me answer those questions another day. Today, I need to talk to Court-kun about something. As I apologized to the 3 female students, Ale visibly sulked. Ale pouted, and Liz and Belle hurriedly pulled her back. It seemed I should have another talk with them later. Keeping that in mind, I followed Court as he left the classroom. Do you have a moment? As I called out to stop him, Court turned around with his usual gentle smile. Yes, what can I do for you? His dazzling smile made me hesitate for a moment, but I had turned down Ale's questions for this. I couldn't back down now. I need to talk to you. After stealing my resolve and saying that, Court tilted his head. A talk? If it's an invitation for a meal, I'd be delighted. No, that's not it. I denied, then looked straight at Court, who was now furrowing his brows, and asked, Court-kun, are you hiding anything from me? I asked with implied meaning, but Court burst out laughing as if he couldn't help it. Haha, Oi-sensei, in my country, that phrase is famous as a line to get the attention of someone you're interested in. Someone you're interested in? Why would you say it like that? When I questioned this, Court prefaced with I'll give you a cliché response, and brought his hand to his chest. I'm not hiding anything. Perhaps you've misunderstood something? I didn't know how to respond to Court's answer. Just as I was about to reply, someone burst in like the wind and body-slammed Court in the stomach. Oof. The slender Court let out a muffled sound and staggered, while the intruder turned to face me. Excuse me, I have some business. I'm taking my brother with me. It was Ale who had appeared. Ale shouted with flushed cheeks and dragged away the coughing Court. Then, her 2 friends rushed past, apologizing. What? Faced with this whirlwind of events, all I could do was stand there dumbfounded, watching the 4 of them leave. Section. It seems suspicious, I reported, and Eliza and Strauss, who were having lunch with me, exchanged glances. Now that I think about it, Court's behavior and words were out of character for him. Could it be that he was trying to avoid my questioning? As I pondered this, Strauss opened his mouth, exasperatedly scratching his head with one hand. No, you're probably just imagining things. Looking up at Strauss, who gave such a response, I saw Eliza smile apologetically and start to explain. Ale holds her older brother, Court, in high regard. That's a good thing, right? Eliza answered with a sigh, shaking her head from side to side. Well, there's a bit of a problem with it. What? As I mentioned before, Court is a rare nobleman. Despite his high status, he treats everyone equally. He's gentle and polite, and with his prince-like appearance, he's quite popular. I see. Hearing it like that again, he really sounds like the kind of guy who'd attract a crowd of girls. I had thought he was just a kind young man, but it turns out he's an exceptionally high-spec kind of guy. Given that he's in the upper division, he probably has a decent level of magical skill as well. To Ale, it's only natural to feel proud of such a brother. But what does that have to do with anything? When I asked the 2 of them, both Eliza and Strauss quickly averted their gaze. What is it? I asked again, but neither answered. I knew they weren't trying to be mean, it wasn't in their nature. So perhaps there was a secret they couldn't share. Well, since this is a sibling matter, I won't pry any further. It's not good to meddle in other people's business, so I backed off. As I did, Strauss stood up and pointed outside the cafeteria. Aoi, you're new to the academy, so it's understandable if you're just passing by. Ha! What are you talking about? Eliza chuckled and stood up. He means, follow me. As we moved toward the courtyard, the number of people around us gradually thinned out. The southern side of the academy was full of research labs and specialized facilities, but there were also small park-like spaces. The farther we went, the more greenery surrounded us, and eventually, we reached a garden-like area. It's an unspoken rule that the upper division students use this area. This particular corner to the west is often occupied by people from the Court Highland Federation. Eliza pointed to a small space in the distance. She smiled awkwardly and added, I guess many prefer to gather with people from the same country. As she said that, she peered through the trees, looking for someone. Ah, there they are, Ale and the others. Chem, that's unusual. Court is with them too. Did Ale drag him along? As I listened to their conversation, I peeked through the trees as well. Sure enough, I saw 4 people, including Court. They were standing face to face, seemingly deep in conversation. Straining my ears, I could hear Ale questioning Court. Big brother, you seem to be getting quite close with Miss Aoi, don't you? Do I? Well, I'd like to get along with her, but we haven't talked much yet. Are you planning to take her to Court Highland? No, that would be difficult. I'd love for her to come, but honestly, she's a far better magician than any of the Court Highland mages. Big brother, you shouldn't be so vague about these things. What if she thinks you're interested in her romantically? I've already seen so many noble women cry because of misunderstandings like that. Please be more careful with your actions. Ale was scolding Court in an unusually formal tone, while Liz and Belle smiled awkwardly in the background. Court, on the other hand, seemed confused and smiled helplessly, as if unaware of his own actions. I see. With his impressive status and princely looks, it's no wonder he'd attract female attention. Many must have fallen in love with him, only to be heartbroken. What a sinful man. Wait. Suddenly, it hit me. Elle thinks I have a crush on Court. Aoi. Eliza tried to stop me, but I quickly walked over to the 4 of them. Aoi-sensei? This is bad. Ale, we need to run. Liz and Belle panicked, scurrying around. Ale, on the other hand, steeled herself and stood in front of me with a determined expression. Aoi-sensei, I'm so sorry. Big brother doesn't see you as a romantic interest. You might think he led you on, but please don't hate him. It's not your fault, it's because he's too perfect. Ale said all of this with a dead serious face, looking genuinely remorseful. Holding back a headache, I pressed my hand to my forehead and looked at Ale. I don't see Court as a romantic interest. What? Ale's face was frozen in shock. Section. Clearing up the misunderstanding, I turned to face Court. So, you don't need to worry. I see Court only as another student, nothing more. Hearing that, Court let out a tired sigh and shook his head. Relieved. I mean, it would be strange if I were hurt by that, but, yeah, I guess I'm a little hurt. I tilted my head in confusion at Court's dejected response and glanced at Ale. Her face still showed disbelief, but it was clear she wasn't the type to cause trouble on purpose. Deciding to explain, I began to speak. The reason I've been talking to Court is because I wanted to know if anyone was disrupting my classes. Ale responded with a blank huh? Aoi-sensei's classes? Why? She asked, clearly puzzled, while I nodded and looked toward Liz and Belle. If either of you knows something, please tell me. I turned to Court, who had a much more serious expression than before. Aoi-sensei, how much do you know? He asked, and I tilted my head in response. I've only heard rumors that someone is telling students not to attend my classes. With a sigh, Court nodded and gestured toward Ale. Ale may not have noticed, but it's already spread through the upper and middle divisions. People are saying that Aoi-sensei has been targeted by royalty and high-ranking nobles, and that attendance in her classes is being monitored. At these words, my brow wrinkles involuntarily. Whether a student attends my class is their personal choice. It shouldn't be influenced by some pressure from a few nobles. Of course, I agree. I've been saying the same thing. But it seems someone with a very high status made this claim, and now everyone's too scared to attend. Though Felter and Senior Rox seem unaffected. The only other students who might stand up against this would be Balvenie and Prince Hiram. Kragan and Barrel are younger and don't have as much influence yet. It seemed Court had been investigating this on his own. As I nodded, Ale spoke up, looking upset. Wait, someone's saying not to attend Aoi-sensei's classes? They're great. At first, I was suspicious and attended just to see if she was trying to cozy up to my brother, but now I genuinely enjoy them. I've been recommending them to others, but now I understand why no one came. Ale was clearly angry, muttering complaints under her breath. The fact that she had initially attended my class to keep an eye on me made it hard to feel entirely happy about her current enthusiasm. Well, at least in the end, I gained an eager student. I should take that as a win. Alright, then. Let's go meet this Balvenie. Where can I find him? Is he in class? Court shook his head. No, Senior Balvenie spends most of his time in his lab. He only attends water magic classes on rare occasions. Balvenie-senpai's lab is just over there. I'll take you. Liz and Belle quickly took the lead, trying to make up for Ale's earlier behavior. As they led us out of the courtyard, Strauss and Eliza, who had been hiding, were discovered. Ha! Belle tilted her head as she spotted them, and Strauss and Eliza awkwardly stepped out. I guess it makes sense that Aoi-sensei couldn't have made it here on her own. Court chuckled, and Strauss crossed his arms and nodded. I help out in Balvenie's lab from time to time. I'll come along. Strauss-sensei? Ale looked puzzled, and Eliza answered on his behalf. Balvenie studies weather manipulation, so Strauss is often involved. I found myself curious about that comment but said nothing as we made our way to Balvenie's lab. The lab was small but relatively new. It was a one-story building, modest in size but made of sturdy-looking stone and wood. The wooden door echoed loudly when Strauss knocked. After a short wait, a raspy voice responded, and the door creaked open. Who's there? A man's raspy voice said that, and a long-haired man poked his head out. He had dark orange hair with waves. Despite his stubble and thin-framed glasses, he strangely didn't give off an unclean impression. The man who seemed to be Balvenie looked at me and Ale in turn, then fixed his gaze on Strauss. Quite a large group today. Did something happen? As Balvenie asked with a hint of annoyance, Strauss nodded expressionlessly. It's about the new teacher, Miss Aoi. It seems there's someone trying to interfere with her classes. Do you know anything about that? Well, that's rather direct, Sensei Strauss. As expected. While Court and the others couldn't hide their surprise at Strauss's frontal assault, Balvenie himself looked at me with a question mark. New teacher? She doesn't look like a beast man, maybe the fourth or fifth daughter of a baron? He gave a rough guess. As I furrowed my brow at this, Strauss said no, denying Balvenie's words. Aoi isn't a noble. I thought it was well known, but you don't know? She's a commoner, but was hired as a senior instructor, which is quite unusual. A commoner as a senior instructor? Hearing Strauss's words, Balvenie skeptically looks me over. Unless she's a court magician from some country, I guess she must be a genius on par with Headmaster Glenn. In that case, may I ask a question? A question. As I repeat, Balvenie's lips curl into a smile. I'm interested in manipulating the weather. Do you know of any magic experiments that have successfully done this in the past? Only rain-making magic to turn clear skies into rain. The method combines fire, water, and wind magic. First, you float a sufficient amount of water, heat it with fire, and then use wind to control air currents. As I explain, Balvenie freezes with his mouth agape. Puzzled by Balvenie's strange reaction, I turn to Strauss for help. However, Strauss and Eliza are looking at me with similar expressions. Wait a minute. Rainmaking magic is said to be a secret technique hidden by some country. How do you know about it? Balvenie approaches me excitedly. He grabs my shoulders and shakes me vigorously, which irritates me. Calm down. If you think about how clouds form, it's obvious. How clouds form? The reason clouds are created? Well, tell me. I have some hypotheses, but I want to hear it from you. No, well, now is not. What? Are you going to demonstrate it now? Alright, tell me everything. I'll help. Personally, I think since it creates rain, there must be countless water spheres in the sky. As Balvenie won't stop shaking me no matter what I say, I finally thrust out my fist. One hit to the stomach. It's a vital point of the human body called the solar plexus. The impact on the diaphragm characteristically makes it impossible to breathe. It's a spot where nerves are concentrated but lacks protective bones like ribs, and muscle mass is irrelevant. Especially when struck diagonally from above, it has enough power to make anyone writhe in pain, whether muscular or overweight. Of course, Balvenie was no exception. Huff. Unable to inhale after exhaling, Balvenie crouches on the ground, curling up from the shock that pierced through to his back. I acted without thinking, but it's too late now. Looking down at the suffering Balvenie, I open my mouth. Calm down. Do you understand now? As I say this, Eliza answers with a dry laugh in place of the groaning, teary-eyed Balvenie. I don't think he can answer right now. Section. Having physically silenced Balvenie, I turn back to Strauss. It seems he's not the one. I'll apologize to him personally later, so let's go meet this Hiram person. Hearing this, Strauss and the others nod slightly. Wait. I bow deeply to Balvenie, who's trying to say something, and turn on my heel. This way. Senior Hiram specializes in wind magic, so he's probably in the classroom for his last lesson of the day. For some reason, Belle and Liz start leading the way more efficiently than before. Court and I'll come to my side. My brother mainly majors in earth magic, so he doesn't often have classes with Senior Hiram. I'm good at wind magic like Senior Hiram, so we often have classes together. Oh, I see. Are you perhaps close friends? No. We just exchange greetings. The two chat amiably. Then, Eliza speaks up anxiously. Is it really okay to leave Balvenie like that? He is the fourth prince of the Bushmill Empire, after all. I'll apologize later. Sigh, I'm not getting involved anymore. As Eliza sighs and mutters words of resignation, I press on towards where Hiram is. Perhaps everyone happened to have no classes at this time, as all 7 of us walked through the academy and arrived at the intended classroom. We reached a classroom on the 3rd floor, west side. Classes seemed to have just ended, with several students exiting the room. We slip past them and enter the classroom. Court is the first to spot the person in question and raises his hand. Senior Hiram. At the call, a blue-haired boy surrounded by female students pokes his head out. Perhaps due to his baby face, he seems to be around the same age as Shunli and the others. The boy notices Court and smiles. Hey, Court. It's been a while. Have you been well? It's been a long time, Senior Hiram. Greeting quite casually, the boy comes towards us. It seems this is indeed Hiram. His blue hair is spiky, and his eyes are large and round. He has an androgynous aura, and his smiling face appears friendly and approachable. The surrounding female students are fawning over Hiram, calling him cute. Do you have some business with me? Saying this, Hiram looks at me. Wow. You're Sensei Aoi Kinominato, right? I've wanted to meet you, but our schedules never matched. Would you let me attend your class sometime? Yes. Anyone is welcome to attend my classes, but... As I answer, Hiram happily takes my hand. Sensei Aoi, said to be the second coming of Headmaster Glenn. I'm looking forward to it. Hiram expresses his joy with exaggerated behavior. But frighteningly, when said with such an innocent, childlike smile, I can't help but smile back. Well, that's fine, but I came here today for a different reason. May I ask you a question? When I ask this, Hiram tilts his head slightly. My 3 sizes. No, that's not it. As I immediately deny it, Hiram laughs heartily. This is no good. This boy is hard to deal with. He keeps throwing me off balance. I clear my throat and try to regain my composure. This is serious. Please listen carefully. Sensei Aoi, you're interesting. You're not used to being teased, are you? Want me to teach you some tricks? Tricks? When I question Hiram's words, he laughs amusedly again. That's it. First, Don't answer everything seriously one by one. When it's your turn to speak, either don't give them a chance to interject, or always make the other person the one answering. If they don't engage, people like me can't do anything. Hiram says this while laughing. I see. So he's saying I should go at my own pace. I understand. I'll remember that. When I answer, Hiram nods with a smile. Yeah. That's good. I'm rooting for you, Sensei Aoi. Yes, thank you very much. As I express my gratitude, Hiram waves his hand laughingly and turns his back to walk away. As I watch Hiram leave with the female students in tow, Strauss sighs. Hiram is leaving. Ah. I hurriedly chase after Hiram. I quickly catch up and call out to Hiram, who's about to exit to the courtyard. Ha ha ha. Sensei Aoi really is interesting. I like you. Hiram says this in a light tone, and I scold him slightly angrily. Please don't mock your teacher. Now, about what I wanted to ask. I preface and begin to speak. I hear that someone has been interfering with my classes. Do you know anything about that? When I say this, Hiram's smile fades and he narrows his eyes. I wonder who told you such a thing. Switching to a seemingly forced smile, Hiram asks back. Feeling uneasy about this, I reply. Could it be you? When I ask so directly, Hiram plasters on a mischievous grin. What if I said it was? Does a commoner upstart teacher have any complaints against me, a prince of the Holy Empire of Maple Leaf? As Hiram says this with an overly theatrical attitude, the surrounding female students cheer excitedly. Senior Hiram looks so bad. Scarily cute. Hiram laughs happily at these strange cheers. Seeing this farce, I sigh. It doesn't seem to be you. Well, the possibility isn't zero, but I'll leave suspecting you for last. As I say this and turn on my heel, Hiram lowers his voice. You're right that it's not me. But what would you have done if it really was? As long as you stop putting strange pressure on others, that would be enough. When I stop and answer, Hiram chuckles. That attitude towards royalty from another country. The rumors are true. I'm getting interested in you too. Maybe I really will attend your class sometime. Status and position beyond that of teacher and student are unnecessary. Is that so? That's an interesting way of thinking. How about we have dinner sometime? I'm not particularly inclined to. Hiram bursts out laughing at my response. I could feel the glares from the surrounding female students, but in contrast, Hiram mutters to himself in a good mood. For Panod Roses. His first-class magicians that our holy empire of Maple Leaf is proud of, but surprisingly childish. Probably, this woman Aoi who suddenly appeared and stole the spotlight must be an irritating existence to four. After muttering this, Hiram shrugs his shoulders with a well. I turn back and look at Hiram. Did you forget something? No, it's nothing. Thank you very much. I bow in return and turn my back again. Although I was thrown off balance, in the end, Hiram provided me with information. He's quite a likable boy. Still, I never thought it would be four. He's a veteran and a senior instructor. Would they target a mere new teacher? If anything, I had the impression they weren't very interested in others. It's hard to believe right away, but, as I mutter while walking, Court chuckles. Well, Sensei 4's elitism is well known, so it makes sense to me. Court says with a sigh. An elitist senior instructor. It seems this might become quite troublesome, but for now, it appears the most suspicious person has emerged. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 9. 4 Perno Roses. I peek into the classroom from the hallway during a lesson. It's fortunate that today happens to be one of 4's weekly classes. Incidentally, since it's a valuable advanced instructors class, most of the participating students seem to be older ones from the high school division. He appears to be teaching water magic, but the content isn't too difficult. Probably, he'll teach more advanced applications based on today's lesson in the future. As you can see, the unabbreviated incantation for the water ball actually contains keys to advanced magic. It's possible to turn water into ice or shoot a straight stream of water. In fact, some fire and earth magic spells share common phrases. Wind is slightly different, But by correctly understanding these commonalities, you can also find inspiration for creating new magic. Saying this, Fu began his incantation. Diamond mist of freezing ice. The moment he spoke, a shimmering mist appeared around the podium. The white mist swirling around Fu instantly freezes anything it touches. As murmurs spread through the classroom, Fu lightly tapped the now white walls and podium, explaining, "This is a magic I developed independently, a type of water magic. It would be quite difficult to defend against this formless magic, like a fog. Also, I've only activated it in this small area now, but at its maximum, it could freeze this entire classroom. The entire room. To think that's water magic. Indeed, if caught off guard, we'd be frozen before we could think of a way to defend." The students listened to Fu's explanation with great interest. So advanced instructors' classes are listened to this attentively. For some reason, it's frustrating. As I'm gnashing my teeth while watching from the edge of the window, Fu sighs and narrows his eyes during a break in his speech. Then, he starts talking in a casual tone. "Recently, I've been hearing a lot of rumors about the new instructor, Aoi Kanominato. Certainly, showing advanced magic with incantations so shortened you can't even tell when they were spoken is impressive. However, teaching students things they can't do is not what an instructor should do. So, the topic of me came up. It doesn't seem to be a positive one, though. As I'm thinking this while listening, Fu continues. For a commoner to reach that level, there must have been blood-sweating training, but in the end, they're what you'd call a genius. Geniuses are generally poor at teaching ordinary people. You all should think carefully about what you're learning and gaining from your precious time at the Magic Academy." With that, Fu returned to his lesson. Could it be because of these words? When I turn back to check, Strauss and Eliza have difficult expressions on their faces. Next to the two who are groaning, Ale opens her mouth, looking furious. This is definitely it. We're talking about a top-level advanced instructor, right? That Sensei 4 is essentially telling students not to attend your class. As Ale pouts angrily, Court smiles ambiguously. However, he didn't explicitly say not to attend. It's all advice based on Sensei 4's assumptions. Probably, he didn't mean any harm, but... Eliza sighs at this and shakes her head. Even so, this is not something an advanced instructor like Sensei 4 should be saying. Especially for students who definitely want to take Sensei 4's classes, those words have a huge impact. Particularly that part about thinking carefully about which classes to attend. At Eliza's words, everyone fell silent. By the time we finish discussing, 4's class is about to end. If we don't act now, 4 will leave. I reluctantly shake my head lightly and stand up, opening the classroom door. Wait, Sensei Aoi. I hear Eliza's scream but pretend not to hear it. Whether he's aware of it or not, his words are affecting my classes. I need to convey that to him. As I enter the classroom, not only 4 but all the students' eyes turn towards me at once. The end of class bell rings, as if on cue. Sensei 4, could I have a word? Let's hear it. When I call out to him, 4 complies readily. As the students in the classroom start to make a commotion, I point outside. 4 agrees to this as well and comes out into the hallway. Once in the hallway, 4 looks at Strauss and Eliza, then at Court and the others, stopping his gaze on them. I thought you were a more intelligent child. At those words, Court smiles wryly and exhales briefly. Meanwhile, I raise an eyebrow at 4's words. Is attending my class such a foolish thing? When I ask, 4 slightly furrows his brow. I wouldn't say foolish, but it's a waste of time. Without engaging in intensive classes, research, and training that nourish you, you cannot rise as a magician. Have you ever seen my class, Sensei 4? I try to confirm, just in case. However, 4 shakes his head as if it's obvious. I haven't. But one can estimate without actually attending. Even from the rumors I hear, it's all about advanced magic and excellent incantation shortening. Such magic is too early for students. I don't recognize anyone who shows off their own skills without considering their students as a proper instructor. I can't help but laugh at being told such things. 4 looks puzzled, which makes it even funnier. Certainly, I think Sensei 4's classes are easy to understand, teaching magic basics even to high school students. However, that's underestimating the students' talent and potential too much. They could learn more difficult magic if taught. When I say this, Fa snorts and looks at me with contemptuous eyes. It's just as I said. You're a person who doesn't understand the feelings of ordinary people. Well, you should try it. You'll understand eventually. If you teach thinking everyone can do the same as you, you'll get frustrated when results don't show and progress is slow. Hearing this, I cross my arms and glare back. Please say that after seeing results from my method. It's somewhat unpleasant to be judged without even seeing. First, please attend my class. At this, Fa visibly distorts his face in displeasure. You lack manners towards your seniors. Is that also because you're a commoner? If you're a noble, I'd hope for more composure. Looking at you now, Sensei Fa, who would think you're a noble? You seem no more than an upstart small fry. Wait. Please wait. I was wrong. So please, both of you, stop. As Eliza clings to me crying, I close my mouth for now. Then, as if his mood was ruined, Fa averts his gaze and returns his expression to normal. If you insist so much, I'll participate in your next class. I'll see directly what kind of class you're conducting. Saying this, Fa turned his back to us. Eliza watches Fa walk away with her eyes, then collapses weakly on the spot. That was scary. As Eliza mutters this tearfully, Strauss nods shallowly. Advanced instructors are second only to the principal in this academy. No one dares to complain to them. It's understandable that Sensei Fa became so emotional. When Strauss says this, Ale raises her arm angrily. But I think that way of speaking is terrible. After all, Sensei Aoi's classes are so interesting and very educational. As everyone tries to calm down the angry Ale, I start thinking about the next class. Sighed, Fa. Her magical prowess is undeniable. You can tell just by hearing the rumors. Her wind magic and fire magic must be first-rate. And even water magic. I can use other types of magic too, but water magic is the only one I can confidently say I excel at. That's why I can understand Aoi Nominato's pride. At such a young age, she's standing shoulder to shoulder with the top magicians. Anyone would think themselves special and mistakenly believe they can do anything. However, that's a mistake. I, too, have a similar past. Though I'm of noble birth, I was born into a minor viscounty with barely any land to speak of, and neither of my parents were magicians. I happened to have a talent for magic and was able to attend the academy, but after that, it was miserable. I studied desperately to understand magic more deeply than anyone else, trained rigorously, and exhausted every avenue of research. Before I knew it, I had become the top student at the academy, and from there, the path to becoming a teacher opened up. My efforts weren't in vain. If I could make others put in the same effort, surely anyone could become a first-class magician. If I could achieve that, I would undoubtedly become the first senior instructor from the Holy Empire of Maple Leaf. And then, I wasted several years. Due to family circumstances, I was desperate to produce results. But the more I rushed, the worse the outcomes became. In the end, I angered the son of a duke from the Bushmills Empire and was nearly expelled from the academy. Even someone like me was able to settle down after 10 years. Students won't understand unless the content is comprehensible to everyone. Teach in a way that even a monkey could understand, and consider it perfect if they can use 1 or 2 advanced magic spells while at the academy. As I continued with this approach, I became a senior instructor, and my family was elevated to the rank of count. Aoi Nominato's methods won't lead to such results. Excuse me. I called out as I opened the door. Entering the classroom, I was surprised to see more people than I expected. No, many of them aren't students. The students, Court, Ale, Liz, and Belle, were sitting together in a group, while Shenley sat in the middle of the front row. There were also Dean Anne. I was surprised. Felter Kane. Even Rox was there. But there were only 7 students. The rest were Strauss, Eliza. Are you participating too, Spaceyed? When I asked, Spaceyed uncomfortably averted his gaze and pointed out the window. The principal is also observing, so I thought I'd see what it's like. Surprised by his words, I turned my face towards the window and saw Principal Glenn quickly ducking out of sight. Ridiculous. The principal, true to his title, is the most skilled magician in the academy. And he's here to observe. What on earth could be so special about this class? Puzzled, I sat down in a corner seat at the back. Aoi looked at me, glanced down at the roster, and then spoke. That's everyone. Let's begin the class. After saying that, she looked around at everyone and turned one palm upward. Today, we'll be learning about lightning magic. She paused briefly after that statement, then immediately spoke again. Purple lightning sphere riot. Instantly, a faintly purple, luminous sphere about 50 centimeters in diameter appeared above Aoi's palm. Everyone's faces froze at the sight of the glowing orb that made intermittent crackling sounds. Of course, mine did too. Aoi grasped the sphere with both hands and stretched it out to the left and right. The thinly stretched form truly resembled lightning descending from the heavens. I couldn't help but stand up and exclaim, "That's impossible." I couldn't keep quiet. I had intended to remain silent until the end of the class, but I couldn't contain myself. It might have been out of fear, but at that moment, I couldn't tell. As I shouted, Aoi made the lightning disappear like an illusion and spoke. "Why is that?" Aoi calmly asked such a thing. I slammed the desk hard and shouted again. There have only been a handful of lightning magic users in history. It's said to be a secret art passed down orally in some circles, but there shouldn't be anyone who can use it now. I don't know about past magic, but this is my original magic, so I can teach it. In fact, my master has learned to use it. Tidge, that's absurd. The ramblings of a genius. No, perhaps she's more of a monster. Various rebuttals came to mind, but even I felt they were incoherent, so I didn't voice them. I sat back down weakly, leaning against the backrest. If you can teach it, then go ahead and try, I thought. As I fell silent, Aoi once again looked around at everyone expressionlessly and began to speak. Well then, let's start by discussing the structure of clouds. Clouds are formed when water contained in the air rises into the sky and crystallizes in the cold upper atmosphere. When the temperature is warm, more water rises from sources like rivers and oceans, making the clouds larger and thicker. Saying this, Aoi activated water magic. She gradually turned the floating water sphere in her hand into mist. The mist rose upwards, gathering near the classroom ceiling. This is an artificially generated cloud. Its density is thin, so we'll work on making it thicker. I think it'll be enough if we can get this far today, so let's all do our best. Aoi said this and then continued, "Now, for the incantation. Let's try something like this," as if she had just come up with the words on the spot. The first part was for creating and stabilizing water. The second for heating. The third for rising. The fourth for circulation. And the fifth for cooling. As we adjusted our magical power while chanting, indeed, something similar to the magic Aoi had used, albeit on a smaller scale, appeared. When actually activating the magic, one could intuitively understand the movement of their own magical power. Although it wasn't included in the incantation, it seemed that the cooled water would descend and then rise again when heated. This is the structure of clouds. Those who can do it, let's continue this cycle while increasing the amount of water. Following Aoi's instructions, I tried it myself. It's not impossible, but the difficulty is quite high. Most people would probably drop out at this point. Thinking this, I looked around. This is difficult. Brother, it's about imagination. Clearly picture the cloud structure that teacher Aoi described in your mind. It's unexpectedly easy. Dean, you're doing great. Ha, I'll make mine bigger faster than you, Felter. Shut up and concentrate. Eek. Shenli is amazing. Liz, focus, will you? But everyone, despite their chatter, was successfully activating the magic. No, in fact, some of them were even. As I watched in amazement, even Eliza, who I had heard could only use earth magic, was creating a small mass of water. Ms. Eliza, remember the water creation method and properties I taught you before? Why yes. Calm down and do it, Eliza. Interesting. So this is a cloud, is it? While Eliza, who lacked aptitude, was struggling. Everyone else seemed to be activating the magic properly. Even Eliza, with advice from Strauss and Aoi, managed to create a cloud after a while. What's going on? How are they doing this? We're all participating in the same class and tackling a new magic simultaneously, and yet, as I looked up at my cloud that wasn't growing much, I suddenly glanced out the window. Outside, Principal Glenn, who had created a downpour, was being drenched by the torrential rain, laughing out loud with an expression of wild joy on his face. Sighed Aoi. Surprisingly, For participated in the class obediently. At one point, Headmaster Glenn was running wild outside, which caught everyone's attention. But even without my advice, For simply followed instructions and made his cloud bigger. The headmaster was so out of control that I opened the window to scold him. After confirming that the headmaster had slumped his shoulders, I looked at the students in the classroom. Everyone had made decent progress, but would this satisfy For? No, it's probably still difficult for him. There's not even 10 minutes left, but let's try to cram in a bit more. Now then, let's review today's lesson. As I say every time, to use magic, you must understand how things work. Just as Sensei Eliza, who could only use earth magic before, learned other elemental magic, you can learn all types of magic except non-elemental magic if you understand the mechanisms. While the time it takes to learn may vary, so far, everyone has achieved this. As I said this, For's eyes widened, and he stared intently at me. As expected, even For hadn't realized this fact. If so, this information should be very useful for him. I smiled and looked at everyone in turn. Now, to prepare for learning lightning strikes and thunder magic in the next class, let's review the property changes of water. How was it? I asked For after the class ended. For looked at me, seeming to think, or rather, choose his words carefully. Am I unfit to be a teacher? When I asked, For furrowed his brow and pulled his chin down, looking displeased. I still don't know. But for now, it was a good class. I look forward to the next one. With just those words, For turned his back and left. Eliza, who had come out into the hallway, furrowed her brow at For's retreating figure. Sensei For is being stubborn, isn't he? I'm sure he's secretly amazed and thinking, Sensei Aoi is amazing. You think so? If he's acknowledged me, I'd be happy. He definitely has. That's why he said he's looking forward to the next class. He'll probably be the first to arrive for the next lesson. Isn't that simply meaning he wants to observe a bit more? As I replied to Eliza, Strauss, who had come out next, nodded slightly. It's all right. Despite appearances, Sensei For is surprisingly understanding if you talk to him. Even if it's not immediate, he's probably already acknowledged you internally. Strauss gave his stamp of approval. Well, if both of them say so, maybe it'll be fine. There's another class tomorrow, so I'll keep observing until then. Thinking about this, I decided to consider the content for tomorrow's lesson. The next day, For was sitting upright in the classroom. Everyone was surprised to see For a moment, glancing at him as they took their seats. He was sitting so normally that even I couldn't help but stare, but For closed his eyes silently, quietly waiting for the class to begin. After calling out the names of the participants and confirming all the students, I began to speak. Now then, let's begin the class. The moment I said that, For's eyes opened wide. Feeling slightly intimidated by For's intense gaze, I turned my palm upwards and created yesterday's cloud. First, let's review yesterday's lesson. Everyone, let's create clouds. If anyone doesn't understand, please say so. As I said this and created a cloud, surprisingly, everyone was making larger clouds with much more ease than yesterday. Even Eliza was creating a decent cloud. As expected of Fidic Academy. You're all excellent students. After saying this, I began to explain the mechanism of lightning. Those who created clouds with their own magic power probably got a sense of it. Water evaporates due to temperature and other factors, and rises. When the temperature is high, the evaporated water rises with more force. This is why summer clouds are thick and tall. Inside these clouds, water that has been cooled at higher altitudes and is falling down rubs against water that is rising. As I spoke, I demonstrated by making countless tiny ice particles move up and down for better understanding. As I increased their number and speed, the static electricity that had been barely noticeable became visible. When objects collide with each other, static electricity, which is a tiny electrical discharge, occurs. Understanding this mechanism and sublimating it into magic is the magic of lightning. As I said this, everyone forgot to maintain their clouds and looked at me. So lightning magic is a derivative of water magic? Strauss asked. I shook my head. With water magic alone, you can only create an uncontrollable thundercloud. Moreover, since you haven't actually changed the environment, it will disappear once the magical circulation and maintenance are gone. As I answered, Strauss groaned thoughtfully, and Spaceside spoke up instead. However, that would mean performing magic with multiple people. It's extremely difficult to interfere with magic constructed by others, but let's ignore that for now. The other day, Sensei Aoi, you demonstrated lightning magic by yourself, didn't you? In other words, isn't there a way to perform lightning magic alone? At Spaceside's words, even Four raised his face. Receiving everyone's gaze, I quietly voiced my theory about common sense. First, I think it's a mistake that one person can only use magic of one element at a time. As I said this, everyone started murmuring. Among them, Rox stood up and spoke. Are you referring to the double simultaneous activation of two elements passed down in the royal family? No, if we're talking about legends, it's probably passed down in various regions and royal families, but like lightning magic, it's almost treated as a legend now. Rox stopped there with a surprised look on his face. Then, Shenli continued where he left off. So, does that mean lightning and thunder magic were lost because there were no more magicians capable of simultaneous activation of two elements? At Shenli's words, everyone waited for my response. However, even if asked, I don't know that much. But as far as the last 10 years are concerned, my teacher Owen Millers has also mastered lightning magic. Simultaneous activation of two elements shouldn't require any special talent. As far as I know, there are 2 magicians who can perform simultaneous activation of 2 elements. The same goes for lightning magic. I speculate that it may have been lost because people were selective about who they passed the secret down to. As I expressed my thoughts, saying it was speculation, Court stood up, looking unusually excited. So, does that mean we can? Probably, I answered. Then I held up one finger. It's regrettable that this becomes like an experiment, but I believe if you all can master the basics of lightning magic, it will be proven. In the silent classroom, Four, who had been quiet until now, raised his hand and voiced a question. How long do you expect this curriculum to take? 1 week. I replied, giving a bit of leeway. With these excellent students, I think they should be able to learn the basics if they attend about 3 more classes. However, Four opened his mouth to say something with a stern face. But glancing at Glenn, who was plastered to the window looking into the classroom, he shook his head lightly. Then, he quietly conveyed his own will. Understood. I look forward to continuing. Chapter 10, Change. In the next class, Four was again the first to wait in the classroom. It seemed the students and Eliza's group had grown accustomed to Four's presence. They took their seats while discussing and chatting with those nearby. I couldn't see Headmaster Glenn. Was he not here today? I thought he was aiming for perfect attendance. Oh, there he is. He's moved outside the window in front. The students have noticed but are pretending not to see him. Well, now everyone's here. After calling out all the names to confirm attendance, I began. Let's start the class. We'll continue from last time, teaching you how to activate 2 attributes simultaneously. With that, I began the lesson. Following up on our previous lesson about enlarging clouds, there were 2 ways to develop this further. First, continue activating only water magic over time until a thundercloud forms. Or, add wind magic for simultaneous dual attribute activation to speed up thundercloud generation. I've given them the starting point, so they should learn the first method on their own with daily practice. But the second requires knowledge they don't have yet. I lowered my chin, then raised my face to look at everyone. First, let's learn about electricity. Electricity is actually contained in various things. However, pure water, which contains no impurities, doesn't conduct electricity. The water created by water magic is thought to be close to completely pure water. That might have been a bit difficult. Everyone was just looking at me without saying anything. However, pure water readily absorbs soluble substances with its high solvent power. Therefore, even with water magic alone, it will eventually lead to thundercloud generation. The problem is that it's far too inefficient. To solve this, we use 2 or more types of magic simultaneously. After saying this, I activated water and wind magic. You can also speed up thundercloud creation with water and earth magic, but water and wind are far easier. Let's start by memorizing the incantation. If you understand the mechanism thoroughly and chant, you should know how much magical power to put into each phrase. As I spoke, I increased the temperature of the water sphere created by water magic and increased the circulation speed with wind magic. I surrounded it with wind like a tornado, compressing it towards the center. It was a sphere of water and wind about 1 meter in diameter. The sphere quickly accumulated static electricity, eventually discharging externally. The power was terrifying, but this was just the basics of basics. This is the lightning ball, the electric ball, which is the entry point to lightning magic. Now, let's try it. I wondered if 4 would get angry, but surprisingly, everyone seemed eager. While slightly surprised internally, I began teaching the incantation. The incantation consists of 5 phrases: water generation, heating, wind generation, acceleration, and convergence. If you use the usual water or wind magic incantations, it will exceed 10 phrases and likely repel. So this incantation uses quite different wording from typical ones. Understand the meaning of each word and chant carefully. After this preface, I explained the meaning and effect of each part of the incantation. At first, they were surprised, but soon questions came one after another. In the end, even 4 said I see and started chanting obediently. Surprisingly, the first to form it into magic was the least noticeable student, the youngest, Dean. Teacher Aoi. Look, tears. Dean was panicking, holding up a sphere that had begun discharging outwards. In a calm state, he would reduce the magic supply and shrink its size, but now he couldn't do that. Try directing your magic power towards convergence. That way, you can further increase its power as lightning magic. That direction. I approached the astonished Dean and observed the slightly unstable sphere. You've succeeded in increasing the scale, but you can't maintain the balance of magic power. You're putting too much power into heating. Once it's grown this much, if you direct about 80% of your power to acceleration and convergence, it will grow on its own. If it goes out of control, I'll handle it. Come on, give it a try. Oh, you out of sea control. Is it safe? Don't worry. Hearing my answer, Dean, on the verge of tears, focused on manipulating his magic power with a determined expression. He's quite quick to grasp the knack. Dean understands the mechanism of electricity very well. At this rate, moving to the next stage should be possible. As we continued, the amount of discharge increased, and the internal energy became considerable. The violently flickering sphere was becoming difficult to maintain its size as the energy continued to expand. Dean was trying to control it while sweating profusely, but he had clearly reached his limit. Let's stop here. Saying that, I used earth magic on the sphere that was about to explode. Lightning rod. I materialized a metal rod and stuck one end into the ground. With crackling sounds, the out-of-control lightning was absorbed into the lightning rod and disappeared. The thundercloud, which had been entirely composed of magical power, dissipated. After confirming its disappearance, Dean collapsed on the spot. Phew. That was intense. Dean muttered with a half-smile, then realized he was the center of attention in the classroom and gulped. Shenli approached Dean with a smile and spoke to him. Amazing, Dean. How did you do it so quickly? As Shenli approached and asked, Dean's face turned bright red as he shook his head slightly from side to side. No, when you ask how. Well, you see. Instead of rotating in a straight line, it's like changing the direction of rotation in several rows. I heard about rubbing together, so I tried to make it do that. Looking down at Dean, who was explaining clumsily while flustered, Eliza's eyes widened as she murmured. Like Shenley, he skipped grades, but Dean's specialty is earth magic. Hearing those words, Spaceyed furrowed his brow. Should I take that as a dig at me, who mainly teaches water magic? No, it's not. But, I'm sorry. Eliza hurriedly apologized to Spaceyed, but Strauss nodded slightly at their exchange. Indeed. When learning truly new magic like today, it seems the students learn faster than us teachers. And that's regardless of their specialties. Those words resonated strangely well. I agreed and speculated. Probably because they're not bound by the common sense of magic. To be frank, the basics of magic being taught feel roundabout to me. Hearing this, For looked at me. What do you mean? No, I understand the meaning. Indeed, your classes are completely different from ours. It's not just because it's new magic. The way of thinking about incantations, understanding mechanisms, and imagining things are also different. Clearly different from us. And even the presence or absence of incantations. To that question, I put my hand on my chin and tilted my head. Rather than memorizing magic incantations, I focused on deciphering the magical language used in incantations. Perhaps that's where the difference lies. Also, the reason I don't chant when using magic is probably due to my research on magic circles. Magic circles. You've deciphered magic circles? Eliza and Strauss reacted, but Four continued without paying attention to them. That's the most secret of secret techniques. I'm not asking you to teach it, but I'd like to see it just once. The legendary non-incantation magic. I nodded slightly at those words, wondering what I should show. Well, I might as well show all attributes. Thinking this, I opened my mouth. I produced a spear of flame, a sphere of water, a wall of sand, and further, a tiny tornado and lightning strike. Finally, I activated just the form of healing magic. There's actually non-attribute magic too, but I omitted it thinking it wouldn't be useful as a reference since few people use it. However, it seemed to have quite an impact, as everyone was speechless, staring at me. Teacher AoE, how far have you mastered magic? Don't tell me you've reached the truth of magic. The depths of sorcery. For said something strange and looked at me with sharp eyes. As the classroom was enveloped in silence, I had no choice but to answer. It's difficult to say how far, but if you need a benchmark, I can perform advanced magic of all attributes without incantations. Also, I've created original magic for each attribute. However, I don't think I've mastered magic, and I'm still researching. Upon saying this, ignoring the murmuring students, For continued questioning. What more is there to research? What are you aiming for? Even stronger magic? Asked as if in disbelief, I shrugged. My master is researching teleportation magic that can instantly arrive at a destination. So, I'd like to help with that if possible. To tell the truth, I'm researching magic to return to my original world, but I hesitated to say that. So, I mentioned Owen's research instead. Teleportation. I see, that's fitting research for you. In fact, it might be magic that only you can develop. Four muttered softly, nodding quietly to himself. At that moment, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Well, that's all for today. Until next time, please don't use today's magic individually. As you understand, there's a risk of it going out of control. So, until I judge it safe, its use outside of class is prohibited. That includes you, Headmaster Glenn. As I said this, glaring out the window, Headmaster Glenn, who was excited by the discharge, hurriedly nodded. He's making a circle with one hand and smiling apologetically outside the window, but it's suspicious. There was apparently mysterious localized heavy rain last night too, so maybe the headmaster needs to be watched. No, that would be disrespectful. He's the headmaster of the world's top magic academy after all. He should have discretion. Reconsidering this, I ended the day's lesson. The next day, there was talk of lightning striking on campus despite clear skies, and I had to summon the headmaster. However, seeing the headmaster bowing his head with eyes like those of an abandoned dog in the rain, I couldn't bring myself to use harsh words. So, I settled for a brief warning. If you disobey my instructions again, I won't teach you any new magic. Oh. Glenn prostrated himself, his whole body drooping. Is he feeling unwell? Well, I suppose even the headmaster can't fight against age. I should be kind to him. Don't push yourself too hard. I know you're interested, but it's okay if you don't come to observe my classes, you know? And no. That's too cruel. Please, anything but that. Aren't we at a really good part right now? If I'm stopped here, I won't be able to sleep at night. Please don't cling to me. I don't approve of sexual harassment. What? I am terribly sorry. The headmaster hurriedly backed away and apologized. It can't be helped. If I say anything more, it might look like bullying. I sighed and relaxed my shoulders. It's fine now. Well then. Oh. Thank you. Thank you, Aoi-kun. As I walked away, receiving exaggerated thanks, I began preparing for my next class. Having obtained permission, I came alone to a place next to an arena-like open space. Now, how should I construct it? Perhaps aiming for self-repair would be better than maximum hardness. As for size, depending on the type of magic, it will need to be quite spacious. 6 meters high, 5 meters wide, and 15 meters deep. This should be enough to cover most large-scale magic. Stone barrier, rock wall. Whispering this while infusing magic, I create a row of stone walls. 6 meters high and 5 meters wide. 1 meter thick. For a normal wall, this would be more than enough, but as a barrier against magic, it's weak. So, while maintaining the barrier without interrupting the flow of magic, I begin to engrave magic circles on the wall's surface. Maintaining magic while drawing magic circles is incredibly difficult. Although not as intense as during activation, I need to continuously fine-tune and channel just enough magic to maintain the wall's basic form. If I fail in this adjustment, the corners of the wall might chip or cracks might appear. While continuing this magic adjustment at an almost unconscious level, I engrave a planar magic circle in the center of the wall. This is a technique that even Owen Miller's struggled with. Simplify it, maintain hardness and automatic repair. Use the magic of those inside the facility. No, if a child accidentally enters, they might lose consciousness from magic depletion. A moment of consideration. If I prepare materials infused with magic from an external source, the function would cease if that supply is cut off. Then, perhaps I should set restrictions on users. Let's make it so that only those capable of using advanced magic can enter. This way, only those with sufficient magical power to use it will be able to enter. Alright, it's complete. I create walls on all 4 sides in the same manner. There's only one entrance. The door is made of thick iron plates to prevent easy opening. It's a rectangular building with white stone walls. It's a bit conspicuous, but it should blend in soon enough. Now, let's think about how to actually use it in next week's class. Satisfied with building a structure for the first time since constructing a separate wing for research with Owen, I nodded and returned to the dormitory. Back at the dormitory, I encounter Eliza, who has the weekend off due to her class schedule. Eliza looks at me with a startled expression and rushes over at an unbelievable speed. Aoi-san, where have you been all day? I've been looking for you. Come on, let's go to my room. No, to your room. We need to talk. As I tried to respond while being pushed by the energetic Eliza, suddenly a large shadow appeared behind her. The shadow, eyes gleaming, grabbed Eliza's head with one hand. Eep. As Eliza trembled in shock, the suddenly appeared dorm head, Glenora, Nova Scotia, opened her mouth. You're noisy, Eliza. Be quiet. Ha ha ha, yes. With a snap, Eliza's back straightened. Standing at attention, Eliza looked at me and softly opened her mouth. Let's move. Quietly, quickly. After saying this and bowing to Glenora, Eliza tried to push my back to move at a light jog. At that moment, Glenora narrowed her eyes and muttered, I'll kill you if you run. Hi. Uttering a voiceless sound, Eliza took me away. For some reason, Eliza brought me to my room instead of hers and looked around in high spirits. As expected, the rooms for senior instructors are spacious. Someday, I too Eliza, who had been looking around the room with sparkling eyes, suddenly had a startled look again and turned around. "Tiff, that's right. I have an important request today." "A request?" When I asked back, Eliza knelt on one knee, clasped her hands together, and brought them in front of her face as if praying. It was like a knight's prayer pose, but when done by the childlike Eliza, it looked adorable. "Please, teach me about magic circles. Even just a little. Please teach me about magic circles. Master, Master." I tilted my head at this new form of address. I had her sit on the sofa across from me and brewed some tea. A gentle fragrance wafted through the air, instantly making the room feel more lively. "I'm sorry I don't have any snacks." "Oh, no. Please don't worry about that." Eliza took the cup of tea, looking apologetic. "How cute." She flinched right after taking a sip, probably because it was hot. "How cute. So, why does Eliza-san want to become my apprentice?" When I asked again, Eliza straightened her posture and looked at me. "As I may have mentioned before, I'm researching magic circles." After this preface, Eliza began to talk about her research. In Grand Sans, there's a tendency for fewer people to become magicians. Perhaps if it were Aoi-sensei, you might be able to give everyone an equal opportunity to become a magician, but currently, there's no prospect for improvement. However, everyone has magical power. So, if we could revive magic circles, maybe everyone in Grand Sans could use magic too. Indeed, with magic circles, as long as you can imagine and manipulate magical power, you can activate magic. But aren't there already tools that have some effect if you infuse magical stones with power? You mean the ancient magical artifacts from ruins, not the firestones used for lighting and starting fires, right? Those are convenient tools that support daily life, but they don't have the versatility or applicability of magic. Besides, if magical research remains delayed, there will be a difference in national power. I want to make my homeland, Grand Sans, more prosperous. Eliza looked at me with determined eyes and sincerely spoke about her country's welfare. Her will and thoughts seemed impossible to ignore. I smiled and nodded. "I understand. Then, I'll teach you about magic circles to the best of my ability. However, it took me 10 years learning about magic circles myself. Be prepared, it won't be easy." When I said this, Eliza's face lit up with a radiant smile, and she replied with an enthusiastic yes. Section. "This is. I don't remember a building like this being here." Strauss and Spaceyed voiced their doubts upon seeing the building. Shenli tilted her head at their questions. "Didn't Aoi-sensei build this?" At those words, everyone looked at me. "Yes, yesterday." When I answered, silence dominated the scene. It seems they've accepted it. Relieved, I moved to the door. "Don't just move on as if nothing happened. Aoi-san, you made this in one night." Surprised by Strauss and Eliza, I furrowed my brow. It's troublesome how these two treat me like a problem child. It's disrespectful. I properly obtained the headmaster's permission. That's not the issue. As the two dropped their shoulders in exasperation, Felter shrugged. "It's the usual." Rox nodded at Felter's words. "Indeed. I'm starting to get used to it." As the two conversed, Spaceyed muttered with resignation. "We're surprised because this is a different kind of technology. In the past, there was construction using magic, but now the mainstream method is to create blocks with stone magic, arrange them, and fix them with ash solvent. It's faster than building without magic, but it still doesn't allow for constructing such a building in a day." For shook his head at Spaceyed's explanation. "While this technology is interesting, it's more important now to continue learning from the other day. If you can spare time after class, it would be good for each of you to ask questions then." I smiled at Four, who had said just the right thing, and decided to have everyone open the door in turn. "I'm sorry, everyone. Could you please open and close the door one by one?" When I asked, everyone looked at each other, but soon Strauss grasped the door handle. Immediately, the door was enveloped in a faint light, starting from the handle. What is this?" To the surprised Strauss, I nodded and answered. "This door won't open unless you have enough magical power to comfortably use advanced magic. The mechanism is simple. When you grasp the handle, it can measure the concentration of magical power. The hook is released only when it detects a certain level of magical power. Is that simple? Well, I suppose it might be if you just hear that. Well, please go inside for now. I pushed Strauss's back to make him open the door as he tilted his head. As soon as Strauss entered first, his magical power was absorbed, and part of the wall faintly glowed. The interior is essentially a square box, with only air vents and drainage holes. However, wrapped in light from outside and magical illumination, it doesn't feel particularly dark. There's nothing here, Ale unconsciously muttered. I couldn't help but laugh at this line that seemed to voice everyone's thoughts as they looked around. This is an experimental site for attack magic. While it can't handle extremely powerful, wide-range magic like a dragon's breath, it's fine for normal advanced magic. After saying that, I release an electric magic spell. Lightning strike rising. A white sphere appears at the palm of my hand, which I aim towards the back of the building. Electric lines run from my 5 fingers towards the white sphere. The white sphere quickly grows larger, eventually becoming the size of a bowling ball. Then, the white sphere is fired like a bullet. Leaving traces of bluish-white lightning in its wake, the white sphere flies towards the back of the room. A piercing roar and the sound of the building's wall exploding echo throughout. Everyone covers their ears and grimaces, dumbfounded by the scene before them. A hole has opened up. Rox mutters. At those words, Court hurriedly points at the hole in the wall. Does this mean even a strong and resilient barrier can be penetrated by lightning magic? I shake my head left and right, denying Court's words. It's just a wall about 1 meter thick. Magic with physical destructive power like ice or stone could penetrate it. However, this building cannot be destroyed by magic below advanced level. At my words, everyone would likely have doubts. But soon, they understand the meaning of my words as they see the broken rocks floating up gently, filling the hole. It's repairing itself. After Shenli's words, Eliza excitedly rushes over to me. Is this also the power of magic circles? I believe there are buildings with such functions in the ruins of the Bushmills Empire. Please calm down. We'll discuss the building another time. For now, we'll conduct a practical lesson on lightning magic here. I tell everyone this while showing my palm to the high-spirited Eliza to calm her down. Here, we won't cause any damage to the academy. We'll add directionality to the lightning magic I taught you the other day. Once you've memorized today's incantation and mana manipulation, I'd say you've learned lightning magic. Now, let's fire away. Saying that, I begin the lesson. By the end of the class, everyone has managed to learn lightning magic, albeit with varying levels of power. Even after the class ends, everyone is looking at each other with satisfaction, discussing the new magic. Shenli and Dean are also coming to me with questions. As I'm listening to the two of them, For casually walks over. Noticing the atmosphere that suggests he wants to say something, I quietly ask the two to be silent and turn to face For. For looks down at me with a stern face and quietly opens his mouth. It was a good lesson. It seems I was mistaken. I can't help but smile at For's words. Then, shall we continue with the classes? I'd like that. And if possible, I'd like to participate as well. Thank you very much. After expressing my gratitude, For gives a light bow, turns on his heel, and leaves. And so, I was finally acknowledged by For Perna Roses, one of the advanced instructors. Section. For spoke about recognizing Aoi's qualities as a teacher in his own class, stating that she possessed the knowledge and skills befitting an advanced instructor. You should all try taking her class once. The high school students are surprised by For's words, and also by Aoi, who managed to elicit such praise. This shocking rumor quickly swallows up and washes away the initial bad rumors. As a result, aside from students with strong aristocratic consciousness and those still cautious about what other advanced instructors might think, Aoi became widely recognized. This marks the beginning of her true life as a teacher. Upon hearing the rumors from Eliza, Aoi once again steeled her resolve. Sighed, Maple Leaf Holy Empire. Originally, it was a country skilled in magical studies. Especially in healing magic, it was unrivaled by other countries. However, since the establishment of Fidic Academy in the Vert Kingdom, that impression has been almost completely stolen. The 6 major countries contribute funds, and a special autonomous district has been prepared. But after all, the special autonomous region of Winter Valley is in the Vert Kingdom. While that doesn't determine everything, countries that possess many excellent magicians have different levels of influence. Even at the Central Council, everyone found it difficult to object to the Vert Kingdom statements. Feeling a sense of crisis, each country became desperate to create a magic academy to rival Fidic Academy. Maple Leaf was no exception. However, no matter what methods they employed, they couldn't reach the prestige of Fidic Academy. Even if they appointed court magicians as teachers, they couldn't shake off the image of being an academy for students who couldn't enter Fidic Academy. While feeling frustrated about things not going well, they received a regular communication from Hiram, who attends Fidic Academy. It stated that Fourperna Roses, our country's pride as an advanced instructor, had been defeated as a magician by a newly appointed female advanced instructor. We have more than 20 court magicians, and our magic corps are more diverse than other countries. However, other countries will likely focus only on the line stating that 4 was defeated. NGH. I almost tore up the letter in frustration but managed to control myself. With my shoulders shaking and breathing heavily, I call for the Royal Guard. Alabaster. Yes, sir. Upon calling his name, a large, middle-aged man clad in white armor steps forward and responds. Since he wasn't wearing a helmet, his stern face, looking more intimidating than an iron helmet, is turned towards me. Incongruous beast-like ears grow from his head, almost looking like horns. This letter contains some rather infuriating information. I say as a preface before conveying the contents. Alabaster frowns and grunts. What are your Majesty's thoughts? Seemingly unsure of how to judge, Alabaster refrains from expressing his own thoughts and asks for my intentions. Bring this magician, Aoi Konominato, before me. Alabaster quietly bows his head and utters one word. Understood. In that case, I request authority and subordinates to accompany me. How many do you need? 10 from the Royal Guard. Also, considering our opponent, I'd like to request the court magician Crown Windsor. Hearing that name, I can't help but laugh. Indeed, that magic fanatic would probably come along regardless of orders. Very well. As for authority, you may call yourself my spokesperson. I'll have a letter prepared. Yes, sir. Alabaster responds with a strong voice and bows deeply. Now, let's see what kind of person this witch of Fidic Academy is. Alone, I curl the corners of my mouth into a smile and tear up the letter received from Hiram. Sighed Eliza. So, when you boil it down, chants and magic circles are essentially the same thing. That's right. However, since they're words, the nuances change. Expressing those nuances in magic circles is quite difficult. The reverse is also true. Whoa, woo. Hints for my long-stalled research are flowing in one after another. A flood of light, not just a single ray, is pouring down on my magic circle research, which I had been groping for in the dark all this time. As I excitedly ask questions, Strauss furrows his brow and clinks his cup against mine. The sound makes me look over involuntarily. You're being too noisy. Save the research questions for later. Strauss says with a disgruntled look, biting into the meat on his skewer and taking a sip of fruit wine. I instinctively pick up a skewer as well and bite into the meat. The meat here is delicious, isn't it? It's the quality of the ingredients. The seasoning is good too, but the sweetness of the meat is quite something. As Strauss and I are having this conversation, a slender silhouette approaches from the back of the shop. It's Space-eyed, the Magic Academy instructor with glossy blue hair. You two again, he says with a deep sigh before continuing. Come this way. I'll show you to a private room. What? All 3 of us freeze at the sudden words. As we look up at Space-eyed, he returns a mysterious smile. Fourperna Roses is there as well, so it should be perfect. He says, uttering something unbelievable. If we sit with 4, he's sure to bombard us with questions even more than I would. No way. Today we were going to forget about work and nurture our friendship as a trio. As I try to refuse, Strauss opens his mouth with what seems like an involuntary reaction. Look who's talk, MMPH. I stuff a meat skewer into Strauss's mouth as he's about to say something unnecessary. Strauss eats the meat silently, looking at me protestingly, but it's not very intimidating. Seeing us like this, Spaceide snorts. Sensei Aoi. Rather than dining with these two, wouldn't spending time with Four and me be more worthwhile? We'll have to decline. I made a promise to dine with these two today. Aoi interrupts Spaceide, clearly refusing. I see. Then please join us next time. Well then. Spaceide turns his back, looking slightly frustrated as he says this. However, before leaving, he leaves one last parting remark. This is a public place. Please keep it down. At these words, all three of us bow our heads obediently. We're sorry. As we apologize, Spaceide raises one hand, waves it lightly, and leaves. We can't help but look at each other and laugh at this unexpectedly soft attitude and gesture, and we toast again. Since Aoi's arrival, it feels like the academy has been changing dramatically. Although it's only been a short period, I felt that various things were moving in a positive direction. And this is still just the beginning. We talked and laughed about classes, students, magic, and Aoi's unconventional ways. I take great offense to that. Aoi said with a wry smile, but Strauss and I wouldn't back down. As we were enjoying our meal like this, Spaceide appeared again with a disgruntled face, and we got scolded once more. Side story, a letter to Owen. Since entering the academy, I've learned about new magic from the academy library and from maids of other countries. However, this magic academy has already applied and combined magic from multiple countries. As a result, the maids here have forgotten the uniquely evolved magic of their respective countries, instead learning the refined magic taught at the academy. In terms of new ideas, I felt that studying the older magic from each country might be closer to my goal. Of course, this excludes those who are conducting independent research, whether faculty or students. They are each trying to develop new magic or modify existing magic through trial and error. Some of them might be researching from interesting angles. I mainly wrote about these topics in my letter, adding just a brief line inquiring about his health. Since even peddlers can't reach Owen's place, I sent it to the nearest town. He should visit the tool shop there about once a month. I thought it would be good if I got a reply in about a month. That's what I thought when I sent the letter, but just 3 weeks later, he came in person. More precisely, a peddler who could enter the academy grounds brought a letter from him. When I checked the letter, it said he was waiting outside the town, so I immediately headed to the road outside. It's been a while. Owen was there as if nothing had happened. He leaned against a tree trunk, raising one hand in greeting. What are you doing? There were many things I wanted to say, but that's all that came out of my mouth. I read your letter. I see. From Owen's brief words, I guess that was his reason for coming all this way. We could have met in town, you know. When I said that, he snorted with a sulky face. Except for Glenn, I have no intention of meeting other mages. I'm somewhat known in some circles. In a bad way. So I specified this place to avoid getting involved in troublesome matters. Owen said this with a dissatisfied look, but soon, as if remembering something, he took out a letter and pointed to a shallow forest off the road. This place is too conspicuous. I've prepared a place over there. Hearing his very brief and lacking explanation, I nodded with a wry smile. Even after not seeing him for a while, Owen's personality hadn't changed. Why do I feel both nostalgic and irritated at the same time? I followed Owen into the forest. Although it had only been a few months of life in the academy city, I felt like it had been a long time since I walked in an unstable forest. My steps slowed on the soft soil and tree roots. However, the sunlight scattered sparsely by the branches and leaves, the dense air, and the scent of trees calmed my mind. After walking through the forest for nearly 20 minutes, we suddenly arrived at an open space. It was like a hole had been punctured in the middle of the forest. Normally, such places would have a swamp or a river bend, but not here. In the center of the circular clearing stood a 2-story house. Although hastily built, it was an impressive stone dwelling. It had a clean, brand-new appearance, yet gave off a nostalgic atmosphere. That's no surprise. After all, it was an exact replica of the house where I had lived with Owen. Don't tell me you brought the house here? I wondered if he had developed teleportation magic in such a short time. When I asked this, Owen exhaled through his nose with an annoyed face. Don't be stupid. Of course not. I built this house yesterday. Since I was at it, I just recreated the house Aoi was used to living in. He said something that sounded like a joke. Although not as extreme as teleportation magic, he was saying something quite abnormal, but Owen didn't seem to realize it at all. Well, I probably didn't think it was abnormal either until I started working at the academy, so I can't really say anything. In reality, he had come to this town just a few days after receiving the letter, cleared part of the forest in a day, and even built a house. Even Headmaster Glenn would be amazed by this. Well, fine. So, aren't we going inside? When I said this, Owen frowned for a moment, looking displeased. But soon he snorted, turned on his heel, and walked towards the house. Seeing this, I let out an ah. It was likely that he had made this house for me. Perhaps he thought I would be happy to see the familiar shape of the house. Realizing this, I couldn't help but smile. As I had always known, he was a kind elf, albeit one who was inarticulate, stubborn, and clumsy. Come on, I'll cook for you after such a long time. Why don't you help me? When I said this, Owen's ears twitched slightly. It's troublesome, but I suppose I could help with washing dishes or something. He said this without turning around, but I could somehow tell that Owen's mood had improved. With a wry smile, I followed Owen into the house. A waft of new house smell greeted us. The interior was also a good recreation of the house we had lived in, but there wasn't much furniture or furnishings. I guess he couldn't prepare that much. It feels really strange to see Owen in a building with almost no books. Shut up. If I could, I'd storm into the academy right now and steal every book in their collection. Don't you dare. I made sure to warn the magic-obsessed fool who was saying such dangerous things. Owen shrugged and moved to sit on one of the 2 chairs placed in front of a lone table. As I sat on the opposite side, he spread out several sheets of paper and my letter on the table. Before we eat, let's confirm and verify some things. All right. As I nodded, Owen's eyes sharpened. First, about this faculty member named Eliza, who you say is your colleague. Her research is on magic circles. Well, did you hear any details? Any approaches different from our magic circles? I've heard the details, but it doesn't seem like there have been any new discoveries. Given that she's doing research on her own while working as a teacher, it's to be expected. Oh, but there might be one interesting point. Interesting? Yes. The magic circle Eliza experimentally developed hasn't reached the stage of activating magic. However, despite having a very different shape from Owen's magic circle, it has succeeded in accumulating magical power. Hearing this, Owen expresses surprise. Oh, that is interesting. If the first step has been achieved, the next would be conversion. It would be easy to teach them the magic circles we use, but that wouldn't be interesting. I'd like them to somehow progress to the second stage using their own method. I'd also like to hear more about their current research findings. Well, I'll tell you what I know for now. Taking a piece of paper from the table, I draw one of the magic circles Eliza was researching. It's not a circular magic circle like the ones we make, but rather a design based on squares. It's not easy to call it a flexible shape, but when considering the subsequent 3-dimensionalization and combination of magic circles, it might be an excellent structure. I see. Interesting. We've been making circular magic circles to eliminate waste and ensure smooth flow of magical power, but for complex magic or developing new magic, this kind of shape might be good intentionally. Owen spends a while looking at the magic circle Eliza conceived. Then, he looks up. Well then, next. Honestly, the research content of senior faculty and other teachers wasn't particularly interesting. Rather, they're too bound by common sense and not interesting. If that's the case, I'd like to hear about the treasures of the Vert Kingdom, or about the Dorm Head, Glenora, Nova Scotia. About the Dorm Head? As I tilt my head and ask back, Owen folds his arms and ponders. I only wrote that there was a kind dorm head named Glenora who looked scary but was actually nice, so I wonder what caught Owen's attention. Moreover, I don't even remember writing her full name in the letter. Could she be an old acquaintance of Owen's? While I'm thinking this, Owen shrugs and points at Glenora's name written in the letter. Glenora, Nova Scotia is a former saint of the Holy Empire of Maple Leaf. In other words, she's one of the top 5 healing magic users recognized by the Holy Empire. The Holy Empire is a step ahead of other countries in healing magic, you know. Moreover, mages called saints are given secret magic techniques. Secret magic techniques? As I ask back, Owen nods deeply. It's the highest level of healing magic that can completely cure someone who's half dead, regardless of injury or illness. In the past, the most excellent saint was said to have even resurrected the dead. Resurrection. It's an amazing magic, but I'm more surprised by the fact that Glenora was a former saint. Her atmosphere makes her look more like the strongest attack magic user. It's an unexpected fact that she's a world-class healing magic user. As I'm surprised by this, Owen clears his throat and points to the letter again. Now, lastly, what interested me the most? What? Surprised by his words, I look at the letter reflexively. Did I write something else? I don't think there was anything particularly noteworthy. As I'm thinking this, Owen answers my question. It's about the research content of that student named Balvenie who's studying rainmaking magic. Balvenie? I wonder what he thought about the rainmaking magic research. To be honest, I think Balvenie's research might end up being a waste of effort in a sense. Because magic related to rain, snow, and thunder has already been completed by Owen's research. I feel a bit sorry, but this is just how it is. However, Owen was interested in Balvenie's research. What's so interesting about it? When I ask, he returns a meaningful smile. If anything, shouldn't you be the one more interested in it, Aoi? You heard about Balvenie's research content, but didn't you notice? If you don't want me to make you extremely spicy curry rice, you'd better spill it quickly. Well, don't get angry. Laughing it off, Owen points his index finger towards the ceiling. Originally, it was a magic completed based on your idea, Aoi, but when we make rain, we use fire, water, and wind to create clouds. This was an idea unique to you who knows how clouds are formed, but other mages should have tried to make rain with different approaches. And Balvenie's research is based precisely on that different way of thinking. A different method. As I repeat the words Owen mentioned, I realize. I look up with a start, and Owen nods with a mischievous smile. That's right. In other words, Balvenie's research is about whether it's possible to make clouds or masses of water appear in the sky. It's not written in detail, but Balvenie's research probably includes something related to transfer magic. If he's good at water magic, he must have realized that rain can't be made with water magic alone. I'll ask for more details next time. As I answer, Owen nods several times and falls silent. Then, a few seconds of silence pass. I'm hungry. Oh, what would you like to eat? I ask back, suddenly being told about his hunger. Then, Owen shows a serious face, pretending to be troubled. Stew. Stew, huh? Got it. As a result of his pondering, a slightly cute order came out, so I answered while holding back my laughter. Owen was nodding silently, but his long ears were again showing reactions by twitching. Side story, a day off with students. Spending time eating and drinking with Eliza and Strauss at restaurants outside the academy has somehow become a routine on my days off. We usually go to their favorite places, but occasionally we venture to new establishments or famous spots we've heard about. However, since both Eliza and Strauss have their own magical research to focus on, we typically only meet for dinner. As for me, although I do set aside some time for research, I have more free time during weekdays, so I rarely dedicate my days off to magical studies. In other words, I often find myself with plenty of free time during the day on my days off. My recent routine during these free hours has been exploring the town and searching for cozy cafes. For someone like me who has never traveled abroad, simply walking around and observing the townscape is a refreshing change of pace. Plus, the cafes with atmospheres unlike anything I've seen in Japan are quite interesting. While they may not be particularly sophisticated, there are cafes with colorful fabrics draped on the walls, some with a rugged pub-like ambience, others shaped like hollowed-out giant trees, and even some that look like igloos made of stone. Perhaps this unique environment is due to the Academy Town's special nature, attracting merchants from various countries. Well, today I'll check out the cafes on the east side. Just as I was about to mutter to myself after stepping outside the academy with anticipation, I noticed several figures in my peripheral vision. Aoi-sensei. Hearing a familiar voice, I turned to see Shenli, Court, Ale, Liz, and Belle. Shenli was wearing a pure white dress, while Court was dressed in subdued black attire. Ale, Liz, and Belle were each wearing skirts and shirts with intricate embroidery. All of them seemed to be in casual clothes suitable for going out. It's an unusual combination, but perhaps they're going out to play together. If Shenli is going out with friends, that would be wonderful. Thinking this, I turned to face them all. Hello. Are you all going out as well? As I asked this, I smiled wryly at Shenli, who was looking down shyly. Ale took the lead and spoke up. We heard that Aoi-sensei goes out to town on days off. As Ale declared this with high spirits, Court offered an explanation with a wry smile. We overheard Shenli saying she wanted to go out with Aoi-sensei, and my sister seems to have gotten some unnecessary ideas. Of course, if we're bothering you, please feel free to decline. Hearing Court say this with an apologetic smile, I furrowed my brow and tilted my head. With me? I don't have any particular plans other than visiting cafes. Upon saying this, Ale turned to Liz and Belle with an open palm. Leave it to us. I'm quite knowledgeable about cafes, and so are Liz and Belle. We'll guide you to hidden gems that Aoi-sensei doesn't know about. Ah. Haha. I'll do my best. Ale. You're being meddlesome again. While the others had complex expressions, only Shenli was looking at me with pleading eyes. I suppose it can't be helped. It might be interesting to go out with a large group once in a while. All right. I'm not sure if you'll all enjoy it, but let's go together. When I answered, Ale jumped up with joy. Shenli also showed a radiant smile. Seeing them so happy makes me happy too. I was thinking of exploring cafes on the east side of town. Do you know any good places? When I asked this, Ale raised a hand and looked at Belle and Liz. Emergency meeting. Okay. All right. Smiling wryly at Ale's words, the two moved to the side, and the three of them huddled together for a meeting. After about 10 seconds, Ale turned back to us, puffing out her chest. How about the sleeping cat's bed? It's at the edge of the eastern part of town, so it doesn't have many customers, but it's spacious and beautiful. Ah. I've been there before. It's a nice place indeed. Hearing my response, Ale visibly deflated, her shoulders drooping in disappointment. However, she quickly raised her head and hand again. Emergency meeting. Haha. All right. And so, another meeting began. Watching this, Court let out a dry laugh and smiled wryly. For a noble from another country, this scene might be giving him a headache. Amidst all this, Shenli timidly raised her hand. Would it be okay if we went to a beastfolk shop? Hearing the question asked in an almost inaudible voice, I tilted my head. Ha! If anything, I'd love to visit a beastfolk shop. Upon hearing this, Shenli's face lit up like a blooming flower, and she nodded. Ah, really? Then, how about the Sleeping Tigers Inn? As Shenli hurriedly mentioned the shop's name, everyone's eyes focused on her. Inn. Section. The eastern part of town has fewer shops compared to other areas, and instead has more affordable inns. Given that many nobles from various countries stay in this town, a natural division has occurred. And naturally, in areas where those with less financial means gather, the number of beastfolk increases. In the kingdom of Vert, while there isn't strong discrimination or persecution, it's still difficult for beastfolk and other demi-humans to secure high-ranking positions. Consequently, their families and newly arrived demi-humans in town mainly work in lower-level jobs. In this situation, the owner of the Sleeping Tigers Inn started his business hoping to help improve the lives of demi-humans. The inn looks like a log cabin made of round logs. It's surprisingly large, being a 2-story building. The exterior is surrounded by a fence, and inside the fence, there's an open-air terrace where beastfolk customers are enjoying food and drinks. It's an interesting sight. As we observe this and enter the store, We find ourselves in a high-ceilinged hall. Instead of walls, trees with few leaves are lined up inside the room, and most of the chairs are two-seater sofas. This is probably a consideration for beast folk with larger bodies. The spacious atmosphere is comfortable, and customers who appear to be demi-humans are relaxing on the sofas. At the back, there's a counter, behind which stands a muscular beast folk man with his arms crossed, watching us. Undaunted by his appearance, Shenli takes the lead and approaches him. Master, today, I've brought a teacher from the academy, my senior, and friends. Hearing these words spoken with slight hesitation, the man called Master widened his eyes, maintaining his stern expression. A teacher from the academy, a senior, and friends, her. His voice is low and gravelly, but the ears on top of his head are round and cute. As the master mumbled while looking our way, I gave a slight bow, to which he responded with a low growl of perhaps his sizing us up out of concern for Shenli. Nice to meet you. I'm Aoi Kanominato, a teacher at the Magic Academy. As I greeted him with a polite bow, Court quickly followed suit. I'm Court Hedge Butler. I'm from the Court Highland Federation. After Court introduced himself with a light bow, Ale spread her arms wide and showed a friendly smile. I'm Ale Hedge Butler. I'm Shenli's friend. Nice to meet you. Following Ale's bright greeting, Liz and Belle also introduced themselves and bowed. Shenli seemed pleased that Ale and the others had affirmed their friendship, fidgeting as she watched the proceedings. Noticing her tail wagging widely from the corner of my eye, the master nodded, maintaining his stern expression. There's an empty terrace seat in the back on the second floor. For the order, you'll have to leave it to me today. Court blinks in surprise at the master's gruff words. It's probably unheard of for Court, an upper-class noble, to be treated this way even after introducing himself. Seeing this, Shenli hastily steps forward, perhaps feeling flustered. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to the master's cooking. It's always delicious. And now then, everyone, this way. Shenli efficiently guides the way to the stairs, leading the group as if she's become a staff member. As we follow her instructions and climb the stairs, proceeding down the hallway, we notice that the end is brightened by sunlight streaming in from outside. At the end of the hallway, there's a pair of wooden double doors, which Shenli opens. Suddenly, the sunlight that had been peeking through the gaps floods in, momentarily blinding us. We squint for a second before our vision adjusts. It's a terrace surrounded by waist-high walls. Trees about as tall as an adult man are placed in each corner. In the center, a round table is set with 6 chairs arranged around it. Both the chairs and the table are intricately decorated. Although there's an overhanging roof, it's cleverly designed not to obstruct the view. The sky is crystal clear blue, and the surrounding buildings seem strategically placed to avoid interfering with the scenery. Or perhaps the terrace was positioned here precisely because of the layout of the surrounding buildings. This refined and relaxing terrace is a stark contrast to what one might expect from the intimidating master. Wow, I think we might have lost this one. Ale mutters, looking troubled. Court nods with a wry smile. It's not about winning or losing, but this terrace is truly wonderful. We don't have to worry about prying eyes, and the view is hard to believe we're in the middle of the city. Saying this, Court walks towards the back of the terrace. He places his hands on the railing, looking out. I see. You can view all the way down the main street. And in the distance, the academy stands like a castle. You're right. It's beautiful. Seeing Court and Ale's group exclaiming in delight as they take in the view, Shenli smiles happily. This is a really nice place. Thank you for introducing us to it, Shenli. When I say this, Shenli frantically waves her hands. No, not at all. I just happened to find this place by chance. She tries to be modest, but she can't hide her delighted expression. I feel an urge to ruffle her hair, but I resist. As we sit in the chairs, chatting among ourselves, we hear the sound of the door to the terrace opening from the inside. Turning to look, we see the intimidating master carrying a small serving trolley in one hand like a bag. It looks like a Western-style food carrier, but given the master's demeanor, it could be mistaken for transporting a weapon of mass destruction. I'll set the table. We instinctively straighten our postures and nod. However, As the dishes are being laid out, Shenli starts to panic. This is the usual 500 coin student set for each person. The master answers with a stern face, placing another dish on the table. There are already sandwiches and soup for each person, and even a whole large cake. Then, a dish of baked potatoes with seasoned meat is added. 2 types of what appear to be black tea are placed on the table in tea servers. The teacups have a cute floral pattern and come in 5 different colors. Even I can't help but speak up at this. Excuse me, I'm a teacher, so I'll pay the appropriate price for 5 people. But the master crosses his arms and shakes his head. It's just a service to encourage you to come again. Saying only that, the master glances at the surprised Shenli. His eyes, though awkward, are full of affection, and it's clear that this is more than just a service. Perhaps he wants Shenli to come back with us again. I'm not sure how he figured it out, but maybe the master was worried about Shenli in his own way. Realizing this, Shenli tears up and lowers her head. The master looks at me, gives a slight bow, and leaves. Ale and the others tilt their heads and exchange glances, but Court smiles wryly and gestures towards the table, saying, "After being treated so well, it would be shameful for a noble of the Federation not to return the favor. Let's make sure to visit again, all 5 of us." At Court's suggestion, Shenli looks up in surprise. Seeing Shenli's face with tears welling up, Ale and the others look startled. The 3 of them have a quick, hushed exchange, then look surprised again. Then, turning to us with exaggerated gestures, they spread their arms wide to express their joy. "Really? We can all come again? Hooray! Let's come back soon." "Yes, let's do that." As the 3 happily start pouring tea into their cups, Shenli hurriedly takes hold of the tea server. "I'll pour for everyone," she says, pouring tea into mine and Court's cups. Her profile shows she's trying hard to hold back tears of joy, and while I feel a slight pang of sadness, a warm feeling spreads through my chest. "Shenli, this is a good place, with a good master, isn't it?" As I murmur this, Shenli smiles through her tears and nods vigorously. "Yes." After leisurely enjoying our meal, while the 4 others curiously explore the first floor of the shop, I approach the master. "Thank you very much." Shenli was very happy. The master raises an eyebrow at this and nods. "That's my line. Come again, will you?" Smiling at the master's words, I lower my voice. "Master, how did you know about Shenli?" When I ask this vaguely, the master heaves a deep sigh. Many beast folk students from the academy come to this shop. Among their gossip, I heard that she was being bullied. They weren't mocking her, but rather expressing concern. However, recently, those stories stopped, and instead, I started hearing rumors about a strange female teacher appearing. They say this teacher scattered the royalty and helped Shenli. Saying this, the master bows deeply. "Honestly, I couldn't believe a teacher like you existed. Thank you for helping Shenli. Please, take care of her." His words and attitude were sincere. Returning a smile, I speak. "Of course. I promise that Shenli will have the best academy life possible." I answer clearly and firmly. Special original story, together with Felter. The sun's warmth was comforting. The sky was clear without a single cloud, and the occasional gentle breeze felt pleasant. Even within the academy, there seemed to be a more peaceful atmosphere than usual. "Ah, Sensei Aoi. Hello. Hello." Their innocent smiles and cheerful voices were radiant. Even with just a simple exchange of greetings, these lovely girls in their early teens shone like jewels. The academy grounds were vast, and as I walked around, I came across a beautiful garden filled with blooming flowers. If I remember correctly, this was where students from noble backgrounds gathered. While discrimination based on background, birth, or status was prohibited by rule, factions representing the 6 great nations inevitably existed within the academy. This particular place seemed to be frequented by those from the Bushmills Empire. One of the characteristics of the Bushmills Empire was its diverse population compared to other countries. As a result, many beastfolk nobles could be seen in this garden. Unfortunately, since beastfolk with an aptitude for magic were rare, only Shenli and Felter attended my classes. In other words, I had never conversed with the beastfolk students gathered here. I walked on the grass, feeling somewhat conflicted as I observed the beastfolk students engaged in scattered conversations around the garden. Seeing the dog ears and foxtails of students lying on the grass and chatting, I desperately resisted the urge to pet them. The fluffer-looking tails, the glossy fur on their ears. I wanted to stroke them all to my heart's content. But of course, I couldn't make such a request to strangers. Sighing, I ventured further into the garden. Suddenly, I felt the presence of people diminish. The area ahead had more trees, creating a space that obstructed the view from the surroundings. Feeling as if I'd discovered a secret hideout, I looked around and noticed a large wooden park bench. And there, I saw a large student sitting alone. Felter. When I called his name, Felter, who had been resting against the backrest, turned his face towards me. Aoi Kanominato. Why are you here? Without really answering me, Felter voiced his question with furrowed brows. However, he quickly averted his gaze from me and turned his face to the side. As if pretending he hadn't noticed me, Felter remained still with his face turned away. I observed him as I approached. As I got closer, I could see Felter's triangular ears peeking out from his bushy, standing hair twitching slightly. Felter had a rather intimidating face for a teenager. He was tall, and his muscular build gave off an imposing aura. He was probably a terrifying presence to his fellow students, who might cower just from his glare. However, surprisingly, Felter's fine fur was fluffier and more resilient than that of other beastfolk students. So, it was an irresistible force that made me unconsciously pat Felter's head as he sat there. The moment I stroked his soft, fluffy fur, Felter shuddered and quickly stood up from the chair. What are you doing? Sorry for the sudden action. I apologized as I sat down on the bench. Why are you sitting on this bench? There were no other benches around. After I answered, Felter let out a small growl, glanced around, and made a gesture as if thinking with his arms crossed. Then, with a resigned look, he sat at the edge of the bench and took a comfortable position, leaning on the armrest. A few seconds of silence passed. With stray cats, if you stay close without interfering for a while, they gradually become less wary. In Felter's case, I wondered how much time would be needed. May I touch your ears? Why? I refuse. I was quickly denied. Perhaps it was still too soon. With stray cats, the standard approach is to meet them daily and gradually close the distance. Food is also effective, but in the case of stray cats, it might be irresponsible if you can't actually keep them. Thinking about such things, I waited quietly for a few dozen seconds. Then, I gazed at Felter's head as he looked off into the distance, observing his twitching ears. It was unconscious. Impulsively, my right hand reached out towards Felter's head. Grab. With a grip so firm you could almost hear the sound, I grasped Felter's ear. Perhaps it was my desire to touch them and my determination not to let go. Gya. Even hearing Felter's surprised cry, I couldn't let go. I'll let go. Just a little more. What do you mean, a little more? Have you cast some curse? To protect Felter's ear as he struggled, I grasped his head with my left hand to hold it in place. Suddenly, Felter broke out in a cold sweat and stopped moving. This was the perfect opportunity. With one hand, I stroked and squeezed his ear. What an elegant texture. Noticing Felter's agonized expression, I finally came to my senses. This is dangerous. It might violate compliance. Such thoughts flashed through my mind, and I reflexively let go. Immediately after, Felter kicked off the ground with a speed that surprised even me, rolling on the ground as he started running. As I watched Felter's back quickly shrinking into the distance, I recalled the many failed encounters I've had with stray cats. Next time for sure, I muttered to myself as I was left alone. Afterward, thank you very much for reading this work. I'm Mitsuru Inoue. By the way, this is my first novel featuring a female protagonist. To be honest, I'm filled with anxiety. However, I'm also trembling with joy and emotion that surpasses such anxiety and fear. I began writing this story from the perspective that it would be interesting to focus on a fantasy world school, where a female teacher with extraordinary powers surprises her fellow teachers and students, and runs circles around evil nobles. Although there were many challenges, such as rarely writing a female protagonist and incorporating my own new attempts, it was a very enjoyable work to write. Now, let me conclude with some words of gratitude. To everyone who read this, thank you very much. I wrote this story hoping that readers would enjoy it even a little, and if you found any enjoyment in it, there's no greater joy for me. If possible, I sincerely hope we can meet again. End of Volume 1.